Introduction by Jim White and Rosie Page. Read by Rosie Page. Our father, James Alfred White, practiced as a veterinary surgeon in Yorkshire for almost 50 years. He tended to the animals of his first practice around the clock, and later chronicled his experiences of veterinary practice, writing under the pen name of James Herriot. The love he had for his profession, along with the countryside around him and the people who lived there, fueled his imagination and resulted in 8 books, all of which sold in their millions around the world. Literary success, however, didn't come to Alf White until he was in his 50s, as it was only then that he could set aside his evenings for writing. To us, he was simply a devoted father and a busy veterinary surgeon, who spent long days and many nights driving around the hills of Yorkshire, visiting his animal patients. As children, we often joined him on his farm visits, jumping into the car, always with a dog or two in the back, the cold, sweet-scented air of North Yorkshire all around. We didn't come just to watch, though. We were there to help, to open and close gates, or run back and forth to the car to fetch syringes or penicillin, knowing exactly which packets to reach for before we could even read. Dad relished spending time with us, and we loved seeing him at work. So much so that we both ended up as medics with local practices. Jim as a veterinary surgeon working with Dad, and Rosie as a GP in Thirsk. From an early age, we both learned invaluable lessons about animals. Not least that sows can be fearsome creatures, as 13-year-old Jim discovered when he was trapped in a sty, and one came roaring towards him, only to have Dad holler, "You have to get in and out quickly. It's no good being frightened of the bloody things." The odd-escaped cow presented a similar risk, proving that animals are nothing if not unpredictable. Mishaps that would later feature in Dad's books. But we loved it all, and for a small child, nothing can match the thrill of holding a newborn lamb, or discovering a litter of kittens in some straw, or puppies in a basket. Just as Dad spent hours driving around the hills of North Yorkshire, so did we. First as passengers in a variety of aged cars, often having to jump out of our Austin A70 so Dad could coax it up the notoriously steep Sutton Bank. And then as teenagers, both of us learning to drive as we bumped along farm tracks, taking Dad on his rounds. Our father first arrived in the North Yorkshire town of Thirsk, fictionalised as Darrowby in his books, in 1940, and he lived and worked in the area for the rest of his life. He never lost his soft Glaswegian accent, however, having spent the previous 23 years in the Scottish city, at its schools, and then at the Glasgow Veterinary College, where he trained. Suddenly immersed in a rural world, he witnessed a community on the cusp of change, when rural vets spent much of their days out and about on small family farms, tending to cows in cobbled byres, birthing sheep in open fields, or chasing piglets around in rickety tin sheds. Those were reared for the Yorkshire delicacy of fatty bacon. Working all hours, he met an array of unforgettable characters, principal of whom was his long-time practice partner, Donald Sinclair, immortalised in the books as Siegfried Farnan. While his job demanded much of his time and was physically exhausting, our father had for many years dreamed of writing and putting his experience down on paper. The Yorkshire he had grown to love, the quirky people he had met, the array of animals he'd treated, and the vast changes he'd seen in veterinary practice. He had always been a voracious reader. His school diaries and letters as a young man are full of the kind of colourful and humorous descriptions that he would utilise to such great effect in his later books. It took a long 20 years, however, for him to turn his dream of writing a book into reality. At first, he wrote short stories on various topics, treating his writing largely as a hobby, tapping away at his typewriter in the evenings. After some gentle prodding from our mother, he decided in 1965 to focus on writing a full-length book about a world he knew, veterinary practice. Over the next 18 months, still working full-time and often at night, he crafted a novel based on his experiences, entitling it The Art and the Science. He sent it off to the publisher Collins. Ultimately, Collins turned it down for publication, but he received an encouraging reply from one of their readers, Juliana Wadham, who gave him a crucial piece of advice. As his stories were clearly based on his own life and real events, why not write it in the first person as a semi-autobiographical work? Dad took to the idea enthusiastically, and he immediately set about reworking his book into an account of his first year in veterinary practice. By the summer of 1968, it was finished, with a new title of If Only They Could Talk, as suggested by a local dairy farmer and a friend of Dad's, Arthur Dand. Surprisingly, Collins turned the book down again, much to Juliana Wadham's disappointment. Their loss, however, would turn into another publisher's gain when Michael Joseph accepted the book for publication. The only change they required was that he alter his pen name from James Walsh, who was a real person on the veterinary register. Dad kept James, but came up with the alternative Herriot, inspired by the Birmingham City and future Scotland goalkeeper Jim Herriot. He considered himself first and foremost a veterinary surgeon, which is why he went to some lengths to preserve his anonymity as an author, not only changing his name, but setting the story in the Yorkshire Dales, 30 miles from Thirsk, and in 1937 rather than 1940 when he really arrived. If Only They Could Talk introduced Darrowby, the Yorkshire Dales, James's erratic partner Siegfried and his younger brother Tristan, and many of the extraordinary individuals that would populate the James Herriot books. Descriptions are vivid, characters and dialogue brilliantly drawn, the language light and accessible, with stories that are by turns hilarious and incredibly touching. Most of the tales in the book are based on real events and are reproduced just as they happened. Like James Herriot, Alf fell asleep under an acacia tree in the garden of the practice while waiting for his interview. He, too, treated an indulged Pekingese dog with Flopbot. Siegfried's arguments with his brother were just as explosive, and the dialogue true to the word. And Tristan really did prang his brother's beloved Rover, and the list goes on. Some of the incidents and events may have been combined, but the vast majority were based on real cases, and many of them, such as the first calving story in the book, Dad face down on a cold floor, his arm deep in a straining cow for seemingly hours, without being offered so much as a cup of tea afterwards, we remember Dad telling us, much to our and his amusement. The first James Herriot book was published in the UK in April 1970. While our father was thrilled, he was also nervous about how some people would react to being portrayed in the book, not wanting to upset friends or clients. He often changed their names and occasionally their gender in a bid to disguise their real identity, while some characters combined the traits of several individuals. Sometimes this worked, but his descriptions and characters were often so well drawn that people couldn't help but recognise themselves or others in the books. Generally, people were flattered to be included. Some were even annoyed if they weren't, as was the case with Mr. Smedley, a little old man who came into the practice one day waving his stick and shouting, "Why haven't you put me in your books, Mr. White?" Sales for the first book were steady, but not meteoric, in the first few months after publication. We were both in our 20s by this time. Jim, having graduated in veterinary science from the University of Glasgow, had been working with our father at the Thirsk practice for 3 years, while Rosie, who had studied medicine at Cambridge, had just begun her first job as a junior doctor at the Raigmore Hospital in Inverness. At that point, no one at the hospital had heard of the name James Herriot. Rosie once lent a copy of If Only They Could Talk to the hospital librarian, Malise McBride, who was married to Hamish, one of the doctors there. Rosie remembers Hamish coming in to breakfast the following morning and cursing her to the heights, because his wife had read the book right through the night, waking him up intermittently by laughing so much. The story of James dressed up in the ridiculous rubber suit when cleansing a cow had reduced her to tears of laughter. Hamish, however, got his own back when he read the book the following night and kept her awake with his chuckling. This, of course, all boded well for Dad's book. We knew it was good and immensely entertaining, but we had no idea then just how much people would grow to love his stories and what the future held in store. Dad was simply happy to have fulfilled his dream of having a book published. At the time, we'd sit in the kitchen and joke with Dad, saying, "OK, now you've had a book published, why not do a film?" We'd roar with laughter about who might play him, and I think we agreed that the smooth-voiced Leslie Phillips could be perfect for Siegfried. To us, this was just a bit of fun, and a million miles away from our day-to-day lives. Little did we know that this would all play out in reality. Towards the end of 1970, If Only They Could Talk was reprinted, and the publishers asked Dad whether he'd consider writing a follow-up. Having enjoyed writing the first book so much, he'd already begun working on a second manuscript, entitled It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, which was duly delivered and published in January 1972. As with the first book, the London Evening Standard serialised it, boosting sales, and Michael Joseph committed to a bigger print run. This book covered Dad's second year in practice and included the array of personalities and the charming humour that worked so well in the first book, although it introduced a new character, our mother, Joan Danbury, renamed as Helen Alderson. While our mother was happiest out of the spotlight, she was perfectly content to feature in the book. She wasn't a farmer's daughter, as Helen is, but so much else about their first few months together is true. The chaotic first dates, their small wedding in Thirsk, and a working honeymoon, testing cattle for tuberculin amid the grassy meadow-sweet hills of the Dales. A third book, Let Sleeping Vets Lie, was published in April 1973 and flew off the shelves, rapidly rising to the top of the bestseller lists. Vet in Harness followed in 1974. And by the time Vets Might Fly was published in 1976, Michael Joseph were printing in the region of 60,000 hardback copies, as they did for Vet in a Spin in 1977. Now James Herriot was a household name, and paperback sales of the books were spectacular. By 1979, each of the first 6 books had sold more than 1 million copies, an achievement only then matched by Ian Fleming, the author of the James Bond series. Having worked long hours throughout his life, just about keeping his head above water, the financial rewards of Dad's success were welcome, principally because he no longer had to worry about money, although it never motivated him. He continued to run the Thirsk practice with Jim, who as a qualified veterinary surgeon had joined in 1967. We were all leading busy lives, and Dad's books were just one of many issues we discussed as a family. If he was reading the newspaper, he might mention that one of his books was at the top of the bestseller lists. But before anyone had time to respond, he'd have moved on to why Sunderland FC hadn't beaten Wolverhampton the previous Saturday. He and his day-to-day life remained largely unaltered by his success. By 1980, there were few households that didn't have at least one copy of the James Herriot books on their shelves. The readership spanned all ages and backgrounds and prompted a surge in applications to study veterinary science. The love for Dad's books was not just limited to the UK. They also sold well in Europe, Canada, Australia, and Japan, and were hugely popular in the United States. There, the first two books were combined into one omnibus edition, entitled All Creatures Great and Small, and published in November 1972. The book rocketed into the bestseller list, and by the end of 1973, paperback sales in the US had reached 1 million copies. The subsequent 4 books were also combined into 2 volumes, and sales were equally as impressive, catapulting our father to worldwide fame. While Dad was naturally excited that so many people enjoyed his stories, he was not comfortable with the media attention that was suddenly focused on him. He turned down countless television interviews and public appearances, and even kept his face off the books as much as possible. In 1973, he was persuaded to tour the US twice, flying from city to city for book signings and television appearances. It made for a wonderful experience, but he was always pleased to be back in Yorkshire. And by the time he returned from his second tour in the autumn of 1973, he was so drained, and in fact ill with bronchitis, that he vowed never to do another tour. "I love America and its people, but I'm not going back just yet." And he never did return. Jim was also pleased to have Dad back home, largely because the Thirsk practice was so busy. While Dad was working on his books, Jim shared many of the night call-outs with the practice assistants, so that Dad could concentrate on daytime shifts and his writing. But Dad always prioritized his work as a veterinary surgeon. By then, throngs of tourists from across the globe had begun turning up at 23 Kirkgate, with queues snaking down the street on the 2 afternoons our father set aside to sign books and speak to visitors. While Jim may have grumbled a little at the distraction, Dad felt he owed as much to his fans, especially those who had travelled from as far away as the US to come and see him. As the queue grew, he also decided to set up a collection for a stray dog sanctuary, the Jerry Green Foundation Trust, which under the leadership of Sister Anne Lilly, Sister Rose in the books, features in The Lord God Made Them All. While visitors to the practice were principally there to see the real James Herriot, and were often overcome with excitement to meet him, which always bemused Dad, they were also delighted if Donald Sinclair, better known to them as Siegfried, made an appearance. This, of course, tickled us. Since we had grown up in and around the practice, Donald and his younger brother, Brian, on whom Tristan was based, were like family. They were a constant presence in our lives. Donald was Jim's godfather, and we always referred to him and his wife as Uncle Donald and Auntie Audrey. Because Jim worked alongside our father and Donald, he had a taste of rural veterinary practice as it had been for Dad. As a result, quite a few stories from the first 6 books were experienced by Jim and related to Dad afterwards. Dad was continually on the lookout for fresh stories, and he asked Jim and others at the Thirsk practice to remember anything interesting that happened to them on their rounds. He would jot the details down in notebooks, his writing virtually indecipherable to anyone else, distilling them into simple headings to which he'd repeatedly refer as he wrote. By 1975, the idea we once laughed about, seeing Dad's book on the big screen, turned into reality when the first movie of All Creatures Great and Small, originally made for a US audience, was released in cinemas in the UK. With Simon Ward playing Dad and Anthony Hopkins starring as Siegfried, Dad was thrilled, if not a little astonished, to see his little stories set in Yorkshire in movie theatres. Another film, It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, followed in 1976, this time with John Alderton as James Herriot and Colin Blakely as Siegfried. 2 years later, the BBC aired the first television series of All Creatures Great and Small. Shot in the Yorkshire Dales, it went on to become a huge hit, adored by fans of all ages, and regularly attracting 15 million viewers each week. Broadcast from 1978 to 1990, the 7 series featured the virtually unknown Christopher Timothy as Dad, the much esteemed Robert Hardy as Siegfried, the future Doctor Who, Peter Davison as Tristan, and Carol Drinkwater and then Linda Bellingham played Helen. Once again, visitors poured into the Yorkshire Dales and Thirsk, both from the UK and across the world, and that area of North Yorkshire was soon labelled as Herriot country. As various small businesses popped up bearing the Herriot name, it gradually dawned upon us that people were latching on to Dad's success, that his books were drawing people in from far and wide. Dad simply took it in his stride and paid little attention to that kind of thing, although he was amused by one brochure he saw. Come to our hotel, deep in the Yorkshire Dales, home of James Herriot, the world's most famous vet. No pets. While most around Thirsk knew that Alf White was the man behind James Herriot, many of his fans were unaware that Herriot wasn't the author's real name, although his fame had grown to such an extent that a letter sent in the 1970s to James Herriot, Vet, England, still somehow made its way to the practice, albeit with various possible locations scratched out, and a jokey note from our postman reading, "It shouldn't happen to a postman." Awards and honours also began to flood in for Dad, including an OBE in February 1979, followed by an invitation to join Her Majesty the Queen for lunch later in the year, where he learned that the Queen, a renowned animal lover, was a fan of his books and known to laugh out loud when reading them. In 1982, he received the Fellowship of the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, of which he was particularly proud, and in 1984, he won the Yorkshire Salver in recognition of his services to Yorkshire. In 1991, he was also offered the honorary position of life president of Sunderland Football Club. Having been a keen football and club supporter all his life, he regarded this honour as particularly pleasing, but preferred not to sit in the director's box, instead continuing to sit among the crowd in the terraces where he could soak up the atmosphere. Dad continued to work full-time right up to 1980, when he was almost 65 years old. Unlike other best-selling authors, he chose not to move abroad, which meant that the bulk of his earnings went into Her Majesty's coffers in the form of tax. He was never a greedy man, and maintained, "I love living in Yorkshire among my friends and family, and that was that." While he was immensely proud of his literary achievements, he always knew what made him happiest, and was unaltered by the success he achieved, writing in 1980, "In my early days as a young vet with a family, I had either to work round the clock or starve. But it was during those hard days, when I spent every waking hour dashing about the countryside, usually with my children in the car, that happiness seemed to steal up behind me and tap me on the shoulder." The seventh James Herriot book, The Lord God Made Them All, was published in 1981 and went on to become a major bestseller both in the UK and US. That year, Dad decided to put down his pen and focus on his life in North Yorkshire, keen to spend more time with his family, his grandchildren, in whom he always delighted, and the dogs, who were his constant companions throughout his life. 5 years later, he was persuaded to write some new material for the television series of All Creatures Great and Small, which led eventually to the publication of his final book, Every Living Thing, in 1992. The long-awaited return of James Herriot proved to be another hit. Despite his huge success as a writer, Dad was, however, happiest when he was at home in Yorkshire, and considered himself fortunate to have hit upon a profession he loved, always maintaining that he was 99% vet and 1% author. As much as he loved writing and being a published author, he preferred to be treated simply as the local vet, recognizing that many of his clients had little time for books. As he put it, "The farmers round here couldn't care less about my book writing activities. If one of them has a cow with its calf bed hanging out, he doesn't want to see Charles Dickens rolling up." The reality was, however, that many of the local farmers read his books and enjoyed them, and they were quietly proud to have James Herriot as their vet, but they were not the type to gush about his achievements, which suited Dad very well. Whereas American fans were vocal in their adulation, the Yorkshire community around him were more reserved, although they derived pleasure in having a best-selling author in their midst. Throughout the 20 years that Rosie worked as a GP in Thirsk, it was a rare day that anyone referred to her being the daughter of a famous author. As far as the local community was concerned, Alf White and his family were just one of them. Dad always felt fortunate to have met so many interesting people throughout his work, and they in turn enriched his life. His stories are full of the characters he met, the farmers who've long since gone, as well as Donald and Brian Sinclair, who are pivotal to the books. The pair could be frustrating and chaotic, but both were skilled veterinary surgeons, very funny and always good company, and many stories in Dad's books revolved around them. Dad remained good friends with them throughout his life, and both were just as characterful in later years. Growing up with Dad, and working in the same community to which he dedicated his life, means we know well the people and places on which all the classic James Herriot books are based. This book contains some of our favourite stories from the series, many of which we still laugh about, and we still see several of the families and former clients of Dad and Jim as we walk around Thirsk today. Creating this book has rekindled precious memories of the small farms that once dotted the landscape, the wonderful animals, and of a bygone world, all of which Dad brought alive with such skill and tenderness that we wish we'd told him more often just how glorious a writer he was.
Chapter 1. James Herriot.
Farnan guided me to a seat, ordered 2 beers and turned to face me. Well, you can have this job if you want it. £4 a week and full board, okay? The suddenness struck me silent. I was in. And £4 a week. I remembered the pathetic entries in the record. Veterinary surgeon fully experienced will work for keep. The BVMA had had to put pressure on the editor to stop him printing these cries from the heart. It hadn't looked so good to see members of the profession offering their services free. £4 a week was affluence. Thank you, I said, trying hard not to look triumphant. I accept. Good. Farnan took a hasty gulp at his beer. Let me tell you about the practice. I bought it a year ago from an old man of 80. Still practising, mind you, a real tough old character. But he got past getting up in the middle of the night, which isn't surprising. And, of course, in lots of other ways he had let things slide, hanging on to the old ideas. Some of those ancient instruments in the surgery were his. One way or another there was hardly any practice left, and I'm trying to work it up again now. There's very little profit in it so far, but if we stick in for a few years, I'm confident we'll have a good business. The farmers are pleased to see a younger man taking over, and they welcome new treatments and operations. But I'm having to educate them out of the 3 and 6p consulting fee the old chap used to charge, and it's been a hard slog. These Dalesmen are wonderful people, and you'll like them. But they don't like parting with their brass unless you can prove they are getting something in return.
James Herriot is delighted to accept the position of assistant to veterinary surgeon Siegfried Farnan, MRCVS, owner of a practice in the Yorkshire market town of Darrowby. Earlier that day, on a sunny June morning in 1937, the newly qualified vet had made his first trip to the Yorkshire Dales. Arriving at Skeldale House for his interview, Siegfried had shown James around the practice before taking the wheel of his battered Hillman for a whirlwind tour of the local farms. They are now enjoying a drink at a village pub, where Siegfried gives James a quick rundown of the job and the challenges of veterinary work in the Dales. James jumps at the chance of a job, not only because he's taken an instant liking to the erratic but charming Siegfried and to the breathtaking scenery of Yorkshire, but also because he knows he's lucky to be offered a position. As the real James Herriot, James Alfred White, put it, the depression of the 30s was still lying over our profession like a dark blanket, and jobs were desperately scarce. For every vacant appointment advertised in the veterinary record, there were 80 applicants, and for those who did manage to find a post, the remuneration was often pitiful. On top of this, the draft horse, once the mainstay of veterinary work, was rapidly disappearing in the towns and rural areas, so the young vet was entering a challenging world. Later, in It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, James muses on how he came to Yorkshire and what led him to become a veterinary surgeon. He envisaged a very different life to the one he has, his workplace now the fells and dales of Yorkshire, dressed in shirt sleeves and Wellingtons, smelling vaguely of cows.
I could remember the very moment. I was 13, and I was reading an article about careers for boys in the Meccano magazine, and as I read, I felt a surging conviction that this was for me. And yet what was it based upon? Only that I liked dogs and cats, and didn't care much for the idea of an office life. It seemed a frail basis on which to build a career. I knew nothing about agriculture or about farm animals, and though, During the years in college, I learned about these things. I could see only one future for myself. I was going to be a small animal surgeon. This lasted right up to the time I qualified. A kind of vision of treating people's pets in my own animal hospital where everything would be not just modern, but revolutionary. The fully equipped operating theatre, laboratory and x-ray room, they had all stayed crystal clear in my mind until I had graduated MRCVS.
An article in the Meccano magazine had similarly caught the eye of Alf White when he was a pupil at Hillhead High School in Glasgow. He was a keen subscriber of the magazine and often read the What Shall I Be series, which included a feature on veterinary science as a career. That glimmer of interest was then sparked further when the principal of Glasgow Veterinary College, Dr. A.W. Whitehouse, gave a talk at his school and invited any of those interested to visit the college. Alf followed up the invitation, talked further to the principal, and decided there and then that veterinary practice was the profession for him. It was an unusual choice for a 13-year-old boy who had grown up in the city streets of Glasgow and knew nothing about horses or agricultural life. He was born in Sunderland on the 3rd of October 1916, but his family had moved to Glasgow when he was just 3 weeks old, setting up their first home in a ground-floor apartment in the respectable working-class area of Yorkshire. His father, Jim White, worked in the shipyards on the River Clyde, and his mother, Hannah White, née Belle, eventually set up a successful dressmaking business, which would keep the family afloat when Jim was later made redundant. Both were musical. His father an accomplished organist and pianist in local cinemas and theatres, and Hannah a gifted singer. Alf himself would inherit his parents' love for music. While the teenage Alf knew little of country life, he had at the age of 12 acquired an Irish setter puppy named Don, and there had always been cats in the family home. Don, however, was the main object of Alf's affection, and together they would walk for hours in the city streets and parks, as well as in the Kilpatrick Hills and countryside surrounding Glasgow. The bond that existed between Alf and Don sparked a love for animals that Alf carried throughout his life and profession. Alf determined upon getting the necessary grades to enter veterinary college, and he was always a diligent student, excelling particularly in English and Latin, less so in maths, with a great love for sport and music. He enjoyed his time at school, made friends easily, and kept diaries, in which he poked fun at some of his teachers. With an already impish sense of humour and descriptive flair, he once wrote of his Latin master, "Bucky was in a terrible mood today, roaring and bellowing at us like a rogue elephant." He also had a great enthusiasm for a number of pastimes, and loved to read, devouring the classics as well as the works of the great comic writer P.G. Wodehouse. His school career, and indeed his life, almost came to an end when he caught the virulent disease of diphtheria in 1932, causing severe sore throat and headaches, along with painful abscesses all over his body. He recovered and emerged with a new lease of life, determined to embark upon a fitness regime he had read about, involving exercises and cold baths, which he followed religiously for several years. Whenever Alf set upon a new venture or pastime, he always applied himself with determination and enthusiasm, and he liked to keep busy. Despite his illness, he left school on the 29th of June, 1933, with the necessary grades to join Glasgow Veterinary College in September of that year, having obtained 3 higher education leaving certificates in English, Latin, and French. While modern veterinary students are expected to have a solid grounding in the sciences, the requirements for students in the 1930s were not so stringent. When Alf first visited Glasgow Veterinary College as a schoolboy, he remembered Dr. Whitehouse telling him that as a veterinary surgeon he would never grow rich, but have a life of endless interest and variety. These words proved to be more true than Alf could ever have imagined, and capture the spirit of the James Herriot books. The diverse nature of his work is certainly borne out across the series, most notably in If Only They Could Talk, when James attends to the birth of piglets in a cold farmyard byre. Just hours before, he had attended a glittering party of another client, Mrs. Pumphrey, owner of spoilt Pekingese Tricky Woo, where, dressed in black tie, he drank champagne and danced the night away. As he gets into bed that night, the music of the ballroom still in his head, the phone rings, and it's Atkinson of Beck Cottage. "I have a sow here what can't get pigged. She's been on all night. Will you come?"
Let's have it then. I trained the feeble beam on my patient. Just a young pig, isn't she? Aye, no bit of guilt. First litter. The pig strained again, shuddered, and lay still. Something stuck there, I reckon, I said. Will you bring me a bucket of hot water? Some soap and a towel, please. Haven't got no hot water. Fire's out. OK, bring me whatever you got. The farmer clattered away down the byre, taking the light with him, and, with the darkness, the music came back again. It was a Strauss waltz, and I was dancing with Lady Frenswick. She was young and very fair, and she laughed as I swung her round. I could see her white shoulders, and the diamonds winking at her throat, and the wheeling mirrors. Mr. Atkinson came shuffling back and dumped a bucket of water on the floor. I dipped a finger in the water. It was ice cold, and the bucket had seen many hard years. I would have to watch my arms on that jagged rim. Quickly, stripping off my jacket and shirt, I sucked in my breath as a villainous draught blew through a crack onto my back. "Soap, please," I said, through clenched teeth. "In bucket." I plunged my arm into the water, shivered, and felt my way round till I found a roundish object, about the size of a golf ball. I pulled it out and examined it. It was hard and smooth, and speckled like a pebble from the seashore, and, optimistically, I began to rub it between my hands and up my arms, waiting for the lather to form. But the soap was impervious. It yielded nothing. I discarded the idea of asking for another piece, in case this would be construed as another complaint. Instead, I borrowed the light and tracked down the byre into the yard, the mud sucking at my Wellingtons, goose pimples rearing on my chest. I searched around in the car boot, listening to my teeth chattering, till I came on a jar of antiseptic lubricating cream. Back in the pen, I smeared the cream on my arm, knelt behind the pig, and gently inserted my hand into the vagina. I moved my hand forward, and as wrist and elbow disappeared inside the pig, I was forced to roll over on my side. The stones were cold and wet, but I forgot my discomfort when my fingers touched something. It was a tiny tail, almost a transverse presentation, a biggish piglet stuck like a cork in a bottle. Using one finger, I worked the hind legs back until I was able to grasp them and draw the piglet out. "This is the one that's been causing the trouble. He's dead, I'm afraid. Been squashed in there too long. But there could be some live ones still inside. I'll have another feel." I greased my arm and got down again. Just inside the osuteri, almost at arm's length, I found another piglet, and I was feeling at the face when a set of miniature but very sharp teeth sank into my finger. I yelped and looked up at the farmer from my stony bed. "This one's alive, anyway. I'll soon have him out." But the piglet had other ideas. He showed no desire to leave his warm haven, and every time I got hold of his slippery little foot between my fingers, he jerked it away. After a minute or two of this game, I felt a cramping in my arm. I relaxed and lay back, my head resting on the cobbles, my arm still inside the pig. I closed my eyes, and immediately I was back in the ballroom, in the warmth and the brilliant light. I was holding out my immense glass while Francois poured from the magnum. Then I was dancing, close to the orchestra this time, and the leader, beating time with one hand, turned round and smiled into my face. Smiled and bowed as though he had been looking for me all his life. I smiled back, but the band leader's face dissolved, and there was only Mr. Atkinson looking down at me, expressionlessly, his unshaven jaw and shaggy eyebrows thrown into sinister relief by the light striking up from the bicycle lamp. I shook myself and raised my cheek from the floor. This wouldn't do. falling asleep on the job. Either I was very tired, or there was still some champagne in me. I reached again and grasped the foot firmly between 2 fingers, and this time, despite his struggles, the piglet was hauled out into the world. Once arrived, he seemed to accept the situation, and tottered round philosophically to his mother's udder. "She's not helping at all," I said. "Been on so long that she's exhausted. I'm going to give her an injection." Another numbing expedition through the mud to the car. A shot of pituitrin into the gilt's thigh, and within minutes the action began, with powerful contractions of the uterus. There was no obstruction now, and soon a wriggling pink piglet was deposited in the straw. Then quite quickly another, and another. "Coming off the assembly line now, all right," I said. Mr. Atkinson grunted. 8 piglets had been born, and the light from the lamp had almost given out when a dark mass of afterbirth welled from the gilt's vulva. I rubbed my cold arms. "Well, I should say that's a lot now." I felt suddenly chilled. I couldn't say how long I had been standing there, looking at the wonder that never grew stale. The little pigs struggling on to their legs, and making their way unguided to the long double row of teats. The mother, with her first family, easing herself over to expose as much as possible of her udder to the hungry mouths. Better get dressed quickly. I had another try at the marble-like soap, but it defeated me as easily as the first time. I wondered how long it had been in the family. Down my right side, my cheek and my ribs were caked with dirt and mucus. I did my best to scrape some off with my fingernails. Then I swilled myself down with the cold water from the bucket. "Have you a towel there?" I gasped. Mr. Atkinson wordlessly handed me a sack. Its edges were stiff with old manure, and it smelled musty from the meal it had long since contained. I took it and began to rub my chest, and as the sour grains of the meal powdered my skin, the last bubbles of champagne left me, drifted up through the gaps in the tiles, and burst sadly in the darkness beyond. I dragged my shirt over my gritty back, feeling a sense of coming back to my own world. I buttoned my coat, picked up the syringe and the bottle of pituitrin, and climbed out of the pen. I had a last look before I left. The bicycle lamp was shedding its final faint glow, and I had to lean over the gate to see the row of little pigs sucking busily, utterly absorbed. The gilt carefully shifted her position and grunted. It was a grunt of deep content. Yes, I was back, and it was all right. I drove through the mud and up the hill where I had to get out to open a gate, and the wind, with the cold, clean smell of the frosty grass in it, caught my face. I stood for a while, looking across the dark fields, thinking of the night which was ending now. My mind went back to my school days, and an old gentleman talking to the class about careers. He had said, "If you decide to become a veterinary surgeon, you will never grow rich, but you will have a life of endless interest and variety." I laughed aloud in the darkness. As I got into the car, I was still chuckling. That old chap certainly wasn't kidding. Variety. That was it. Variety.
On entering Glasgow Veterinary College, Alf had envisaged a career of looking after small animals, principally dogs. It soon became clear, however, that the college had other ideas.
And I knew exactly what kind of a dog doctor I would be. During the summer holidays, between leaving school and going to the college, I carried a vision with me. I could see myself quite clearly, standing masked and gowned in a gleaming operating theatre. I was surrounded by nurses, and on the table lay a dog which I was restoring to health by brilliant surgery. Or sometimes I was in a white coat under the spotless walls of a consulting room, ministering to a series of dogs, large, small, tail-wagging, woe-begone, but all enchanting and all in need of my services. It was a heavenly prospect. However, when I rolled up to the college with the new students to start the autumn term, I found that the authorities had no intention of encouraging me in my ambition. They had other plans for me. They were going to make me into a horse doctor. Veterinary education had stood still, despite the fundamental changes which were taking place, and all our studies were geared to the horse. The order of priorities, as set out, was quite clear. Horse, ox, sheep, pig, dog. It was a little jingle, repeated over and over and pumped into us as we read our textbooks. Susan's great tome, The Anatomy of the Domestic Animals, provided exhaustive descriptions of the bones, muscles, digestive system, etc., of the horse, then perhaps about a fifth of the space to the ox, and so on down sheep, pig, to the poor dog pushed in at the end.
Glasgow Veterinary College was run on a shoestring when Alf was there, the government having withdrawn its financial support after it was decreed that Scotland only needed one veterinary college. Much of the tuition was undertaken by retired practitioners and centred on the horse-focused curriculum of a bygone age. But the students saw a lot of practice, and in their final year they spent most of their days with local vets out in the real world. As a result, Alf gained some valuable practical experience working for the eminent Donald Campbell, who had a practice just south of Glasgow in Rutherglen, and Bill Weepers, later Sir William Weepers, who ran a small animal surgery in the West End of Glasgow, where Alf could indulge his passion for dogs and cats. In his final 2 years, during the vacations, Alf also worked further afield, in Dumfries in southwest Scotland at the veterinary practice of Tom Fleming, where he treated large farm animals. He also saw practice in Sunderland with J.J. McDowell, and stayed with family who still lived in the city of his birth. Following an operation for an anal fistula, a condition that would trouble him for some years, he sat his final exams in July and then December 1939 and qualified as a fully fledged MRCVS, member of the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons. In the books, James heads straight to Yorkshire after graduation, whereas Alf went back to the practice of J.J. McDowell in Sunderland. Although he was there only 6 months, it was an eventful period, during which he worked hard day and night for very little money and often ran surgeries alone. He saw a variety of animals, including dogs, cats and farm animals, and helped at the South Shields Racing Stadium, where McDowell was veterinary surgeon in attendance. Alf drove a tiny and unreliable Ford car, a precursor to the rusty little Austin he would later drive in the Dales. He also picked up some invaluable tips from McDowell, known to him as Mac. Having been surprised not to receive any thanks after he'd just produced 2 calves from a farmer's cow in 15 minutes, he was told by Mac never to make a job look too easy. Remember this, Fred. It's not what you do, it's the way that you do it. Advice that Alf would later drum into his own assistants in later years. It was a dictum that both Alf and Donald, and their fictional alter egos, James and Siegfried, would follow, always mindful that when treating animals, you invariably have their owners looking on. How you behave around them is critical to your success in the profession. Donald, in fact, had a set of golden rules he always expounded, which included: be courteous and respectful to farmers. Give everything a name and never admit you don't know what's wrong. And never leave a farm without injecting something. Even if it's a shot of vitamins, just do something. While working with McDowell, Alf also learnt a great deal about the various types of people he would come across in practice, both the clients and his fellow veterinary colleagues. He liked his boss Mac, and they became very good friends, but the elder vet had an explosive temper and a liking for alcohol, not an uncommon trait among veterinary surgeons in those days. Angus Greer, a character who appears in the first 2 James Herriot books, shares some of the foibles of McDowell, although Greer is a far more disagreeable man. If anything, Greer is more of a composite character, formed out of the horror stories Alf would occasionally hear from student friends who were treated as the lowest form of life when working as assistants in practice. In If Only They Could Talk, Siegfried advises James to take aboard a terrier in need of an operation to Angus Greer, who had previously treated the dog. An ill-tempered Aberdonian vet, Greer is based in Broughton, the fictional name used for the Yorkshire spa town of Harrogate.
As I came into the operating room, I saw that Siegfried had a patient on the table. He was thoughtfully stroking the head of an elderly and rather woebegone border terrier. "James," he said, "I want you to take this little dog through to Greer." "Greer?" "Vet at Broughton. He was treating the case before the owner moved to our district. I've seen it a couple of times. Stones in the bladder. It needs an immediate operation, and I think I'd better let Greer do it. He's a touchy devil, and I don't want to stand on his toes." "Oh, I think I've heard of him," I said. "Probably you have. A cantankerous Aberdonian. Since he practices in a fashionable town, he gets quite a few students and he gives them hell. That sort of thing gets around." He lifted the terrier from the table and handed him to me. "The sooner you get through there, the better. You can see the op and bring the dog back here afterwards. But watch yourself. Don't rub Greer the wrong way, or he'll take it out on you somehow." At my first sight of Angus Greer, I thought immediately of whisky. He was about 50, and something had to be responsible for the fleshy, mottled cheeks, the swimmy eyes, and the pattern of purple veins which chased each other over his prominent nose. He wore a permanently insulted expression. He didn't waste any charm on me. A nod and a grunt, and he grabbed the dog from my arms. Then he stabbed a finger at a slight, fairish youth in a white coat. "That's Clinton, final year student. Do you no think there's some pansy-looking buggers coming into this profession?"
Greer proceeds to operate on the dog, while niggling constantly at his student. Afterwards, Greer suggests James join him on a visit while they wait for the dog to wake from his anaesthetic. In the car, Angus launches into a long monologue cataloguing the many wrongs he's suffered at the hands of wicked clients and predatory colleagues. He then inflicts on poor James the very humiliation he's been railing against.
We drew up in a particularly dirty farmyard, and Greer turned to me. "I've got a cow to cleanse here." "Right," I said. "Fine." I settled down in my seat and took out my pipe. Greer paused, halfway out of the car. "Are you no coming to give me a hand?" I couldn't understand him. Cleansing of cows is simply the removal of retained afterbirth, and is a one-man job. "Well, there isn't much I can do, is there?" I said. "And my Wellingtons and coat are back in my car. I didn't realise it was a farm visit. I'd probably get messed up for nothing." I knew immediately that I'd said the wrong thing. The toad's skin jowls flushed darker, and he gave me a malevolent glance before turning away. But halfway across the yard he stopped and stood for a few moments in thought, before coming back to the car. "I've just remembered. I've got something here you can put on. You might as well come in with me. You'll be able to pass me a pessary when I want one." It sounded nutty to me, but I got out of the car and went round to the back. Greer was fishing out a large wooden box from his boot. "Here, you can put this on. It's a calving outfit I got a bit ago. I haven't used it much because I found it might heavy, but it'll keep you grand and clean." I looked in the box and saw a suit of thick, black, shining rubber. I lifted out the jacket. It bristled with zip fasteners and press studs and felt as heavy as lead. The trousers were even more weighty, with many clips and fasteners. The whole thing was a most imposing creation, obviously designed by somebody who had never seen a cow calved and having the disadvantage that anybody wearing it would be pretty well immobilized. I studied Greer's face for a moment, but the watery eyes told me nothing. I began to take off my jacket. It was crazy, but I didn't want to offend the man. And, in truth, Greer seemed anxious to get me into the suit because he was holding it up in a helpful manner. It was a two-man operation. First, the gleaming trousers were pulled on and zipped up fore and aft. Then it was the turn of the jacket, a wonderful piece of work, fitting tightly around the waist and possessing short sleeves about 6 inches long, with powerful elastic gripping my biceps. Before I could get it on, I had to roll my shirt sleeves to the shoulder. Then Greer, heaving and straining, worked me into it. I could hear the zips squeaking into place, the final one being at the back of my neck to close a high, stiff collar, which held my head in an attitude of supplication, my chin pointing to the sky. Greer's heart really seemed to be in his work, and for the final touch he produced a black rubber skullcap. I shrank away from the thing and began to mouth such objections as the collar would allow, but Greer insisted. "Stand still a wee minute longer. We might as well do the job right." When he had finished, he stood back, admiringly. I must have been a grotesque sight, sheathed from head to foot in gleaming black, my arms, bare to the shoulders, sticking out almost at right angles. Greer appeared well satisfied. "Well, come on. It's time to get on with the job." He turned and hurried towards the byre. I plodded ponderously after him, like an automaton. Our arrival in the byre caused a sensation. There were present the farmer, 2 cowmen and a little girl. The men's cheerful greeting froze on their lips as the menacing figure paced slowly, deliberately in. The little girl burst into tears and ran outside. Cleansing is a dirty, smelly job for the operator, and a bore for the onlooker who may have to stand around for 20 minutes without being able to see anything. But this was one time the spectators were not bored. Greer was working away inside the cow and mumbling about the weather, but the men weren't listening. They never took their eyes away from me as I stood, rigid, like a suit of armour against the wall. They studied each part of the outfit in turn, wonderingly. I knew what they were thinking. Just what was going to happen when this formidable unknown finally went into action. Anybody dressed like that must have some tremendous task ahead of him. The intense pressure of the collar against my larynx kept me entirely out of any conversation, and this must have added to the air of mystery. I began to sweat inside the suit. The little girl had plucked up courage and brought her brothers and sisters to look at me. I could see the row of little heads peeping round the door, and, screwing my head round painfully, I tried to give them a reassuring smile. But the heads disappeared, and I heard their feet clattering across the yard. I couldn't say how long I stood there, but Greer at last finished his job and called out, "All right, I'm ready for you now." The atmosphere became suddenly electric. The men straightened up and stared at me with slightly open mouths. This was the moment they had been waiting for. I pushed myself away from the wall and did a right turn with some difficulty before heading for the tin of pessaries. It was only a few yards away, but it seemed a long way as I approached it like a robot, head in the air, arms extended stiffly on either side. When I arrived at the tin, I met a fresh difficulty. I could not bend. After a few contortions, I got my hand into the tin, then had to take the paper off the pessary with one hand, a new purgatory. The men watched in fascinated silence. Having removed the paper, I did a careful about-turn and paced back along the byre with measured tread. When I came level with the cow, I extended my arm stiffly to Greer, who took the pessary and inserted it into the uterus. I then took up my old position against the wall, while my colleague cleaned himself down. I glanced down my nose at the men. Their expressions had changed to open disbelief. Surely the mystery man's assignment was tougher than that. He couldn't be wearing that outfit just to hand over a pessary. But when Greer started the complicated business of snapping open the studs and sliding the zips, they realised the show was over. And fast on the feeling of let down came amusement. As I tried to rub some life back into my swollen arms, which had been strangulated by the elastic sleeves, I was surrounded by grinning faces. They could hardly wait, I imagined, to get round to the local that night to tell the tale. Pulling together the shreds of my dignity, I put on my jacket and got into the car. Greer stayed to say a few words to the men, but he wasn't holding their attention. It was all on me, huddling in the seat. They couldn't believe I was true. Back at the surgery, the border terrier was coming out of the anaesthetic. He raised his head and tried bravely to wag his tail when he saw me. I wrapped him in a blanket, gathered him up, and was preparing to leave when I saw Greer through the partly open door of a small storeroom. He had the wooden box on a table, and he was lifting out the rubber suit. But there was something peculiar about the way he was doing it. The man seemed to be afflicted by a kind of rigour. His body shook and jerked. The mottled face was strangely contorted, and a half-stifled wailing issued from his lips. I stared in amazement. I would have said it was impossible, yet it was happening right in front of me. There was not a shadow of a doubt about it. Angus Greer was laughing.
While working in Sunderland, Alf continued to scour the veterinary record for advertised job vacancies. Sunderland had been hit badly by the Depression, and the long-term prospects of the job were not guaranteed, nor did Alf relish the prospect of working alongside Mac on a permanent basis. Of the few advertisements he saw, one was based in Thirsk, the job described as mainly agricultural work in a Yorkshire market town. He wrote for an interview, received a reply, and set off for Thirsk on that fateful morning in June 1940. In the books, James arrives at the Yorkshire practice in 1937, whereas in reality, Alf made his way to Thirsk 3 years later, when the country was in the grip of the Second World War. The owner of the practice, Donald Sinclair, on whom Siegfried Farnham was based, was joining the RAF and in need of someone to look after the practice in his absence. Just a few days after Alf accepted the job, Donald left for the RAF, as did the practice assistant Eric Parker 4 weeks later. As a result, Alf was left to run the practice single-handedly in an area he knew little about. Long days were spent visiting farms, where he would treat animals with an array of concoctions, universal cattle medicine being the most favoured, in the days when modern drugs had yet to transform veterinary practice. The work itself was tough, as was navigating around the peculiar ways of Dales farmers and the impenetrable Yorkshire dialect. Alf's dreams of becoming a small animal vet in a city practice soon melted away, as he described in James Herriot's dog stories.
I spent my time in shirt sleeves and Wellingtons, trudging through mud and muck, wrestling with huge beasts, being kicked, knocked down and trodden on. As a city boy, thrown headlong into the kind of remote rural community I had only read about in books, I was like a poor swimmer trying to keep afloat in the deep end. I was acutely aware that I had no agricultural background and that I had to establish myself among farmers who had spent a lifetime with livestock and often had a jaundiced attitude to what they called book learning. Life was very full.
Alf grew to love his work and the community in which he worked, many of whom led tough lives but were honest, plain-speaking, and often generous with their hospitality. Money, however, was in short supply, and the practice finances were on something of a knife edge when Alf joined. To supplement their income, he undertook tuberculin testing for the Ministry of Agriculture. The 1930s saw the development of a test for the bacterial disease, bovine tuberculosis, TB, which is dangerous to cattle and to people who drink infected milk. The goal was to eradicate TB entirely, and the work, which paid as much as £20 to £30 a day, meant Alf and Donald could afford to employ assistants. As he rattled about in his little Austin 7 and a variety of aged cars, Alf grew to love the hills and moorlands of North Yorkshire, and after a hard day's work, he and his fellow bachelors, Donald and Brian, would share a pint or two in the local pub or attend the odd village dance. He soon met his future wife, Joan Danbury, immortalised in the books as Helen, the two marrying at St Mary's Church in Thirsk on the 5th of November 1941. At around the time he met Joan, Alf had signed up to join the RAF, keen to do his bit against the onslaught of Nazi Germany, which in March 1941 had bombed his home city of Glasgow, badly damaging his parents' home near the River Clyde in the process. He wasn't called up until the following year, and by the time he left for training on the 16th of November 1942, Joan was pregnant with their first child. The day Alf left was an incredibly sad one for the couple, and the next few months would prove challenging for the young vet. Alf was sent first to Regent's Park in London, where he was examined and inoculated and drilled ready for assignment to a training wing. The medical examinations at Regent's Park involved dentist checkups, where Alf had a tooth pulled out, an unfortunate experience that he related in Vets Might Fly. While he yearned to be back with Joan in Thirsk, he was nonetheless determined to do well in the RAF, and the extract demonstrates how Alf utilised every life experience, however awkward or painful, as entertaining content for his books. In Vets Might Fly, James explains how his fear of dentists dates back to being trapped in a dental chair as a child. The great bulk of Hector MacDarach, a caber-tossing Highlands Games competitor, looming over him with a terrifying drilling machine. Nowadays he prefers much smaller, frailer-looking types, such as his Darrowby dentist, Mr. Grover, so that, if it came to a stand-up fight, I'd have a good chance of victory and escape. As a consequence, the unknown RAF dentist, nicknamed the Butcher, fills James with utter dread, and for very good reason.
I still don't enjoy going to the dentist, but I have to admit that the modern men are wonderful. I hardly see mine when I go. Just a brief glimpse of a white coat, then all is done from behind. Fingers come round, things go in and out of my mouth, but even when I venture to open my eyes, I see nothing. Hector MacDarach, on the other hand, seemed to take a pleasure in showing off his grisly implements, filling the long needled syringe right in front of my eyes, and squirting the cocaine sealing words a few times before he started on me. And worse, before an extraction he used to clank about in a tin box, producing a series of hideous forceps and examining them, whistling softly till he found the right one. So with all this in mind, as I sat in a long queue of airmen for the preliminary examination, I was thankful that I had been to Mr. Grover for a complete check-up. A dentist stood by a chair at the end of the long room, and he examined the young men in blue one by one before calling out his findings to an orderly at a desk. I derived considerable entertainment from watching the expressions on the lads' faces when the call went out. 3 fillings, 2 extractions, 8 fillings. Most of them looked stunned, some thunderstruck, others almost tearful. Now and again one would try to expostulate with the man in white, but it was no good. Nobody was listening. At times I could have laughed out loud. Mind you, I felt a bit mean at being amused, but after all they had only themselves to blame. If only they had shown my foresight, they would have had nothing to worry about. When my name was called, I strolled across, humming a little tune, and dropped nonchalantly into the chair. It didn't take the man long. He poked his way swiftly along my teeth, then rapped out, 5 fillings and 1 extraction. I sat bolt upright and stared at him in amazement.
James tries to argue otherwise, but is promptly told to report back the following morning for the extraction. He awaits the appointment with growing apprehension, desperately trying to comfort himself with the assurance that the procedure wouldn't hurt.
I was nurturing this comforting thought when I turned into a large assembly room with numbered doors leading from it. About 30 airmen sat around wearing a variety of expressions, from sickly smiles to tough bravado. A chilling smell of antiseptic hung on the air. I chose a chair and settled down to wait. I had been in the armed forces long enough to know that you waited a long time for everything, and I saw no reason why a dental appointment should be any different. As I sat down, the man on my left gave me a brief nod. He was fat. A greasy black hair fell over his pimpled brow. Though engrossed in picking his teeth with a match, he gave me a long appraising stare before addressing me in rich Cockney. "What room you going in, mate?" I looked at my card. "Room 4. "Blimey, mate, you've had it." He removed his matchstick and grinned wolfishly. "Had it? What do you mean?" "Well, haven't you heard? That's the butcher in there." The butcher?" I quavered. "Yeah, that's what they call the dental officer in there." He gave an expansive smile. "He's a right killer, that bloke, I'll tell you." I swallowed. "Butcher? Killer? Oh, come on. They'll all be the same, I'm sure." "Don't you believe it, mate. There's good and there's bad, and that bloke's pure murder. It shouldn't be allowed." "How do you know, anyway?" He waved an airy hand. "Oh, I've been here a few times, and I've heard some bleeding awful screams coming out of that room. Spoken to some of the chaps afterwards, too. They all call him the Butcher." I rubbed my hands on the rough blue of my trousers. "Oh, you hear these tales? I'm sure they're exaggerated." "Well, you'll find out, mate." He resumed his toothpicking. "But don't say I didn't tell you."
James waits for almost an hour, his heart thumping as he watches other men leaving room 4 looking shattered, one person reeling as he holds his mouth with both hands. He eventually gets called in to meet the Butcher, who is described as about 6'2", with rugby-forward shoulders bulging beneath his white coat. After a hearty laugh, he motions James to the chair, fills a syringe, and after a few playful spurts in the air, he puts the needle in. A minute or two later, he then seizes some forceps and starts to grapple with the tooth, until a large crack indicates that the tooth has broken off, leaving the root still in James's gum.
He must have been gouging for half an hour when an idea seemed to strike him. Pushing all the forceps to one side, he almost ran from the room and reappeared shortly with a tray on which reposed a long chisel and a metal mallet. At a sign from him, the wife wound the chair back till I was completely horizontal. Seemingly familiar with the routine, she cradled my head in her arms in a practiced manner and stood waiting. This couldn't be true, I thought, as the man inserted the chisel into my mouth and poised the mallet. But all doubts were erased as the metal rod thudded against the remnants of my tooth, and my head in turn shot back into the little waif's bosom. And that was how it went on. I lost count of time as the butcher banged away and the girl hung on grimly to my jerking skull. The thought uppermost in my mind was that I had always wondered how young horses felt when I knocked wolf teeth out of them. Now I knew. When it finally stopped, I opened my eyes, and though by this time I was prepared for anything, I still felt slightly surprised to see the butcher threading a needle with a length of suture silk. He was sweating and looking just a little desperate as he bent over me yet again. "Just a couple of stitches," he muttered hoarsely, and I closed my eyes again. When I left the chair, I felt very strange indeed. The assault to my cranium had made me dizzy, and the sensation of the long ends of the stitches tickling my tongue was distinctly odd. I'm sure that when I came out of the room I was staggering, and instinctively I pawed at my mouth.
Minus a tooth, Alf was then posted from Regent's Park to Scarborough on the Yorkshire coast for initial training, arriving there on the 19th of December, 1942. The endless marching and drill meant he soon lost the extra few pounds he'd put on during his first year of marriage. Happy to be back in Yorkshire, he enjoyed his time in Scarborough, where he was billeted in the Grand Hotel and easily passed his exams ready for flight training. While in Scarborough, he also went absent without leave several times to visit Joan. An act of rebellion wholly out of character for a man who was very much a rule follower. Alf's visit on the 13th of February 1943, on the day his son Jim was born, was his third unsanctioned trip away. On the 20th of May that year, Alf was sent to Winkfield Aerodrome near Windsor, where he excelled in flight training and was one of only 4 men out of 50 to fly solo in a Tiger Moth, the RAF training aircraft, after just 2 weeks. He was then posted to Salford, Manchester, where he suffered considerable discomfort from an anal fistula again, which required 2 operations at an RAF hospital in Hereford, which left him in considerable pain and, in the eyes of the RAF, an invalid. Knowing that his career with the Air Force was at an end, he was sent to Heaton Park in Manchester, where he was assigned to stores, and he eventually left the RAF on the 10th of November 1943. Some of the stories of his time in the RAF were retold in the James Herriot books, many of them humorous, but in reality it was a difficult period for Alf, and he yearned to return to his growing family and to the job he loved. In The Lord God Made Them All, James has returned to the Dales after a year with the RAF. He is pleased to be back at work, but there is no gentle easing in for the young vet. The practice is busier than ever, and he is soon bumping along the winding country lanes and farm tracks to a never-ending list of patients.
When the gate fell on top of me, I knew I was really back home. My mind drifted effortlessly over my spell in the RAF to the last time I had visited the Ripleys. It was to nip some calves, as Mr. Ripley said over the phone, or more correctly, to emasculate them by means of the Burdizzo bloodless castrator. And when the message came in, I realised that a large part of my morning had gone. It was always something of a safari to visit Aston Hall, because the old house lay at the end of a rigid and rutted track which twisted across the fields through no fewer than 7 gates. Gates are one of the curses of a country vet's life, and in the Yorkshire Dales, before the coming of cattle grids, we suffered more than most. We were resigned to opening 2 or 3 on many of the farms, but 7 was a bit much. And at the Ripleys, it wasn't just the number, but the character. The first one, which led off the narrow road, was reasonably normal, an ancient thing of rusty iron, and as I unlatched it, it did at least swing round, groaning on its hinges. It was the only one which swung. The others were of wood, and of the type known in the Dales as shoulder gates. I could see how they got their name as I hoisted each one up, balanced the top spar on my shoulder, and dragged it round. These had no hinges, but were tied at one end with binder twine, top and bottom. Even with an ordinary gate, there is a fair amount of work involved. You have to stop the car, get out, open the gate, drive through, stop the car again, dismount, and close the thing behind you. But the road to Anson Hall was hard labour. The gates deteriorated progressively as I approached the farm, and I was puffing with my efforts as I bumped and rattled my way up to number 7. This was the last and the most formidable, a malignant entity with a personality of its own. Over decades, it had been patched and repaired with so many old timbers that probably none of the original structure remained. But it was dangerous. I got out of the car and advanced a few steps. We were old foes, this gate and I, and we faced each other for some moments in silence. We had fought several brisk rounds in the past, and there was no doubt the gate was ahead on points. The difficulty was that, apart from its wobbly, loosely nailed eccentricity, it had only one string hinge halfway down. This enabled it to pivot on its frail axis with deadly effect. With the utmost care, I approached the right-hand side and began to unfasten the binder twine. The string, I noticed bitterly, was, like all the others, neatly tied in a bow, and as it fell clear, I grabbed hastily at the top spar. But I was too late. Like a live thing, the bottom rail swung in and rapped me cruelly on the shins, and as I tried to correct the balance, the top bashed my chest. It was the same as all the other times. As I hauled it round an inch at a time, the gate buffeted me high and low. I was no match for it. Another thing which didn't help was that I could see Mr. Ripley watching me benevolently from the farmhouse doorway. While I wrestled the gate open, contented puffs rose from the farmer's pipe, and he did not stir from his position until I had hobbled over the last stretch of grass and stood before him. "Now then, Mr. Herriot, you've come to nip me a few calves." A smile of unaffected friendship creased the stubbled cheeks. Mr. Ripley shaved once a week, on market day, considering, with some logic, that since only his wife and his cattle saw him on the other 6 days, there was no point in scraping away at his face every morning with a razor. I bent and massaged my bruised ankles. "Mr. Ripley, that gate, it's a menace. Do you remember that last time I was here you promised me faithfully you'd have it mended? In fact, you said you'd get a new one. It's about time, isn't it?"
While work resumes at a busy pace for James, not everything is as it was before. The small farmers, the bread and butter of the Darrowby practice, are soon to be a disappearing breed, and a simple injection now has more of an effect than many of the age-old remedies they once poured down the throats of animals.
There were signs, too, that the small farmer was on the way out. These men, some with only 6 cows, a few pigs and poultry, still made up most of our practice and were the truly rich characters, but they were beginning to wonder if they could make a living on this scale, and 1 or 2 had sold out to the bigger men. In our practice now, in the 80s, there are virtually no small farmers left. I can think of only a handful. Old men doggedly doing the things they have always done for the sole reason that they have always done it. They are the last remnants of the men I cherished, living by the ancient values, speaking the old Yorkshire dialect which television and radio have almost extinguished. I took a last long breath and got into my car. The uncomfortable feeling of change was still with me, but I looked through the window at the great fells thrusting their bald summits into the clouds, tier upon tier of them, timeless, indestructible, towering over the glories beneath, and I felt better immediately. The Dales had not changed at all.
A daughter, Rosie, arrived on the 9th of May, 1947, and the years Alf spent with his young children were some of the happiest in his life. Despite his heavy workload, 7 days a week, he always made time for Jim and Rosie, taking them on his rounds or on trips to the hills around Thirsk. The family enjoyed the occasional holiday in the coastal town of Llandudno in North Wales, as well as Runswick Bay and Robin Hood's Bay on the Yorkshire coast. Alf also played the piano and violin and took great pleasure in music. In 1949, he saved up and bought himself a radiogram so that he could listen to his favourite classical composers, from Mozart to Brahms, delighting also in the tenor Beniamino Gigli and jazz musician Duke Ellington, among many others. As a small child, Rosie also loved to listen to music on the radiogram and to sing nursery rhymes or Bing Crosby tunes to her father as they drove around the farms on his rounds. Rosie and Jim inherited their father's love of classical music, but Alf wasn't so keen on some of the emerging rock and roll they played, describing their Elvis or Beatle records as like the fiends of hell beating at the door. Alf was a passionate cricket fan and a lifelong football supporter, following Sunderland and Middlesbrough, attending matches whenever he could. The two sports were often the topic of conversation with his clients. By 1949, he was in full partnership with Donald Sinclair, who by now was married and living with his wife in a country house nearby. Unusually, Alf was offered a salaried partnership with Donald when he first joined the practice, receiving 5/8 of the profits while Donald was away in the RAF, and then a salary of 4 guineas a week on his return, along with a share in the profits from tuberculin testing. From 1946 onwards, Donald agreed to Alf having an equal share of the profits, and then in 1949, a full partnership, which resulted in Alf earning more than Donald, largely because he continued to work full-time, whereas Donald put in fewer hours. Alf and the family continued to live at 23 Kirkgate until 1953, when he bought a plot of land on Topcliffe Road, then on the periphery of Thirsk, on which he built a new house where the family of 4 lived for the next 25 years. Alf and Donald, however, continued to run the practice in Thirsk for more than 30 years. While the 1950s was a happy decade for Alf, the first 2 years of the 1960s marked a difficult period for him. In April 1960, his father died suddenly from a heart attack, the shock of which caused Alf's emotions to spiral into severe depression. He had had a close relationship with his father, and it was some regret to him that his father never witnessed his later literary success. But there were other traits that perhaps made him susceptible to a nervous breakdown. He was a worrier, but tended to bottle up his concerns in the pretense that all was well. He fretted about the education of his children, the future of the Thirsk practice on which his finances depended entirely, and any issues that cropped up with his assistants. He had always felt a sense of responsibility towards his parents and had a close but uneasy relationship with his mother. In the summer of 1960, when he seemed to be suffering the most, his mind haunted by paranoid thoughts and occasional memory lapses, he was advised to have electroconvulsive therapy. As we'll see in Chapter 10, it has also been suggested that the strange symptoms he had previously suffered as a result of close contact with disease-infected cattle, as related in every living thing, may have contributed to his nervous breakdown. Alf battled on, always choosing to hide any inner demons, and continued to work full-time, which was probably the best therapy for him, as a busy schedule occupied his mind, and the landscape of Yorkshire always soothed him. Throughout it all, he was always a caring father and son, continued to write to his mother weekly, and took pleasure from gardening and playing tennis with his wife. In June 1961, Alf and Joan went to Mallorca, on their very first trip abroad, on the insistence of Alf's old college friend Eddie Strayton, who offered him his holiday home and to cover his work at the practice. The trip aided Alf's recovery, as did a walking holiday later that summer, roaming the fells and valleys of the Dales and staying in youth hostels with his 2 children and a friend of Rosie's. As he started to feel better, Alf was determined to live life to the full, and this included seeing more of the world, visiting Russia and Turkey in 1961 and 1962 as an official Ministry of Agriculture veterinarian, a position that, as related in his books, former assistant John Crooks facilitated. Alf was a qualified vet, with experience working as a veterinary tuberculin inspector, so he had the relevant qualifications for the job. He included some of his diary entries from that time in The Lord God Made Them All, first explaining why he had made the decision to go to Russia, despite the less than enthusiastic response from some of his clients.
I should like to jump forward in time to 1961 in order to interpolate some extracts from the journal I kept of my Russian adventure. John was behind it. Although he no longer worked for us, he came back often as a friend, and had been describing some of his experiences in exporting animals from Hull. He often sailed with these animals as veterinary attendant, but it was the Russian thing which caught my imagination. "That must have been very interesting," I said. John smiled. "Oh yes, fascinating. I've been out there several times now, and it's the real Russia, with the lid off. Not a tour of the show places they want you to see. You get a glimpse of the country through the eyes of a seaman, and you meet the ordinary Russians, the commercial people, the workers. Sounds great. And you get paid for it too," John went on. "That makes it even better." I sighed. "You're a lucky beggar. And these jobs come up pretty regularly?" "Yes, they do." He looked at me closely, and I suppose my expression must have been wistful. "Would you like to have a go sometime?" "Do you mean it?" "Of course," he said. "Just say the word and you can sail on the next one. That'll be sometime around the end of October." I thumped my fist into my palm. "Book me in, John. It's really kind of you. Country vetting is fine, but sometimes I feel I'm sliding into a rut. A trip to Russia is just what I need." "Well, that's grand." John stood up and prepared to leave. "I'll let you know the details later, but I believe you'll be sailing with a cargo of valuable sheep, breeding animals. The insurance company is bound to insist on veterinary supervision." For weeks I went around in a fever of anticipation, but there were many people who didn't share my enthusiasm. One cowman cocked an eye at me. "I wouldn't go there for a bloody big clock," he said. "One wrong word and you'll find yourself into nick for a long, long time." He had a definite point. East-West relations were at one of their lowest ebbs at that time, and I grew used to my clients making it clear that Russia was one place they would avoid. In fact, when I told Colonel Smallwood about it, while I was tuberculin testing his cattle a few days before I left, he raised his eyebrows and gave me a cold stare. "Nice to have known you," he murmured.
Alf never again let his emotions get the better of him, and his recovery from the nervous breakdown also coincided with more earnest attempts at writing, initially as a hobby. He wrote a collection of stories about farmers and his veterinary friends, before then trying his hand at writing short stories on other topics, from football to human relationships. Writing served as an emotional outlet for feelings and thoughts that he probably found difficult to express in day-to-day life. The James Herriot that he portrayed in his later books is essentially James Alfred White. The deep affection he had for the community and landscape around him, for his family, for his dogs, they are all in the pages of the books, and the man and author are indistinguishable. Alf stopped working full-time at the Thirsk practice in 1980, but did not retire fully until the end of 1989. His near 50 years of veterinary practice had, as he had been told as a schoolboy, certainly been full of endless interest and variety, and it was a profession he had always loved. While the elder practitioners he had worked with could be difficult, they had passed on invaluable advice, preparing him for the innumerable challenges that lay ahead. And the advice Siegfried gives James after his very first case in If Only They Could Talk does just that. James has had to put a horse down and deal with the ill-tempered client in the form of Mr. Soames. Siegfried assures him that humiliation, ridicule, and difficult clients are all par for the course in veterinary work.
It's a funny profession, you know. It offers unparalleled opportunities for making a chump of yourself. but I expect a lot depends on your ability. To a certain extent. It helps to be good at the job, of course, but even if you're a positive genius, humiliation and ridicule are lurking just round the corner. I once got an eminent horse specialist along here to do a rig operation, and the horse stopped breathing halfway through. The sight of that man dancing frantically on his patient's ribs taught me a great truth, that I was going to look just as big a fool at fairly regular intervals throughout my career. I laughed. Then I might as well resign myself to it right at the beginning. That's the idea. Animals are unpredictable things, so our whole life is unpredictable. It's a long tale of little triumphs and disasters, and you've got to really like it to stick it. Tonight it was Soames, but another night it'll be something else. One thing. You never get bored. Here, have some more whiskey. I drank the whiskey and then some more, and we talked. It seemed no time at all before the dark bulk of the acacia tree began to emerge from the grey light beyond the French window. A blackbird tried a few tentative pipes, and Farnham was regretfully shaking the last drops from the bottle into his glass. He yawned, jerked the knot out of his black tie, and looked at his watch. Well, 5 o'clock. Who would have thought it? But I'm glad we had a drink together. Only right to celebrate your first case. It was a right one, wasn't it?
Chapter 2. The Yorkshire Dales and Darrowby.
The driver crashed his gears again, and we went into another steep bend. We had been climbing steadily now for the last 15 miles or so, moving closer to the distant blue swell of the Pennines. I'd never been in Yorkshire before, but the name had always raised a picture of a county as stodgy and unromantic as its pudding. I was prepared for solid worth, dullness, and a total lack of charm. But as the bus groaned its way higher, I began to wonder. The formless heights were resolving into high, grassy hills and wide valleys. In the valley bottoms, rivers twisted among the trees, and solid greystone farmhouses lay among the islands of cultivated land, which pushed bright green promontories up the hillside into the dark tide of heather which lapped from the summits.
A young James Herriot is making his way towards Darrowby in the Yorkshire Dales. Sitting on a rickety little bus, he takes in his first views of North Yorkshire, which instantly dispel his expectations of a dreary landscape. He is enthralled by the wild beauty of the fells, the grassy hills and windswept moorlands, which couldn't be more different to the grey industrial landscape of his home city of Glasgow. The James Herriot stories are set in the Yorkshire Dales, which lie astride the Pennines in North Yorkshire, where sheep and cattle graze in rich green valleys or up on heather-strewn moors, separated by countless miles of ancient drystone walls. The location is about 30 miles to the west of Thirsk, which is situated in the Hambleton district of North Yorkshire, close to the North York moors. This too was the domain of the small hill farmer, and Alf took great pleasure in driving through the beautiful landscape and villages, coaxing his little car up and around the Hambleton hills. Around the flat plain of Thirsk, there is more arable farming than in the valleys and hills of the Dales, but cattle and sheep are farmed in both areas. Alf was very familiar with the Dales. The Thirsk practice covered a large area, and as we've seen, he and Donald frequently travelled to the Dales to undertake tuberculin testing of cattle, having been offered the work by Laban-based veterinary surgeon Frank Bingham, recreated as Ewan Ross in the books. Not only did the government-paid work provide Donald and Alf with much-needed income, but it also gave Alf an introduction to the majestic beauty of the Dales, which captivated him for the rest of his life. "The first thing that enthralled me about Yorkshire," he wrote, "was its wild beauty, the feeling of remoteness and solitude, which keeps one's sense of wonder alive." In It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, the year is 1938, and James has been in Darrowby for 12 months. Looking at the view from a high Yorkshire moor, he muses upon how he has changed, and how fortunate he is to be driving across the fells and hills of the Dales every day.
How on earth, then, did I come to be sitting on a high Yorkshire moor in shirt sleeves and Wellingtons, smelling vaguely of cows? The change in my outlook had come quite quickly. In fact, almost immediately after my arrival in Darrowby. The job had been a godsend in those days of high unemployment, but only, I had thought, a stepping stone to my real ambition. But everything had switched round, almost in a flash. Maybe it was something to do with the incredible sweetness of the air, which still took me by surprise when I stepped out into the old wild garden at Skeldow House every morning. Or perhaps the daily piquancy of life in the graceful old house, with my gifted but mercurial boss, Siegfried, and his reluctant student brother, Tristan. Or it could be that it was just the realization that treating cows and pigs and sheep and horses had a fascination I had never even suspected, and this brought with it a new concept of myself as a tiny wheel in the great machine of British agriculture. There was a kind of solid satisfaction in that. Probably it was because I hadn't dreamed there was a place like the Dales. I hadn't thought it possible that I could spend all my days in a high, clean-blown land where the scent of grass or trees was never far away, and where even in the driving rain of winter I could sniff the air and find the freshness of growing things hidden somewhere in the cold clasp of the wind. Anyway, it had all changed for me, and my work consisted now of driving from farm to farm across the roof of England, with a growing conviction that I was a privileged person.
The sense of gratitude and wonder that James feels working in the Dales, especially when he takes in its wondrous views, never diminishes over the years. In The Lord God Made Them All, an old school friend, Andrew Bruce, drops into the practice, and James takes him out on a call to a local farm. Andrew works in a bank and is happy with his lot, until he's introduced to the splendour of the Dales. And all of a sudden, office life is not quite so appealing.
It was a golden afternoon in October, and beyond the stone walls, the fellsides, ablaze with their mantle of dead bracken, rose serenely into a deep, unbroken blue. We passed under a long canopy of tinted leaves thrown over us by the roadside trees, then followed a stretch of white-pebbled river before turning along a narrow track which led up the hillside. Andrew was silent as we climbed into the stark, airy solitude which is the soul of the Dales, but as the track levelled out on the summit, he put a hand on my arm. "Just stop a minute, Jim, will you?" he said. I pulled up and wound down the window. For a few moments he looked out over the miles of heathery moorland and the rounded summits of the great hills slumbering in the sunshine. Then he spoke, quietly, as though to himself. "So, this is where you work?" "Yes, this is it, Andy." He took a long breath, then another as if greedy for more. "You know," he said, "I've heard a lot about air like wine, but this is the first time I've realised what it means." I nodded. I have always felt I could never get enough of that air, sharp and cool and tinged only with the grass scent which lingers in the high country. "Well, you're a lucky beggar, Jim," Andrew said with a touch of weariness. "You spend your life driving around in country like this, and I'm stuck in a damned office." "I thought you liked your job." He ran a hand through his hair. "Oh, yes, I suppose playing around with figures is what I'm best at, but, oh, hell, I have to do it all inside. In fact," he said, becoming a little worked up, "when I start to think about it, I live and have my being in a bloody centrally heated box with no windows and electric light blasting down all day, and I share what passes for air with a whole crowd of other people." He slumped back in his seat. "Makes me wish I hadn't come out with you." "I'm sorry, Andy." He laughed ruefully. "Oh, I didn't really mean that. But honestly, this is idyllic."
Andrew Bruce was in reality based on Alf's school friend, Monty Gilbert, who used to join Alf as he walked around the hills of Glasgow when they were both at school. Monty worked and lived in Glasgow and was similarly enchanted by the scenery in Yorkshire when he came to visit. He also left a lasting impression with Alf's children, Jim and Rosie, principally because he had the unusual skill of being able to walk on his hands, making for an unusual sight in the corridor of 23 Kirkgate. Once the summer months pass, it's not long before the cold north winds pick up, bringing with them snowfall, particularly in the hills. The 1930s and 1940s saw plenty of snow across Yorkshire, sometimes arriving as early as November. While a blanket of snow made for magical views, wintry conditions made life extremely difficult for rural vets like James Herriot. The thin wheels of their cars spun on the ice, blizzards were all too common, and snowdrifts blocked the roads. "To a young Glaswegian like myself," wrote Alf White, "it was almost unbelievable. Yorkshire, I decided, was the snowiest place I had ever known." The treacherous conditions meant Alf often had to abandon his car and walk to remote farms, snowstorms sometimes blinding the path ahead. In It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, snowfall comes early in November, and yet James and Siegfried must do all they can to make it out to their clients. The following story was in fact experienced by Alf's son Jim, who related it to his father afterwards, but it illustrates the considerable challenges rural vets faced in the winter. Jim had to abandon his car and walk to Tom Cornforth's farm at the top of Hambleton Hills, wading through snow that was waist deep. When he arrived in a howling blizzard, with visibility only 2 or 3 yards, he was frankly relieved to have made it.
This was my second winter in Derby, so I didn't feel the same sense of shock when it started to be really rough in November. When they were getting a drizzle of rain down there on the plain, the high country was covered in a few hours by a white blanket which filled in the roads, smoothed out familiar landmarks, transformed our world into something strange and new. This was what they meant on the radio when they talked about snow on high ground. When the snow started in earnest, it had a strangling effect on the whole district. Traffic crawled laboriously between the mounds thrown up by the snowploughs. Hernfell hung over Derby like a great gleaming whale, and in the town the people dug paths to their gates and cleared the drifts from their front doors. They did it without fuss, with the calm of long use and in the knowledge that they would probably have to do it again tomorrow. Every new fall struck a fresh blow at the vets. We managed to get to most of our cases, but we lost a lot of sweat in the process. Sometimes we were lucky and we were able to bump along in the wake of a council plough, but more often we drove as far as we could and walked the rest of the way.
After a night of continuous snow, the practice receives a call from Mr. Clayton, who has a beast with a touch of cold. When James inquires what the road to his farm is like, he gives the typically airy response of a hardened Dales farmer. Road? Road? Road's right enough. Just take a bit of care and you'll get here without any trouble. In fact, after driving over 10 miles, James's fingers throbbing painfully with the cold, the road into Mr. Clayton's valley is blocked solid, the snowploughs having not even attempted to clear it. James is forced to hitch on his rucksack and hike the rest of the way.
The flat moorland on the fell top was a white immensity rolling away to the horizon, with the sky pressing down like a dark blanket. I could see the farm down there in its hollow, and it too looked different, small, remote, like a charcoal drawing against the hills bulking smooth and white beyond. A pine wood made a dark smudge on the slopes, but the scene had been wiped clean of most of its familiar features. I could see the road only in places. The walls were covered over most of their length, but the farm was visible all the way. I had gone about a half-mile towards it when a sudden gust of wind blew up the surface snow into a cloud of fine particles. Just for a few seconds I found myself completely alone. The farm, the surrounding moor, everything disappeared, and I had an eerie sense of isolation till the veil cleared. It was hard going in the deep snow, and in the drifts I sank over the tops of my Wellingtons. I kept at it, head down to within a few 100 yards of the stone buildings. I was just thinking that it had all been pretty easy, really, when I looked up and saw a waving curtain of 1,000,000 black dots bearing down on me. I quickened my steps, and just before the blizzard hit me, I marked the position of the farm. But after 10 minutes stumbling and slithering, I realised I had missed the place. I was heading for a shape that didn't exist. It was etched only in my mind. I stood for a few moments, feeling again the chilling sense of isolation. I was convinced I had gone too far to the left, and after a few gasping breaths, struck off to the right. It wasn't long before I knew I had gone in the wrong direction again. I began to fall into deep holes, up to the armpits in the snow, reminding me that the ground was not really flat on these high moors, but pitted by countless peat hags. As I struggled on, I told myself the whole thing was ridiculous. I couldn't be far from the warm fireside at Pike House. This wasn't the North Pole. But my mind went back to the great empty stretch of moor beyond the farm, and I had to stifle a feeling of panic. The numbing cold seemed to erase all sense of time. Soon I had no idea of how long I'd been falling into the holes and crawling out. I did know that each time it was getting harder work dragging myself out, and it was becoming more and more tempting to sit down and rest, even sleep. There was something hypnotic in the way the big, soft flakes brushed noiselessly across my skin and mounted thickly on my closed eyes. I was trying to shut out the conviction that if I fell down many more times, I wouldn't get up, when a dark shape hovered suddenly ahead. Then my outflung arms touched something hard and rough. Unbelievingly, I felt my way over the square stone blocks till I came to a corner. Beyond that was a square of light. It was the kitchen window of the farm.
After James thumps on the door of the farm, Mr. Clayton appears and takes him over to the calf house where there are 4 long-haired little bullocks, along with a 5th one, with a purulent discharge coming from its nose. The patient. The freezing blizzard conditions are of no concern to Mr. Clayton.
As my numb fingers fumbled in my pocket for a thermometer, a great gust of wind buffeted the door, setting the latch clicking softly and sending a faint powdering of snow into the dark interior. Mr. Clayton turned and rubbed the pane of the single small window with his sleeve. Picking his teeth with his thumbnail, he peered out at the howling blizzard. "Aye," he said, and belched pleasurably. "It's a plain sort of day."
In The Lord God Made Them All, James resorts to using skis to get to some of the more remote farms. The winter of 1946-7 was particularly brutal across the UK, and much of the country was swathed in a blanket of snow and ice. In the Dales, sub-zero temperatures persisted well into mid-March, as James remembers.
That was in 1947, the year of the Great Snow. I have never known snow like that before or since, and the odd thing was that it took such a long time to get started. Nothing happened in November, and we had a green Christmas, but then it began to get colder and colder. All through January, a north-east wind blew, apparently straight from the Arctic, and usually, after a few days of this sort of unbearable blast, snow would come and make things a bit warmer. But not in 1947. Each day we thought it couldn't get any colder, but it did. And then, borne on the wind, very fine flakes began to appear over the last few days of the month. They were so small you could hardly see them, but they were the forerunners of the real thing. At the beginning of February, big fat flakes started a steady, relentless descent on our countryside, and we knew, after all that build-up, that we were for it.
Eventually, even in North Yorkshire, the snow recedes and normal life resumes. Throughout the year, a typical routine for Alf was to take a quick break between farm visits, stopping the car somewhere remote and picturesque to take whichever dog companions he had with him for a walk. With not a soul around, he could unwind properly and take in the scenery around him. A short respite from what are often busy days for a rural vet.
I drove gingerly down through the wood, and before starting up the track on the other side, I stopped the car and got out with Sam leaping eagerly after me. This was a little lost valley in the hills, a green cleft cut off from the wild country above. One of the bonuses in a country vet's life is that he sees these hidden places. Apart from old Arnold, nobody ever came down here. Not even the postman who left the infrequent mail in a box at the top of the track. And nobody saw the blazing scarlets and golds of the autumn trees, nor heard the busy clucking and murmuring of the beck among its clean-washed stones. I walked along the water's edge,
watching the little fish darting and flitting in the cool depths. In the spring, these banks were bright with primroses, and in May a great sea of bluebells flowed among the trees. But today, though the sky was an untroubled blue, the clean air was touched with the sweetness of the dying year. I climbed a little way up the hillside and sat down among the bracken, now fast turning to bronze. Sam, as was his way, flopped by my side, and I ran a hand over the silky hair of his ears. The far side of the valley rose steeply to where above the gleaming ridge of limestone cliffs I could just see the sunlit rim of the moor.
In such hidden spots, time often feels like it stands still. When it came to rural life in Yorkshire, Alfred White also witnessed something of a vanishing world. When he arrived in 1940, the hills and moors around Thirsk and in the Dales were still full of small farms, some with a herd of sheep, a few cows, and perhaps the odd pig or horse. Over the subsequent decades, many of these small farms struggled to make ends meet and were sold. Isolated farms and small holdings, many of them without even a road or track leading to them, gradually vanished, as did the presence of the draft horse. In the wake of the tractor, the great Shire or Clydesdale horses no longer pulled the ploughs or provided the heavy labour on farms, although many farmers kept them on. Nonetheless, in just a few years, Alf would see the numbers of horses in the region plummet. While modern life is gradually making itself felt in the Dales, there is still the odd household which has been entirely untouched by modernity. The Bramleys, made up of 3 brothers and a sister, who feature in It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, are a prime example of one such family. There is no road to their farmhouse, which doesn't bother them as they rarely venture into the outside world. Miss Bramley only visits Darrowby on the odd market day, and the middle brother, Herbert, last came into town in 1929 to have a tooth out. James is one of the few people to venture to their farm when he calls in to treat their vast collection of much-loved cats.
After 20 minutes of slithering in and out of the unseen puddles and opening a series of broken, string-tied gates, I reached the farmyard and crossed over to the back door. I was about to knock when I stopped with my hand poised. I found I was looking through the kitchen window, and in the interior, dimly lit by an oil lamp, the Bramleys were sitting in a row. They weren't grouped round the fire, but were jammed tightly on a long, high-backed wooden settle which stood against the far wall. The strange thing was the almost exact similarity of their attitudes. All 4 had their arms folded, chins resting on their chests, feet stretched out in front of them. The men had removed their heavy boots and were stocking-footed, but Miss Bramley wore an old pair of carpet slippers. I stared, fascinated by the curious immobility of the group. They were not asleep, not talking or reading or listening to the radio. In fact, they didn't have one. They were just sitting. I had never seen people just sitting before, and I stood there for some minutes to see if they would make a move or do anything at all, but nothing happened. It occurred to me that this was probably a typical evening. They worked hard all day, had their meal, then they just sat till bedtime.
James and Siegfried also witnessed the last days of the small dairy farm, each typically made up of 10 or so cows, all of them named and kept in a cobbled byre or sent out to graze in the fields. The bigger, more industrial dairy farms which are replacing them are more productive in terms of milk yield, but, as James laments, they are far less welcoming. In the late 1930s, farmers were still hand-milking their cows, many of them the red or brown shorthorn breed, which once predominated in the Yorkshire Dales before the advent of the black and white Friesians. In Let Sleeping Vets Lie, James calls on the small dairy farmer, Mr. Pickersgill, who just about makes a living from his small holding and whose cows are suffering from mastitis.
I had happened in at the little byre late one afternoon when Mr. Pickersgill and his daughter Olive were milking their 10 cows. I had watched the 2 at work as they crouched under the row of roan and redbacks, and one thing was immediately obvious. While Olive drew the milk by almost imperceptible movements of her fingers and with a motionless wrist, her father hauled away at the teats as though he was trying to ring in the new year.
James deduces that Mr. Pickersgill's heavy-handed milking method is the cause of the problem, and he now has the tricky task of telling the experienced farmer that he must try a more gentle technique.
It wouldn't be easy because Mr. Pickersgill was an impressive man. I don't suppose he had a spare penny in the world, but even as he sat there in the kitchen in his tattered, collarless flannel shirt and braces, he looked, as always, like an industrial tycoon. You could imagine that massive head with its fleshy cheeks, noble brow and serene eyes looking out from the financial pages of the Times. Put him in a bowler and striped trousers, and you'd have the perfect chairman of the board. I was very chary of affronting such natural dignity, and anyway, Mr. Pickersgill was fundamentally a fine stocksman. His few cows, like all the animals of that fast-dying breed of small farmer, were fat and sleek and clean. You had to look after your beasts when they were your only source of income, and somehow Mr. Pickersgill had brought up a family by milk production eked out by selling a few pigs and the eggs from his wife's 50 hens.
It is Darrowby, of course, where James and Siegfried live and work, a fictional town that Alf White largely based on Thirsk, although it also contains, as Alf wrote, something of Richmond, Leyburn, Middleham, and a fair chunk of my imagination. On first arriving, in If Only They Could Talk, James is immediately taken with the small market town.
Darrowby didn't get much space in the guidebooks, but when it was mentioned it was described as a grey little town on the River Darrow with a cobbled marketplace and little of interest except its 2 ancient bridges. But when you looked at it, its setting was beautiful, on the pebbly river with the houses clustered thickly and straggled unevenly along the lower slopes of Herne Fell. Everywhere in Darrowby, in the streets, through the windows of the houses, you could see the fell rearing its calm, green bulk more than 2,000 feet above the huddled roofs. There was a clarity in the air, a sense of space and airiness that made me feel I had shed something on the plain 20 miles behind. The confinement of the city, the grime, the smoke, already they seemed to be falling away from me.
Darrowby is a bustling place, with at least one weekly market, and plenty of shops, inns, and various facilities for those living in the town and its environs. Dr. Allison, a character based on Alf White's family doctor, Harry Addison, is just a few doors down from the Skeldale House practice, and there's at least one bank, a dentist, along with Howarth the chemist, Pickersgill's the ironmonger, and the Darrowby Plaza, the location for James and Helen's disastrous date at the cinema. Houses vary in size and age, and there are still Dickensian-like yards and tiny streets in the old part of the town, accessed through an arch and narrow passage where the likes of old Mr. Dean and his Labrador Bob live. Like many towns across the UK, Darrowby also has an abundance of public houses and inns. Thirsk had at least 19 when Alf worked there. Farmers would head to the pubs, especially on market day, and many villages had at least one alehouse or inn where locals could swap stories and unwind in front of a fire after a day's hard labour. In the post-war years, pubs in Yorkshire, as opposed to the large hotel-like inns, typically had no bars, only a flagstoned kitchen-like room where the largely male regulars would sit at oak tables or on high-backed wooden benches in front of a fire burning in a range. They were often quiet places, with the landlords supplementing their usually meagre incomes with a small holding of a few animals. Pubs were often judged on their fires, the food, and, most importantly, their beer, and local breweries, Tetleys of Leeds, Camerons of Hartlepool, and Tadcaster rivals Samuel Smith and John Smith competed for customer loyalty. Alf, Donald, and Brian, like their fictional counterparts, enjoyed relaxing in a local pub, where they could enjoy a good beer, a roaring fire, and pleasant company. During or after rounds, they were also useful places to escape to, where half-starved and frozen from wrestling farm animals out in the fields, they could warm up and fill their bellies with home-cooked meals prepared on the range. During Alf's courting days, a drink at a pub often preceded a trip to a local dance or the cinema. On returning from the RAF in 1943, He briefly lived with his wife Joan and her family in the village of Sowerby. Their house was conveniently located next door to the Crown and Anchor pub, which is still trading, and Alf shared many pints with his father-in-law and other friends there. Brian was a great frequenter of the local pubs, just as Tristan is in the books. Like many Yorkshiremen, Tristan considers himself something of a beer connoisseur, and he'll often carouse long after James and Siegfried have turned in. In The Lord God Made Them All, James and Helen have just had their daughter Rosie, and Tristan is keen to celebrate at a local pub. He mentally goes through all the options, including the pub they frequent most often, the Drover's Arms, which was based on the Golden Fleece in Thirsk. It's clear Tristan, who has a sharp mind and bags of charm, has an encyclopedic knowledge when it comes to the pubs of Darrowby and beer drinking.
"We've got to wet this baby's head, Jim," he said, seriously. I was ready for anything. Of course! When are you coming over?" "I'll be there at 7, he replied crisply, and I knew he would be. Tristan was concerned about the venue of the celebration. There were 4 of us in the sitting room at Scaledale House: Siegfried, Tristan, Alex Taylor, and myself. Alex was my oldest friend. We started school together in Glasgow at the age of 4, and when he came out of the army, after 5 years in the Western Desert and Italy, he came to spend a few weeks with Helen and me in Darrowby. It wasn't long before he had fallen under the spell of the country life, and now he was learning farming and estate agency with a view to starting a new career. It was good that he should be with me tonight. Tristan's fingers drummed on the arm of his chair as he thought aloud. His expression was fixed and grave, his eyes vacant. "We'd normally go to the Drovers, but they've got that big party on tonight, so that's no good," he muttered. "We want a bit of peace and quiet. Let's see now, there's the George and Dragon, Tetley's beer, splendid stuff, but I've known them a bit careless with their pipes, and I've had the old sour mouthful. And of course we have the Cross Keys. They pull a lovely pint of Cameron's, and the draft Guinness is excellent. And we mustn't forget the hare and pheasant. Their bitter can rise to great heights, although the mild is ordinary." He paused for a moment. "We might do worse than the Lord Nelson, very reliable ale. And of course there's always—" "Just a minute, Tris," I broke in. "I went round to Nurse Brown's this evening to see Helen, and Cliff asked if he could come with us. Don't you think it would be rather nice to go to his pub, since the baby was born in his house?" Tristan narrowed his eyes. "Which pub is that?" "The Black Horse?" "Ah, yes. Tristan looked at me thoughtfully and put his fingertips together. "Russell and Wrangham's. A good little brewery, that. I've had some first-rate pints in the Black Horse, though I've noticed a slight loss of nuttiness under very warm conditions." He looked anxiously out of the window. "It's been hot today. Perhaps we—" "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Siegfried leaped to his feet. "You sound like an analytical chemist. It's only beer you're talking about, after all." Tristan looked at him in shocked silence, but Siegfried turned to me briskly. "I think that's a pleasant idea of yours, James. Let's go with Cliff to the Black Horse. It's a quiet little place." And indeed, as we dropped to the chairs in the bar parlour, I felt we had chosen the ideal spot. The evening sunshine sent long golden shafts over the pitted oak tables and the high-backed settles, where a few farmen sat with their glasses. There was nothing smart about this little inn, but the furniture, which hadn't been changed for 100 years, gave it an air of tranquillity. It was just right.
The local inns provide not just beer and company, but also a communal space for auctions, games such as dominoes or darts, or meetings. In The Lord God Made Them All, one pub regular even offers haircuts at his local, the Hare and Pheasant, a character based on the Thirsk barber John Wallace. Even at his own premises, as Jim White remembers, he'd frequently disappear in the middle of a haircut, only to return 20 minutes later to inform you that he'd just eaten the best ham sandwich ever.
Josh Anderson was one of the local barbers. He liked his job, but he also liked his beer. In fact, he was devoted to it, even to the extent of taking his scissors and clippers to the pub with him every night. For the price of a pint, he would give anybody a quick trim in the gents' lavatory. Habitués of the Hare and Pheasant were never surprised to find one of the customers sitting impassively on the toilet seat, with Josh snip-snipping around his head. With beer at 6p a pint, it was good value, but Josh's clients knew they were taking a chance. If the barber's intake had been moderate, they would escape relatively unscathed, because the standard of hairstyling in the Derby district was not very fastidious, but if you had imbibed beyond a certain point, terrible things could happen. Josh had not yet been known to cut off anybody's ear, but if you strolled around the town on Sundays and Mondays, you were liable to come across some very strange coiffures.
In every living thing, James is saddened to see the Lord Nelson, a typical Yorkshire pub of Derby, refurbished, its traditional features swept away. The new pubs are more profitable, noisier, and attract a younger crowd, but they drive some, but not all, of the local clientele away.
Bob Stockdale was the sole survivor of the cataclysm which had struck the Lord Nelson Inn. In dirty Wellington boots and flat cap, he sat there on a high stool at the end of the bar counter, seemingly oblivious of the endless torrent of pipes music and the babel of voices from the jostling pack of smart young people. I fought my way to the bar, collected a pint of bitter, and, as I stood surveying the scene from a space against the wall, my thoughts drifted sadly back to the old days. A year ago, the Lord Nelson was a typical Yorkshire country pub, and I remembered an evening when I dropped in there with a friend from Glasgow, the city of my youth. There was just one big room then, rather like a large kitchen, with a log fire burning in a black cooking range at one end, and a dozen farm men sitting on high-backed oak settles, their pints resting on tables of pitted wood. Those settles were a draught-proof refuge from the cold winds which whistled along the streets of the village outside, and over the high pastures where those men spent their days. The conversation never rose above a gentle murmur, over which the ticking of a wall clock and the click of dominoes added to the atmosphere of rest and quiet. "Gosh, it's peaceful in here," my friend said. Wonderingly, he watched the proprietor, in shirt and braces, proceed unhurriedly down to the cellar and emerge with a long enamelled jug from which he replenished the glasses, regulating the flow expertly to achieve the required head of froth. "A bit different from West Nile Street," I said. He grinned. "It certainly is. In fact, it's unbelievable. How does a place like this pay? Only a few chaps here, and they aren't drinking much." "It hardly pays at all. Maybe a few pounds a week, but the owner has a small holding. There are cows, calves, and pigs just through that wall, and he looks on this as a pleasant sideline." My friend took a pull at his glass, stretched out his legs, and half-closed his eyes. "Anyway, I like it. You can relax here. It's lovely." It was indeed lovely, and most of the pubs around Derby were still attractive, but as I looked at the modernised Lord Nelson, I wondered how long they would stay that way. When the new owner took over, he didn't waste any time in starting his revolution. He wasn't a farmer, he was an experienced landlord, and he could see rich possibilities in the old inn in the pretty village of Wellsby, tucked among the fells. The kitchen range disappeared and was replaced by a smart bar counter with a background of mirrors and gleaming bottles. The antique settles and tables were swept away, and horse brasses, hunting horns, and sporting prints appeared on the walls. The end wall was knocked down, and people ate in an elegant dining room where once I calved the cows and tended the pigs. Two things happened almost at once. Droves of young people swarmed out to Wellsby in their cars from the big Yorkshire towns, and the old clientele melted away. I never knew where those farm men went, probably to pubs in the neighbouring villages. Just Bob Stockdale stayed. I couldn't understand why, but he was a quiet man, a bit of a loner, and maybe he felt that he had sat in that room several nights a week for years, and, despite all the changes, he didn't want to leave it. Anyway, whenever I called in, he was there, perched on the same stool, with his old bitch Meg tucked underneath.
Dancing was also a common form of entertainment, and in the days of James Herriot, most of the villages and rural communities held dances on Saturday nights in simple wooden-built structures, the village institutes. Most have now been pulled down and replaced by brick structures. Locals would gather to whirl around to music and help themselves to the great quantities of food on offer, while musicians played the tunes of the day. They were full of life, and Alf and Joan often attended. In If Only They Could Talk, Tristan and James take 2 nurses, Connie and Brenda, to a dance in the village of Poulton. Tristan suggests they first have a drink at a pub. "We'll just have a little toothful to get us in the mood." The landlord plies them with draft magnet beer, poured from a tall white enamelled jug, and before they know it, they've consumed pints of the stuff, before they decide to head to the dance.
After the brightness of the inn, the darkness pressed on us like a blanket, and we groped our way up the steep street till we could see the Institute standing on its grassy mound. Faint rays of light escaped through the chinks in the curtained windows, and we could hear the music and a rhythmic thudding. A cheerful young farmer took our money at the door, and when we went into the hall, we were swallowed up in a tight mass of dancers. The place was packed solidly with young men in stiff-looking dark suits, and girls in bright dresses, all sweating happily as they swayed and wheeled to the music. On the low platform at one end, 4 musicians were playing their hearts out: piano, accordion, violin, and drums. At the other end, several comfortable, middle-aged women stood behind a long table on trestles, presiding over the thick sandwiches of ham and brawn, homemade pies, jugs of milk, and trifles generously laid with cream. All round the walls more lads were standing, eyeing the unattached girls. I recognised a young client. "What do you call this dance?" I yelled above the din. "The Eva 3-step," came back the reply. This was new to me, but I launched out confidently with Connie. There was a lot of twirling and stamping, and when the men brought their heavy boots down on the boards, the hall shook and the noise was deafening. I loved it. I was right on the peak, and I whirled Connie effortlessly among the throng. I was dimly aware of bumping people with my shoulders, but, try as I might, I couldn't feel my feet touching the floor. The floating sensation was delicious. I decided that I had never been so happy in my life. After 6 dances, I felt ravenous and floated with Connie towards the food table. We each ate an enormous wedge of ham and egg pie, which was so exquisite that we had the same again. Then we had some trifle and plunged again into the crush. It was about halfway through a St. Bernard's waltz that I began to feel my feet on the boards again, quite heavy and dragging somewhat. Connie felt heavy too. She seemed to be slumped in my arms. She looked up. Her face was very white. "Just feeling a bit queer. Excuse me." She broke away and began to tack erratically towards the ladies' room. A few minutes later, she came out and her face was no longer white. It was green. She staggered over to me. "Could do with some fresh air. Take me outside."
As a young man in his 20s, James makes the most of his new home, and he certainly feels he's landed on his feet when it comes to Darrowby and the Yorkshire Dales. Such was the case with Alf, who soon became part of the community, describing Thirsk as a happy town, with an abundance of good shops with smiling people behind the counters and some splendid inns with welcoming landlords. Chapter 3. Siegfried Farnan and Skeldale House.
"Mr. Farnan is expecting me. He wrote asking me to come today." "Mr. Herriot?" she said thoughtfully. "Surgery is from 6 to 7 o'clock. If you wanted to bring a dog in, that would be your best time." No, I said, hanging on to my smile. "I'm applying for the position of assistant. Mr. Farnan said to come in time for tea." "Assistant? Well, now that's nice." The lines in her face softened a little. "I'm Mrs. All. I keep house for Mr. Farnan. He's a bachelor, you know. He never said anything to me about you, but never mind. Come in and have a cup of tea. He shouldn't be long before he's back."
Mrs. Hall, housekeeper of Skeldale House, is used to answering the front door. On the iron railings outside, a brass plate bears the name of Mr. S. Farnan, M.R.C.V.S., veterinary surgeon, and those ringing the bell are usually clients keen for Mr. Farnan to see to their animals. This time, it's a young man smiling nervously at the door, name of James Herriot, who has come for an interview with her employer. From Darrowby's main square, the young vet has walked along the quiet street of Trengate until he reached Skeldale House, the only house to have ivy climbing untidily over its bricks. It has a fine white-painted doorway and graceful wide windows on the ground floor. The paint is flaking here and there, but there is a changeless elegance about the old house, and James immediately likes the look of it. Mrs. Hall ushers James in, and for the first time he enters the house which will become his home and workplace, where a new life awaits him.
I followed her between whitewashed walls, my feet clattering on the tiles. We turned right at the end into another passage, and I was beginning to wonder just how far back the house extended when I was shown into a sunlit room. It had been built in the grand manner, high-ceilinged and airy, with a massive fireplace flanked by arched alcoves. One end was taken up by a French window, which gave on a long, high-walled garden. I could see unkempt lawns, a rockery, and many fruit trees. A great bank of peonies blazed in the hot sunshine, and at the far end, rooks cawed in the branches of a group of tall elms. Above and beyond were the green hills with their climbing walls. Ordinary-looking furniture stood around on a very worn carpet. Hunting prints hung on the walls, and books were scattered everywhere, some on shelves in the alcoves, but others piled on the floor in the corners. A pewter pint pot occupied a prominent place at one end of the mantelpiece. It was an interesting pot. Cheques and banknotes had been stuffed into it till they bulged out of the top and overflowed onto the hearth beneath. I was studying this with astonishment when Mrs. Hall came in with a tea tray. "I suppose Mr. Farnan is out on a case?" I said. "No, he's gone through to Broughton to visit his mother. I can't really say when he'll be back." She left me with my tea.
While James waits for Siegfried, the doorbell constantly rings, each time causing the 5 dogs of the house to hurl themselves toward the door, leaping and yelping. With no sign of Mrs. Hall, James answers the door and greets first Mr. Bert Sharp, who has a cow, what wants boring out, then Mr. Mulligan, whose dog is vomiting bad, and finally a mysterious red-haired girl, Diana Brompton, who comes in to wait for Siegfried. James awkwardly attempts polite conversation with her until she eventually marches out of the room, clearly annoyed with waiting. James then decides to wander out into the walled garden, flops down onto the knee-deep grass, and rests his head against an acacia tree. As the sun beats down on him and a gentle breeze stirs the wisteria covering the back of the house, he half closes his eyes and dozes, conjuring images in his mind of Siegfried, a man with a curiously Germanic-sounding name.
And I opened my eyes. Somebody was saying hello, but it wasn't Herr Farnan. A tall, thin man was leaning against the wall, his hands in his pockets. Something seemed to be amusing him. As I struggled to my feet, he heaved himself away from the wall and held out his hand. "Sorry you've had to wait. I'm Siegfried Farnan." He was just about the most English-looking man I had ever seen. Long, humorous, strong-jawed face, small clipped moustache, untidy, sandy hair. He was wearing an old tweed jacket and shapeless flannel trousers. The collar of his check shirt was frayed and the tie carelessly knotted. He looked as though he didn't spend much time in front of a mirror.
Siegfried proceeds to show him around the well-stocked practice dispensary and then to take him for a spin in his battered Hillman to visit Bert Sharp's cow and some other farms in the area. Siegfried's unorthodox driving, which veers between hurtling along tiny country roads at 70 miles per hour or idling along with his elbows on the wheel only to slam on his brakes to point out some pedigree shorthorn cows, matches his erratic, unpredictable nature. His boundless energy, however, comes with considerable charm, and once James begins to work alongside Siegfried, it's soon clear how well respected and liked he is by those who live in the Dales. Donald Vaughan Sinclair, on whom Siegfried was based, also forgot that Alf White was coming for an interview in June 1940. Born in 1911, Donald was older than Alf by some 5 years. A graduate of the Royal School of Veterinary Studies in Edinburgh, he had bought the Thirsk practice at 23 Kirkgate in 1939. Mrs. Wetherill was the practice housekeeper, and she too wasn't surprised that Donald was out when Alf arrived, as her employer was also forgetful, or at least easily distracted, as he charged about from place to place. Like Siegfried, Donald had a small, clipped moustache, and the tweedy, slightly dishevelled appearance of an English gentleman. But he was attractive with it, and something of a charmer when it came to the ladies. He warmed to Alf instantly and offered him the position. In reality, Donald left for the RAF almost immediately, and it was some months before Alf worked with him closely. But because If Only They Could Talk is set in 1937, Siegfried remains in Darrowby, and James soon gets a sense of the confusion and disarray that invariably accompanies day-to-day life with the more senior vet.
Siegfried Farnan charged round the place with fierce energy from dawn till dark, and I often wondered what drove him on. It wasn't money, because he treated it with scant respect. When the bills were paid, the cash went into the pint pot on the mantelpiece, and he grabbed handfuls when he wanted it. I never saw him take out a wallet, but his pockets bulged with loose silver and balled-up notes. When he pulled out a thermometer, they flew around him in a cloud. After a week or two of headlong rush, he would disappear, maybe for an evening, maybe overnight, and often without saying where he was going. Mrs. Hall would serve a meal for two, but when she saw I was eating alone, she would remove the food without comment. He dashed off the list of calls each morning with such speed that I was quite often sent hurrying off to the wrong farm or to do the wrong thing. When I told him later of my embarrassment, he would laugh heartily. There was one time when he got involved himself. I had just taken a call from a Mr. Heaton of Bronsett about doing a PM on a dead sheep. "I'd like you to come with me, James," Siegfried said. "Things are quiet this morning, and I believe they teach you blokes a pretty hot post-mortem procedure. I want to see you in action." We drove into the village of Bronsett, and Siegfried swung the car into the gated lane. "Where are you going?" I said. "Heaton's is at the other end of the village." "But you said Seaton's." "No, I assure you—" "Look, James, I was right by you when you were talking to the man. I distinctly heard you say the name." I opened my mouth to argue further, but the car was hurtling down the lane and Siegfried's jaw was jutting. I decided to let him find out for himself. We arrived outside the farmhouse with a screaming of brakes. Siegfried had left his seat and was rummaging in the boot before the car had stopped shuddering. "Hell!" he shouted. "No post-mortem knife. Never mind, I'll borrow something from the house." He slammed down the lid and bustled over to the door. The farmer's wife answered, and Siegfried beamed on her. "Good morning to you, Mrs. Seaton. Have you a carving knife?" The good lady raised her eyebrows. "What was that you said?" "A carving knife, Mrs. Seaton. A carving knife, and a good sharp one, please." "You want a carving knife?" "Yes, that's right, a carving knife," Siegfried cried, his scanty store of patience beginning to run out. "And I wonder if you'd mind hurrying. I haven't much time." The bewildered woman withdrew to the kitchen, and I could hear whispering and muttering. Children's heads peeped out at intervals to get a quick look at Siegfried stamping irritably on the step. After some delay, one of the daughters advanced timidly, holding out a long, dangerous-looking knife. Siegfried snatched it from her hand and ran his thumb up and down the edge. "This is no damn good," he shouted in exasperation. "Don't you understand? I want something really sharp. Fetch me a steel." The girl fled back into the kitchen, and there was a low rumble of voices. It was some minutes before another young girl was pushed round the door. She inched her way up to Siegfried, gave him the steel at arm's length, and dashed back to safety. Siegfried prided himself on his skill at sharpening a knife. It was something he enjoyed doing. As he stropped the knife on the steel, he warmed to his work and finally burst into song. There was no sound from the kitchen, only the ring of steel on steel backed by the tuneless singing. There were silent intervals when he carefully tested the edge, then the noise would start again. When he had completed the job to his satisfaction, he peered inside the door. "Where is your husband?" he called. There was no reply, so he strode into the kitchen, waving the gleaming blade in front of him. I followed him and saw Mrs. Seaton and her daughters cowering in the far corner, staring at Siegfried with large, frightened eyes. He made a sweeping gesture at them with the knife. "Well, come on, I can get started now." "Started what?" the mother whispered, holding her family close to her. "I want to PM the sheep. You have a dead sheep, haven't you?" Explanations and apologies followed. Later, Siegfried remonstrated gravely with me for sending him to the wrong farm. "You'll have to be a bit more careful in future, James," he said seriously. "Creates a very bad impression, that sort of thing."
While Siegfried fails to acknowledge his own shortcomings, such as forgetting appointments or driving to the wrong farm, he is not shy in doling out advice and pointing out James's flaws, only then to prove he is just as guilty of them. In If Only They Could Talk, Siegfried advises James not to get so worked up over a case. Shortly after, a client sends Siegfried into such a violent rage that he's lucky to escape with his life.
Sometimes he would give me advice on how to live, as when he found me, hunched over the phone, which I had just crashed down. I was staring at the wall, swearing softly to myself. Siegfried smiled, whimsically. "Now what is it, James?" "I've just had a torrid 10 minutes with Ralston. You remember that outbreak of calf pneumonia? Well, I spent hours with those calves, poured expensive drugs into them. There wasn't a single death. And now he's complaining about the bill. Not a word of thanks. Hell, there's no justice." Siegfried walked over and put his arm round my shoulders. He was wearing his patient look again. "My dear chap," he cooed, "just look at you. Red in the face, all tensed up. You mustn't let yourself get upset like this. You must try to relax. Why do you think professional men are cracking up all over the country, with coronaries and ulcers? Just because they allow themselves to get all steamed up over piffling little things like you're doing now. Yes, I know these things are annoying, but you've got to take them in your stride. Keep calm, James. Calm. It just isn't worth it. I mean, it will all be the same in 100 years. He delivered the sermon with a serene smile, patting my shoulder reassuringly like a psychiatrist soothing a violent patient. I was writing a label on a jar of red blister a few days later when Siegfried catapulted into the room. He must have kicked the door open because it flew back viciously against the rubber stop and rebounded almost into his face. He rushed over to the desk where I was sitting and began to pound on it with the flat of his hand. His eyes glared wildly from a flushed face. "I've just come from that bloody swine Holt," he shouted. "Ned Holt, you mean?" "Yes, that's who I mean, damn him!" I was surprised. Mr. Holt was a little man who worked on the roads for the county council. He kept 4 cows as a sideline and had never been known to pay a veterinary bill. But he was a cheerful character, and Siegfried had rendered his unpaid services over the years without objection. "One of your favourites, isn't he?" I said. "Was, by God, was," Siegfried snarled. "I've been treating Muriel for him. You know, the big red cow second from the far end of his byre. She's had recurrent tympany, coming in from the field every night badly blown, and I tried about everything. Nothing did any good. Then it struck me that it might be actinobacillosis of the reticulum. I shot some sodium iodine into the vein, and when I saw her today the difference was incredible. She was standing there, chewing her cud, right as rain. I was just patting myself on the back for a smart piece of diagnosis, and do you know what Holt said? He said he knew she'd be better today, because last night he gave her 1/2 pound of Epsom salts in a bran mash. That was what had cured her. Siegfried took some empty cartons and bottles from his pockets and hurled them savagely into the waste paper basket. He began to shout again. "Do you know, for the past fortnight, I've puzzled and worried and damn nearly dreamt about that cow. Now I've found the cause of the trouble, applied the most modern treatment, and the animal has recovered. And what happens? Does the owner express his grateful thanks for my skill? Does he, hell? The entire credit goes to 1/2 pound of Epsom salts. What I did was a pure waste of time." He dealt the desk another sickening blow. "But I frightened him, James," he said, his eyes staring. "By God, I frightened him. When he made that crack about the salts, I yelled out, 'You bugger!' and I made a grab for him. I think I would have strangled him, but he shot into the house and stayed there. I didn't see him again. Siegfried threw himself into a chair and began to churn his hair about. Epsom salts, he groaned. Oh, God, it makes you despair. I thought of telling him to relax and pointing out that it would all be the same in 100 years, but my employer still had an empty serum bottle dangling from one hand. I discarded the idea.
Siegfried is quick to lose his temper, but it's his younger brother Tristan who brings out the worst in him. Tristan is studying at the Edinburgh Veterinary College and returns to Skeldale House during his vacations. Siegfried boils with frustration over Tristan's indolence and failure to pass his exams, and James is witness to countless arguments between the pair, which usually result in Siegfried ranting at his brother and throwing him out of the house. The relationship between Donald and his younger brother Brian, the real-life persona of Tristan, was equally combative, just as relations often are between siblings, but the two had such outlandish personalities that their squabbles sometimes took on epic proportions. Like Tristan, Brian Sinclair was a student of veterinary science, and by the time he returned to the practice during the Christmas vacation of 1940, Donald had already been discharged from the RAF. At nearly 30, he'd lied about his age and lacked the reflexes required for air instruction. Once the RAF discovered his true age, they reviewed his case and sent him home. Siegfried is highly opinionated about many issues, not least on the topic of keeping dogs or any animals as pets. This mystifies James, as Siegfried is forever surrounded by a pack of dogs, and not for any practical purpose other than he likes having them around.
People often wondered why Siegfried kept 5 dogs. Not only kept them, but took them everywhere with him. Driving on his rounds, it was difficult to see him at all, among the shaggy heads and waving tails, and anybody approaching the car would recoil in terror from the savage barking and the bared fangs and glaring eyes framed in the windows. I cannot for the life of me understand, Siegfried would declare, thumping his fist on his knee, why people keep dogs as pets. A dog should have a useful function. Let it be used for farm work, for shooting, for guiding. But why anybody should keep the things just hanging around the place beats me. It was a pronouncement he was continually making, often through a screen of flapping ears and lolling tongues as he sat in his car. His listener would look wonderingly from the huge greyhound to the tiny terrier, from the spaniel to the whippet to the Scottie. But nobody ever asked Siegfried why he kept his own dogs.
Siegfried's lack of self-awareness when it comes to his own sometimes outrageous behaviour continues unabated throughout the James Herriot stories, and living and working with such a larger-than-life character can be trying for the younger partner. Despite this, James enjoys the company of Siegfried and his younger brother Tristan, and becomes accustomed to the noise, the madcap schemes, and the great laughs they share when swapping stories about the day's rounds. In Let Sleeping Vets Lie, James looks back on the first 2 or 3 years of life at the practice, and feels fortunate to be living with the 2 brothers, whom he considers friends, recognising also that he had a lot to learn from Siegfried. As a city-bred youth trying to tell expert stock farmers how to treat their animals, I had needed all his skill and guidance behind me. Donald Sinclair similarly had little awareness of how funny or unusual his behaviour could be, and never considered himself an eccentric in any way. But, like Siegfried, he was a fine vet and regularly offered sage advice to Alf, both in the care of their animal patients and in their dealings with clients. He also readily admitted to having made mistakes in his work, but was revered among the farming community and was particularly skilled when it came to horses. In fact, he was very much a horseman, comfortable in the equine world and with horse owners in the region. Those with racehorses or thoroughbreds trusted Donald with their prized steeds. In Vet in a Spin, James looks back on his relationship with Siegfried, who remains a close friend and work colleague decades later. Although Siegfried has always been infuriating, and something of a tyrant at times, his enthusiasm is infectious. He has immense charm, and is always fizzing with ideas. Critically, though, he has a good heart and is a stalwart of the community, and it is those traits which redeem him.
Even now, as we still jog along happily after 35 years, I wondered about it. I know I liked him instinctively when I first saw him in the garden at Skeldale House on that very first afternoon, but I feel there is another reason why we get on together. Maybe it is because we are opposites. Siegfried's restless energy impels him constantly to try to alter things, while I abhor change of any kind. A lot of people would call him brilliant, while not even my best friends would apply that description to me. His mind relentlessly churns out ideas of all grades, excellent, doubtful, and very strange indeed. I, on the other hand, rarely have an idea of any sort. He likes hunting, shooting, and fishing. I prefer football, cricket, and tennis. I could go on and on. We are even opposite physical types. And yet, as I say, we get along. This, of course, doesn't mean that we have never had our differences. Over the years, there have been minor clashes on various points. There was another time Siegfried had to take me to task. An old-age pensioner was leading a small mongrel dog along the passage on the end of a piece of string. I patted the consulting room table. "Put him up here, will you?" I said. The old man bent over slowly, groaning and puffing. "Wait a minute." I tapped his shoulder. "Let me do it." I hoisted the little animal onto the smooth surface. "Thank you, sir." The man straightened up and rubbed his back and leg. "I have arthritis bad and I'm not much good at lifting. My name's Bailey and I live at council houses." "Right, Mr. Bailey. What's the trouble?" "It's this cough. He's always at it. And he kind of retches at the end of it." "I see. How old is he?" "He was 10 last month." "Yes." I took the temperature and carefully auscultated the chest. As I moved the stethoscope over the ribs, Siegfried came in and began to rummage in the cupboard. "It's a chronic bronchitis, Mr. Bailey," I said. "Many older dogs suffer from it, just like old folks." He laughed. "I am a bit wheezy myself sometimes." "That's right. But you're not so bad, really, are you?" No. "Well, neither is your little dog. I'm going to give him an injection and a course of tablets, and it will help him quite a bit. I'm afraid he'll never quite get rid of this cough, but bring him in again if it gets very bad." He nodded vigorously. "Very good, sir. Thank you kindly, sir." As Siegfried banged about in the cupboard, I gave the injection and counted out 20 of the new M&B 693 tablets. The old man gazed at them with interest, then put them in his pocket. "Now, what do I owe you, Mr. Herriot?" I looked at the ragged tie knotted carefully over the frayed shirt collar, at the threadbare antiquity of the jacket. His trouser knees had been darned, but on one side I caught a pink glimpse of the flesh through the material. "No, that's all right, Mr. Bailey. Just see how he goes on." "Eh?" "There's no charge."
"But,
Now don't worry about it. It's nothing, really. Just see he gets his tablets regularly."
"I will, sir, and it's very kind of you. I never expected it."
"I know you didn't, Mr. Bailey. Goodbye for now, and bring him back if he's not a lot better in a few days." The sound of the old man's footsteps had hardly died away when Siegfried emerged from the cupboard. He brandished a pair of horse-tooth forceps in my face. "God, I've been ages hunting these down. I'm sure you deliberately hide things from me, James." I smiled, but made no reply, and as I was replacing my syringe on the trolley, my colleague spoke again. "James, I don't like to mention this, but aren't you rather rash doing work for nothing?" I looked at him in surprise. He was an old-age pensioner. Pretty hard up, I should think. "Maybe so, but really, you just cannot give your services free." "Oh, but surely occasionally, Siegfried. In a case like this." "No, James, not even occasionally. It's just not practical." "But I've seen you do it, time and time again." "Me?" His eyes widened in astonishment. "Never! I'm too aware of the harsh realities of life for that. Everything has become so frightfully expensive. For instance, weren't those M&B 693 tablets you were dishing out? Heaven help us, do you know those things are threepence each? It's no good. You must never work without charging." "But damn it, you're always doing it," I burst out. "Only last week there was that—" Siegfried held up a restraining hand. "Please, James, please. You imagine things, that's your trouble." I must have given him one of my most exasperated stares, because he reached out and patted my shoulder. "Believe me, my boy, I do understand. You acted from the highest possible motives, and I have often been tempted to do the same. But you must be firm. These are hard times, and one must be hard to survive. So remember, in future, no more Robin Hood stuff. We can't afford it." I nodded and went on my way somewhat bemusedly, but I soon forgot the incident and would have thought no more about it had I not seen Mr. Bailey about a week later. His dog was once more on the consulting room table, and Siegfried was giving it an injection. I didn't want to interfere, so I went back along the passage to the front office and sat down to write in the daybook. It was a summer afternoon. The window was open, and through a parting in the curtain I could see the front steps. As I wrote, I heard Siegfried and the old man passing on their way to the front door. They stopped on the steps. The little dog, still on the end of its string, looked much as it did before. "All right, Mr. Bailey," my colleague said. "I can only tell you the same as Mr. Herriot. I'm afraid he's got that cough for life, but when it gets bad you must come and see us." "Very good, sir." The old man put his hand in his pocket. "And what is the charge, please?" "The charge? Oh, yes, the charge." Siegfried cleared his throat a few times, but seemed unable to articulate. He kept looking from the mongrel dog to the old man's tattered clothing and back again. Then he glanced furtively into the house and spoke in a hoarse whisper. "It's nothing, Mr. Bailey." "But, Mr. Fannin, I can't let you—" "Shh, shh." Siegfried waved a hand agitatedly in the old man's face. "Not a word now. I don't want to hear any more about it." Having silenced Mr. Bailey, he produced a large bag. "There's about 100 M&B tablets in here," he said, throwing an anxious glance over his shoulder. "He's going to keep needing them, so I've given you a good supply." I could see my colleague had spotted the hole in the trouser knee, because he gazed down at it for a long time before putting his hand in his jacket pocket. "Hang on a minute." He extracted a handful of assorted chattels. A few coins fell and rolled down the steps as he prodded in his palm among scissors, thermometers, pieces of string, bottle openers. Finally his search was rewarded, and he pulled out a banknote. "Here's a quid," he whispered, and again nervously shushed the man's attempts to speak. Mr. Bailey, realizing the futility of argument, pocketed the money. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Fannin. I'll take to Mrs. to Scarborough with that." Good lad," muttered Siegfried, still looking around him guiltily. "Now off you go." The old man solemnly raised his cap and began to shuffle painfully down the street. "Hey, hold on there," my colleague called after him. "What's the matter? You're not going very well." "It's this dang arthritis. I go a long way in a long time." "And you've got to walk all the way to the council houses?" Siegfried rubbed his chin irresolutely. "It's a fair step." He took a last weary peep down the passage, then beckoned with his hand. "Look, my car's right here," he whispered. "Nip in and I'll run you home."
As well as taking an instant liking to Siegfried, James quickly feels at home at Skeldale House and becomes fond of its many features and the people who live within its walls. Every morning he walks out of the back of the house, through the high-walled garden covered with wisteria, to the garage. To this day, the garden at 23 Kirkgate remains intact, although it is half the size it once was, and now features a fine bronze statue of Alf White wearing his well-used Wellington boots. The wisteria has survived, but the fruit trees have gone, and sadly, the acacia tree that Alf leant upon as he dozed in the garden blew down one windy night. In If Only They Could Talk, James already delights in his morning routine that takes him through the garden with its views of the fells beyond.
Down the narrow passage with its familiar, exciting smell of ether and carbolic, and out into the high-walled garden which led to the yard where the cars were kept. It was the same every morning, but, to me, there was always the feeling of surprise. When I stepped out into the sunshine and the scent of flowers, it was as though I was doing it for the first time. The clear air held the breath of the nearby moorland. After being buried in a city for 5 years, it was difficult to take it all in. I never hurried over this part. There could be an urgent case waiting, but I still took my time. Along the narrow part, between the ivy-covered wall and the long offshoot of the house where the wisteria climbed, pushing its tendrils and its withered blooms into the very rooms. Then past the rockery where the garden widened to the lawn, unkempt and lost-looking but lending coolness and softness to the weathered brick. Around its borders flowers blazed in untidy profusion, battling with a jungle of weeds. And so to the rose garden, then an asparagus bed whose fleshy fingers had grown into tall fronds. Further on were strawberries and raspberries. Fruit trees were everywhere, their branches dangling low over the path. Peaches, pears, cherries and plums were trained against the south wall where they fought for a place with wild-growing rambler roses.
In the years that Alf lived at Skeldale House, he developed a love for gardening and planted vegetable beds full of lettuces, onions, beans and asparagus, with masses of rhubarb, tomatoes trailing up the walls and strawberries in the summer. Manure from the local farms ensured the soil was rich, and Alf turned it over with the assistance of Wardman, an odd job man who had come through the First World War and whom Donald had employed to help out in the garden, the garage and with any animals in the yard. In the books, Wardman appears as Boardman, who is often lurking around the yard, tending the boiler or chortling with Tristan, who spends hours smoking his woodbines or swapping jokes with the veteran, just as Brian Sinclair often did during his vacations. James describes the yard, Boardman's cubbyhole, and his memories of Skeldale House in grander days when it belonged to a doctor.
It was square and cobbled, and the grass grew in thick tufts between the stones. Buildings took up two sides, the two garages, once coach houses, a stable and a saddle room, a loose box and a pigsty. Against the free wall a rusty iron pump hung over a stone water trough. Above the stable was a hayloft, and over one of the garages a dovecot. And there was old Boardman. He too seemed to have been left behind from grander days, hobbling round on his lame leg, doing nothing in particular. He grunted good morning from his cubbyhole, where he kept a few tools and garden implements. Above his head his reminder of the war looked down, a row of coloured prints of Bruce Bairnsfather cartoons. He had stuck them up when he came home in 1918, and there they were still, dusty and curled at the edges, but still speaking to him of Kaiser Bill and the shell holes and muddy trenches. Boardman washed the car sometimes, or did a little work in the garden, but he was content to earn £1 or £2 and get back to his yard. He spent a lot of time in the saddle room, just sitting. Sometimes he looked round the empty hooks where the harness used to hang, and then he would make a rubbing movement with his fist against his palm. He often talked to me of the great days. I can see Tal Doctor now, standing on top step waiting for his carriage to come round. Big, smart-looking feller he was. Always wore a top hat and frock coat, and I can remember him when I was a lad, standing there, pulling on his gloves and giving his hat a tilt while he waited. Boardman's features seemed to soften, and a light came into his eyes as though he were talking more to himself than to me. The old house were different then. A housekeeper and 6 servants there were, and everything just so. And a full-time gardener. There weren't a blade of grass out of place in them days, and the flowers all in rows, and the trees pruned tidy-like.
Alongside Boardman and Mrs. Hall, Siegfried also decides the veterinary practice needs someone to take charge of the bills. His pint pot system, a large beer glass stuffed with banknotes and cheques, is less than satisfactory, and putting Tristan in charge of finances was only ever going to result in chaos. We learn that the new secretary, Miss Harbottle, is in her 50s and recently retired from a firm in Bradshaw, where she was known for her efficiency. A big woman, her round face framed by gold-rimmed spectacles, she is introduced to James and Tristan.
I shook hands and was astonished at the power of Miss Harbottle's grip. We looked into each other's eyes and had a friendly trial of strength for a few seconds. Then she seemed happy to call it a draw and turned away. Tristan was entirely unprepared, and a look of alarm spread over his face as his hand was engulfed. He was released only when his knees started to buckle.
Miss Harbottle proceeds to tour the office while Siegfried hovers behind. She examines with horror the ledger and daybooks, which are covered in illegible scrawl. She pulls open a drawer in a desk, out of which fall old seed packets, a few peas and some French beans. Crammed in another drawer are soiled carving ropes which somebody has forgotten to wash, while empty pale ale bottles clink in another drawer. When she asks to see the cash box, Siegfried shows her the pint pot on the mantelpiece, with some of its contents spilt onto the hearth below. Miss Harbottle clearly has her work set out for her, and Siegfried is keen for her to start. The relationship, however, soon turns sour as Miss Harbottle grows increasingly frustrated with Siegfried's chaotic way of doing things.
Siegfried looked down at the square figure behind the desk. "Good morning, Miss Harbottle. Can I do anything for you?" The grey eyes glinted behind the gold-rimmed spectacles. "You can indeed, Mr. Farnan. You can explain why you have once more emptied my petty cash box." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I had to rush through to Broughton last night, and I found myself a bit short. There was really nowhere else to turn to. But, Mr. Farnan, in the 2 months I have been here, we must have been over this a dozen times. What is the good of me trying to keep an accurate record of the money in the practice if you keep stealing it and spending it? Well, I suppose I got into the habit in the old pint-pot days. It wasn't a bad system, really. It wasn't a system at all. It was anarchy. You cannot run a business that way. But I've told you this so many times, and each time you have promised to alter your ways. I feel almost at my wit's end."
Miss Harbottle was based very loosely on Harold Wilson, a retired railway clerk whom Donald and Alf employed in 1949 to help with the practice paperwork and to balance the books. He, like Miss Harbottle, had a difficult relationship with Donald, who found the presence of Harold increasingly irritating. Harold, however, valiantly persevered, bringing some order to the haphazard organisation of the practice, and stayed on as a valued employee for 10 years. After a few months, the battle between Siegfried and Miss Harbottle intensifies as each combatant attempts to assert their authority in a variety of crafty ways, with Siegfried more often than not on the losing side.
Watching him go, I thought wonderingly of how things had built up since the secretary's arrival. It was naked war now, and it gave life an added interest to observe the tactics of the two sides. At the beginning, it seemed that Siegfried must run out an easy winner. He was the employer. He held the reins, and it appeared that Miss Harbottle would be helpless in the face of his obstructive strategy. But Miss Harbottle was a fighter, and a resourceful one, and it was impossible not to admire the way she made use of the weapons at her command. In fact, over the past week the tide had been running in her favour. She had been playing Siegfried like an expert fisherman with a salmon, bringing him repeatedly back to her desk to answer footling questions. Her throat-clearing had developed into an angry bark which could penetrate the full extent of the house. And she had a new weapon. She had taken to writing Siegfried's clerical idiocies on slips of paper. Misspellings, errors in addition, wrong entries, they were all faithfully copied down. Miss Harbottle used these slips as ammunition. She never brought one out when things were slack, and her employer was hanging about the surgery. She saved them until he was under pressure. Then she would push a slip under his nose and say, "How about this?" She always kept an expressionless face at these times, and it was impossible to say how much pleasure it gave her to see him cower back like a whipped animal. But the end was unvarying, mumbled explanations and apologies from Siegfried, and Miss Harbottle, radiating self-righteousness, correcting the entry. As Siegfried went into the room, I watched through the partly open door. I knew my morning round was waiting, but I was impelled by morbid curiosity. Miss Harbottle, looking brisk and businesslike, was tapping an entry in the book with her pen while Siegfried shuffled his feet and muttered replies. He made several vain attempts to escape, and, as the time passed, I could see he was nearing breaking point. His teeth were clenched, and his eyes had started to bulge.
In the immediate post-war years, Siegfried goes on to get married and lives with his wife a few miles outside Darrowby, while James, Helen, and their son Jim are still living in the practice headquarters. In reality, Donald had married in June 1943, while Alf was in the RAF, and he and his new bride, Audrey Adamson, initially lived at 23 Kirkgate. Donald had been briefly married before while he was a student at the Edinburgh Veterinary College, but he lost his young wife to tuberculosis in the early 1930s. Donald and Audrey would remain married for over 50 years, and it was said that her calm temperament acted as the perfect foil to Donald's more impulsive nature. When the James Herriot books were published, many assumed that Alf had exaggerated the unruly tendencies of Donald to create the character of Siegfried. Donald himself was unhappy with his portrayal, declaring quite memorably after reading the first book, "Alfred, this book is a test of our friendship." In fact, many of those who knew Donald felt that Alf had underplayed his eccentricities. His behaviour was extraordinary and erratic in a myriad of ways, as reflected in the books. But he was at heart an immensely likeable and funny man, and while he could be challenging, his many good qualities, as Alf's son Jim put it, far outweighed his less appealing ones. Keen not to upset Donald, Alf deliberately played down his personality quirks in the remaining 6 books, although he still remains a key character right through to Every Living Thing. By the time of Every Living Thing, set in the early 1950s, James, Helen and their 2 children decide to move out of Skeldale House into a more modern property, as they did in reality in 1953. Much as they love the place, it's a big house to look after, and its high ceilings and drafty corridors make it impossible to heat.
We loved the old place, but it had vast disadvantages for a young couple of moderate means. It was charming, graceful, and undoubtedly a happy house in its atmosphere, but it was far too big and a veritable icebox in cold weather. I looked up over the ivy-covered frontage at the big bedroom windows, then further to the next story where there was a suite of rooms where, in the early days, we had our bed-sitter. There was another story, if you counted the tiny rooms under the tiles. Here there was a big bell mounted on the end of a spring, which used to summon a little housemaid down to the ground floor in the early days of the century. The old doctor, who lived in Skeldale House before we took over, had had 6 servants, including a full-time housekeeper. But Helen looked after the whole place with the aid of a series of transient maids, most of whom soon grew tired of the hard work and the impossible inconvenience of the house.
On the day of the move, James finds that Skeldale House echoes with the life it once contained. The antics of 3 young bachelor vets, the squabbles between Siegfried and Tristan, the ever-present pack of dogs yelping at the door, children running down the corridors, a house that was noisy, chaotic, but always happy. The lives of Siegfried and James are moving on. They are married men now, and their domestic lives are no longer intertangled as they once were.
Leaving Skeldale had been a far greater wrench than I had ever imagined. After the van had taken the last of our things away, I roamed through the empty rooms, which had echoed to my children's laughter. The big sitting room, where I had read the bedtime stories, and where before all that Siegfried, Tristan and I had sprawled in bachelor contentment, seemed to reproach me with its ageless charm and grace. The handsome fireplace with its glass cupboard above, and the old pewter tankard which used to hold our cash still resting there, the French window opening onto the long, high-walled garden with its lawns, fruit trees, asparagus and strawberry beds. These things were part of a great surging ocean of memories. Upstairs, I stood in the large alcoved room where Helen and I had slept, and to where we had brought our children as babies to sleep in the cot which once stood in that corner. I clumped over the bare boards to the dressing room which Jimmy and Rosie had shared, almost hearing their giggles and teasings, which were the beginning of each new day. I climbed another flight to the little rooms under the eaves where Helen and I had started our married life, where a bench against the wall and a gas ring once served as our only cooking arrangements. Then I walked to the window and looked over the tumbled roofs of the little town to the green fells and swallowed a huge lump in my throat. Dear old Skeldale. I was so glad it was going to be kept on as the practice house, and I would walk through its doors every day. But my family was leaving, and I wondered if we could ever be as happy again as we had been here.
While both Alf and Donald continued to work at the Thirsk practice, Donald moved out with his wife Audrey in 1945. As Audrey came from a wealthy shipbuilding family, they were able to move into an elegant country estate, Southwoods Hall, in Thirlby near Thirsk, where Donald could indulge in the gentlemanly pursuits of hunting, shooting and fishing. Donald continued to work at 23 Kirkgate, although reduced his weekly hours, while Alf worked full-time with the help of assistants and eventually his son Jim. Donald Sinclair was an extraordinary character, in life and on the page as Siegfried Farnan. Siegfried was always an essential part of the practice and of the world that existed inside Skeldale House. His presence in the James Herriot books adds vigour and humour to many of the stories, much of which reflect just how funny Donald was, often unconsciously so. Such is the case in Every Living Thing when Siegfried, who was still much admired by local farmers, treats Mr. Hawley's calf.
The farmer, white hair struggling from under a tattered cap, watched anxiously as Siegfried bent over the prostrate calf in a pen in the corner of the cowhouse. "What do you make of it, Mr. Farnan?" he asked. "I've never seen aught like it." The appeal in his eyes was mingled with a deep faith. Siegfried was his hero, a wonder worker, the man who had brought off miracle cures for years, even before I had come to Derby. William Hawley was one of a breed of simple, unsophisticated farmers who still survived in the 50s, but who have long since melted away under the glare of science and education. Siegfried spoke gravely. Very strange indeed. No scour, no pneumonia, yet the little thing's flat out like this. Carefully and methodically he went over the little body with his stethoscope, auscultating heart, lungs, and abdomen. He took the temperature, opened the mouth and peered at the tongue and throat, examined the eyes, and ran his hand over the roan hairs of the coat. Then slowly he straightened up. His face was expressionless as he looked down at the motionless form. Suddenly he turned to the old man. "William," he said, "would you be so kind as to fetch me a piece of string?" "Eh?" "A piece of string, please." "String?" "Yes, about this length." Siegfried spread his arms wide. "And quickly, please." Right, I'll get you some. Now, where can I lay me hands on a bit that length?" Flustered, he turned to me. "Can you come and give me a hand, Mr. Herriot?" "Certainly." I followed him as he hurried from the cowhouse, and outside he clutched at my arm. It was clear he had only asked me to come with him to enlighten him. "What does he want a piece of string for?" he asked in bewilderment. I shrugged. "I really have no idea, Mr. Hawley." He nodded gleefully, as though that was only what he expected. An ordinary vet couldn't possibly know what was in the mind of Mr. Farnan, a man of legendary skill who was known to employ many strange things in the practice of his art: puffs of purple smoke to cure lame horses, making holes in jugular veins and drawing off buckets of blood to cure laminitis. Old William had heard all the stories, and he was in no doubt that if anybody could restore his animal to health by means of a piece of string, it would be Mr. Farnan. But the maddening thing was that as we trotted round the buildings, he couldn't find such a thing. "Dang it," he said. "There's always a coil of binder twine hanging there, but it isn't there now. And I'm always tripping over bits of string all over the place, but not today. What'll they think of a farmer with no string?" In a growing panic, he rushed around, and he was almost in tears when he saw a piece lying across a heap of sacks. "How about this, Mr. Herriot? Is it right length?" "Just about right, I'd say." He grabbed it and ran as fast as his elderly limbs would carry him back to Siegfried. "Here you are, Mr. Farnan," he panted. "I'm not too late, am I? He's still alive?" "Oh, yes. Siegfried took the string and held it dangling for a moment as he measured the length with his eye. Then, as we watched, wide-eyed, he quickly tied it round his waist. "Thank you so much, William." he murmured. "That's much better. I couldn't work with that damned coat flapping open as I bent over. I lost a couple of buttons yesterday. Cow got her horn underneath them and tore them off. It's always happening to me." But the string." The old man's face was a picture of woe. "You can't do anything for my calf, then?" "Of course I can. Whatever makes you think I can't?" "Well, do you know what ails him?" "Yes, I do. He's got CCN." "What's that?" "Cerebrocortical necrosis. It's a brain disease." "It's a terrible big name. And his brain? It'll be a hopeless case?" "Not a bit. I'm going to inject vitamin B into his vein. It usually works like a charm. Just hold his head for a moment. You see how it's bent over his back? That's called opisthotonus, typical of this condition." Siegfried quickly carried out the injection and got to his feet. "One of us will be passing your door tomorrow, so we'll look in. I'd like to bet he'll be a lot better." It was I who called next day, and indeed the calf was up and eating. William Hawley was pleased. "Must have been wonderful stuff Mr. Fanning gave him," he said. To him it was another miracle, but in his manner I sensed something of the deflation I had seen the day before when Siegfried tied up his coat. His favourite vet had done the trick again. But I knew that in his heart there was still the wistful regret that he hadn't done it with that piece of string.
Chapter 4. Tristan Farnan and Other Assistants.
I huddled deeper in the blankets as the strident bring, 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 bring of the telephone echoed through the old house. It was 3 weeks since Tristan's arrival, and life at Skeldale House had settled into a fairly regular pattern. Every day began much the same, with the phone ringing between 7 and 8 o'clock after the farmers had had their first look at their stock. There was only one phone in the house. It rested on a ledge in the tiled passage downstairs. Siegfried had impressed on me that I shouldn't get out of bed for these early calls. He had delegated the job to Tristan. The responsibility would be good for him. Siegfried had been emphatic about it. I listened to the ringing. It went on and on. It seemed to get louder. There was neither sound nor movement from Tristan's room, and I waited for the next move in the daily drama. It came, as always, with the door crashing back on its hinges. Then Siegfried rushed out onto the landing and bounded down the stairs 3 at a time. A long silence followed, and I could picture him shivering in the draughty passage, his bare feet freezing on the tiles as he listened to the farmer's leisurely account of the animal's symptoms. Then the ting of the phone in its rest, and the mad pounding of feet on the stairs as Siegfried made a dash for his brother's room. Next, a wrenching sound as the door was flung open, then a yell of rage. I detected a note of triumph. It meant Tristan had been caught in bed, a definite victory for Siegfried, and he didn't have many victories. Usually, Tristan exploited his quick dressing technique and confronted his brother fully dressed. It gave him a psychological advantage to be knotting his tie when Siegfried was still in pyjamas. But this morning Tristan had overplayed his hand. Trying to snatch the extra few seconds, he was caught between the sheets. I listened to the shouts. "Why didn't you answer the bloody phone like I told you? Don't tell me you're deaf as well as idle. Come on, out of it, out, out." But I knew Tristan would make a quick comeback. When he was caught in bed, he usually scored a few points by being halfway through his breakfast before his brother came in. Later, I watched Siegfried's face as he entered the dining room and saw Tristan munching his toast happily, his daily mirror balanced against the coffee pot. It was as if he had felt a sudden twinge of toothache.
Life is never dull at Skeldale House, especially when Siegfried's younger brother Tristan is around. Conflict is the norm between the two brothers, as Siegfried attempts to instill in Tristan a sense of responsibility by doling out a variety of jobs around the house. Tristan, however, shirks from any kind of hard labour, preferring to prop up the bar at the Drover's Arms, or to catnap in his favourite armchair, preferably without Siegfried knowing about it. It's not that Tristan's mind isn't sharp. He'll often finish the Telegraph crossword while others are still wrestling with the first clue. It's just that his main goal in life is to enjoy himself, and he'll go to great lengths to ensure he does. In the early books, Tristan, who is 5 years younger than Siegfried, is studying veterinary medicine in Edinburgh and returns to Skeldale during his holidays, but often stays long after he should have resumed his studies. Easily distracted, he is constantly failing his exams, much to the annoyance of Siegfried, who is footing his tuition bills. Like Tristan, Brian Sinclair, on whom Tristan is based, took a good few years to pass his exams, graduating in 1943 from the Royal Veterinary College in Edinburgh, 10 years after beginning his training. James frequently finds himself caught in the crossfire between the brothers, which invariably ends up with the furious Siegfried banishing Tristan from the house and practice. James is at first alarmed by this, although he soon learns that the sacking is a regular occurrence and par for the course when the Farnham brothers live under the same roof.
Siegfried finally located the book he was looking for, took it down from the shelf and began to leaf through it unhurriedly. Then, without looking up, he said quietly, "Well, how did the exams go?" Tristan swallowed carefully and took a deep breath. "Did all right in parasitology," he replied in a flat monotone. Siegfried didn't appear to have heard. He had found something interesting in his book and settled back to read. He took his time over it, then put the book on the shelf. He began again the business of going along the titles. Still with his back to his brother, he spoke again in the same soft voice. "How about pathology?" Tristan was on the edge of his chair now, as if ready to make a run for it. His eyes darted from his brother to the bookshelves and back again. "Didn't get it," he said, tonelessly. There was no reaction from Siegfried. He kept up his patient search for his book, occasionally pulling a volume out, glancing at it and replacing it carefully. Then he gave up the hunt, lay back in his chair with his arms dangling almost to the floor, and looked at Tristan. "So you failed pathology," he said, conversationally. I was surprised to hear myself babbling with an edge of hysteria in my voice. "Well now, that's pretty good, you know. It puts him in the final year and he'll be able to sit path at Christmas. He won't lose any time that way and, after all, it's a tough subject." Siegfried turned a cold eye on me. "So you think it's pretty good, do you?" There was a pause, and a long silence which was broken by a totally unexpected bellow as he rounded on his brother. "Well, I don't. I think it's bloody awful. It's a damn disgrace, that's what it is. What the hell have you been doing all this term anyway? Boozing, I should think. Chasing women. Spending my money. Anything but working. And now you've got the bloody nerve to walk in here and tell me you've failed pathology. You're lazy. That's your trouble, isn't it? You're bloody bone idle." He was almost unrecognisable. His face was darkly flushed and his eyes glared. He yelled wildly again at his brother. "But I've had enough this time. I'm sick of you. I'm not going to work my fingers to the bloody bone to keep you up there idling your time away. This is the end. You're sacked. Do you hear me? Sacked once and for all. So get out of here. I don't want to see you around any more. Go on, get out."
Aghast at having to witness the fracas between the brothers, James is relieved when Siegfried sends him on a call. It's nearly dark when he returns, and on driving into the practice yard, he spots a figure in the gloom. It turns out to be Tristan.
"Sorry about the way things turned out," I said awkwardly. The tip of the cigarette glowed brightly as Tristan took a long pull. No, that's all right. Could have been a lot worse, you know." "Worse? Well, it's bad enough, isn't it? What are you going to do?" "Do? What do you mean?" "Well, you've been kicked out, haven't you? Where are you going to sleep tonight?" "I can see you don't understand," Tristan said. He took his cigarette from his mouth and I saw the gleam of very white teeth as he smiled. "You needn't worry. I'm sleeping here and I'll be down to breakfast in the morning." "But how about your brother? Siegfried?" "Oh, he'll have forgotten all about it by then." "Are you sure?" "Dead sure. He's always sacking me and he always forgets. Anyway, things turned out very well. The only tricky bit back there was getting him to swallow that bit about the parasitology." I stared at the shadowy form by my side. Again there was a rustling as the rooks stirred in the tall trees, then settled into silence. The parasitology? Yes. If you think back, all I said was that I'd done all right. I wasn't any more specific than that. Then you mean... Tristan laughed softly and thumped my shoulder. That's right. I didn't get parasitology. I failed in both. But don't worry, I'll pass them at Christmas.
Once Siegfried has simmered down from their various arguments, he'll continue to provide Tristan with more chores around the house, ranging from washing cars to mixing up medicines in the practice dispensary, all in a bid to keep his younger brother busy. Tristan, however, usually has other ideas, and is nothing if not imaginative in avoiding his assignments.
He interpreted his role rather differently from his brother, and, while resident in Derby, he devoted a considerable amount of his acute intelligence to the cause of doing as little as possible. Tristan did, in fact, spend much of his time sleeping in a chair. When he was left behind to dispense, when we were out on our rounds, he followed an unvarying procedure. He half-filled a 16-ounce bottle of water, added a few drams of chlorodyne and a little ipecacuanha, pushed the cork in and took it through to the sitting room to stand by his favourite chair. It was a wonderful chair for his purpose, old-fashioned and high-backed, with wings to support the head. He would get out his daily mirror, light a woodbine and settle down till sleep overcame him. If Siegfried rushed in on him, he grabbed the bottle and started to shake it madly, inspecting the contents at intervals. Then he went through to the dispensary, filled up the bottle and labelled it. It was a sound, workable system, but it had one big snag. He never knew whether it was Siegfried or not when the door opened, and often I walked in and found him half lying in his chair, staring up with startled, sleep-blurred eyes while he agitated his bottle. Most evenings found him sitting on a high stool at the bar counter of the Drover's Arms, conversing effortlessly with the barmaid. At other times he would be out with one of the young nurses from the local hospital, which he seemed to regard as an agency to provide him with female company. All in all, he managed to lead a fairly full life.
When Mrs. Hall, the housekeeper, is away for a week, Siegfried decides that Tristan must help with the cooking and housework. It soon becomes apparent that his culinary repertoire consists of just one meal, sausages and mash, which, much to the annoyance of Siegfried, he serves up every day. Tristan is also something of a liability in the kitchen, particularly when he uses cotton wool soaked in ether to light the fire. James and Siegfried are horrified to hear a sudden woof noise rushing down the corridors, rattling the windows of the house. On dashing to the kitchen, they discover Tristan flat on his back on the floor amid pots and pans. Siegfried rages that ether is bloody well explosive. It's a wonder you didn't blow the whole place up. Tristan proceeds to clear up with a mop and bucket, but as soon as Siegfried heads out for the morning rounds, he stops and heads to his favourite armchair in the sitting room. Having had enough of the hot stove, Tristan explains to James that he has decided to roast the potatoes in the sitting room fire, ready for lunchtime. Siegfried returns, sits at the dining table, and is presented with an amorphous dark grey mass, liberally speckled with black foreign bodies of varying size.
"What in the name of God," he inquired with ominous quiet, "is this?" His brother swallowed. "Sausage and mash?" he said lightly. Siegfried gave him a cold look. "I am referring to this." He poked warily at the dark mound. "Well, it's the potatoes." Tristan cleared his throat. "Got a little burnt, I'm afraid." My boss made no comment. With dangerous calm, he spooned some of the material onto his plate, raised a forkful and began to chew slowly. Once or twice he winced as a particularly tough fragment of carbon cracked between his molars. Then he closed his eyes and swallowed. For a moment he was still. Then he grasped his midriff with both hands, groaned and jumped to his feet. "No, that's enough," he cried. "I don't mind investigating poisonings on the farms, but I object to being poisoned myself in my own home." He strode away from the table and paused at the doorway. "I'm going over to the Drovers for lunch."
Tristan clearly has little interest in cooking or housework, preferring instead to cook up schemes to amuse himself. On picking up the phone at Skeldale House, he will sometimes answer using a ludicrous foreign accent. "Hello, please? Who is this?" Farmers later mentioning to James that some foreign fella had answered the phone when they called. When Siegfried comes up with the idea of putting magazines in the practice waiting room, Tristan smuggles in a German naturist magazine, complete with full frontal nudity, just so he can catch out a worthy local citizen having a quick peek. The prank predictably backfires on him when Mr. Mount, the father of a girl whom Tristan has been seeing, is caught red-handed and subsequently forbids Tristan from seeing his daughter Deborah any more. Brian Sinclair was similarly an energetic prankster, and would often answer the phone with a silly accent or call in from a public phone box pretending to be a local farmer in need of an urgent visit. Not content with playing pranks on Alf and their clients, Brian also took his mischief further afield. He once dressed in white sheets, and after nightfall took himself off to Pannell Bank near Harrogate, where he pretended to be the Pannell Ghost. Flitting across the bank in a ghostly manner, he would take great pleasure in seeing motorists making hasty U-turns and revving away. Such antics were recreated in Let Sleeping Vets Lie, when James is scared half to death by the sudden appearance of a phantom monk dressed in a brown habit, which turns out to be Tristan up to his usual tricks. He subsequently learns that Tristan is behind the much-talked-of Rain's ghost, a mysterious cowled figure often seen heading into the woods near Rain's Abbey. Alf was often the victim of Brian's pranks, as James is in If Only They Could Talk, when Tristan phones and imitates the gruff Yorkshire accent of Mr. Sims.
Saturday night, 10:30 p.m, and I was writing up my visits when the phone rang. I swore, crossed my fingers, and lifted the receiver. "Hello? Herriot speaking."
"Oh, it's you, is it?"
growled a dour voice in broadish Yorkshire.
"Well, I want Mr. Farnan."
"I'm sorry, Mr. Farnan is out. Can I help you?"
"Well, I hope so, but I'd far rather have your boss. This is Sims of Beale Close."
"Oh, no, please, no. Not Beale Close on a Saturday night. Miles up in the hills at the end of a rough lane with about 8 gates. Yes, Mr. Sims, and what is the trouble?"
"I'll tell you, there is some trouble and all. I've a grand big show horse here, all of 17 hands. He's cut itself badly on the hind leg, just above the hock. I want him stitched immediately."
"Glory be! Above the hock! What a charming place to have to stitch a horse. Unless he's very quiet, this is going to be a real picnic. How big is the wound, Mr. Sims?"
"Big? It's a gert big thing about a foot long and bleeding like hell. And this horse is a wick as a nail. Could kick a fly's eye out. I can't get near him nohow. Goes straight up wall when he sees anybody. By God, I tell you, I had him in t' blacksmith's t'other day, and fella was dead scared of him. Tweltin' gut horse he is."
"Damn you, Mr. Sims. Damn Beale Close, and damn your twilting girt horse. Well, I'll be along straight away. Try to have some men handy just in case we have to throw him."
"Throw him? Throw him? You'd never throw this horse. He'd kill you first. Anyways, I've no men here, so you'll have to manage on your own. I know Mr. Farnan wouldn't want a lot of men to help him."
"Oh, lovely, lovely. This is going to be one for the diary. Very well, I'm leaving now, Mr. Sims."
"Oh, I nearly forgot. My road got washed away in the floods yesterday. You'll have to walk the last mile and a half. So get a move on and don't keep me waiting all night."
This is just a bit much. "Look here, Mr. Sims, I don't like your tone. I said I would leave now, and I will get there just as soon as I can."
"You don't like my tone, eh? Well, I don't like useless young apprentices practising on my good stock, so I don't want no cheek from you. You know nowt about the damn job any road."
That finally does it. "Now just listen to me, Sims. If it wasn't for the sake of the horse, I'd refuse to come out at all. Who do you think you are, anyway? If you ever try to speak to me like that again—"
Now, Jim, get a grip on yourself. Take it easy, old boy. You'll burst a blood vessel if you go on like this."
"Who the devil—"
"Jim, calm yourself now. That temper of yours, you know. You really have to watch it."
"Tristan, where the hell are you speaking from?" the kiosk outside the Drovers. £5 inside me and feeling a bit puckish. Thought I'd give you a ring. By God, I'll murder you one of these days if you don't stop this game. It's putting years on me. Now and again isn't so bad, but this is the 3rd time this week. But this was by far the best, Jim. It was really wonderful. When you started drawing yourself up to your full height, it nearly killed me. Oh, God. I wish you could have heard yourself. He trailed off into helpless laughter. And then my feeble attempts at retaliation, creeping, trembling into some lonely phone box.
Is that young Mr. Farnan?
In a guttural croak.
Well, this is Tilson of High Wood. I want you to come out here immediately. I have a terrible case of...
Excuse me for interrupting, Jim, but is there something the matter with your tonsils? Oh, good. Well, go on with what you were saying, old lad. Sounds very interesting.
Tristan delights in escorting young ladies to local dances and is a dedicated beer drinker and pub dweller. The bon viveur will also happily tag along to any social get-together, as Siegfried rages in Vet in a Spin when Tristan has clearly been carousing until the early hours. If there's a good booze-up going on anywhere, you'll find it. Brian and Alf similarly spent many convivial evenings together at nearby pubs or escorting young women to local dances or the cinema. Like Tristan, Brian had a repertoire of party tricks, which he would perform with gusto, especially after a little lubrication. On the night that Tristan and James take nurses Brenda and Connie to a dance in the village of Poulton, as featured in Chapter 2, they first head to a local pub. After downing a few pints, Tristan treats them to his legendary Mad Conductor, and is so absorbed in his outlandish performance that he almost knocks himself out.
Tristan raised his arms and gazed imperiously over his imaginary orchestra, taking in the packed rows of strings, the woodwind, brass and timpani in one sweeping glance. Then, with a violent downswing, he led them into the overture. Rossini this time, I thought, or maybe Wagner, as I watched him throwing his head about, bringing in the violins with a waving clenched fist, or exhorting the trumpets with a glare and a trembling outstretched hand. It was somewhere near the middle of the piece that the rot always set in, and I watched enthralled as the face began to twitch and the lips to snarl. The arm-waving became more and more convulsive. Then the whole body jerked with uncontrollable spasms. It was clear that the end was near. Tristan's eyes were rolling, his hair hung over his face, and he had lost control of the music which crashed and billowed about him. Suddenly he grew rigid. His arms fell to his sides, and he crashed to the floor. I was joining in the applause and laughter when I noticed that Tristan was very still. I bent over him and found that he had struck his head against the heavy oak lead of the settle and was almost unconscious. The nurses went quickly into action. Brenda expertly propped up his head, while Connie ran for a basin of hot water and a cloth. When he opened his eyes, they were bathing a tender lump above his ear. Mr. Peacock hovered anxiously in the background. "Is ta all right? Can I do anything?" Tristan sat up and sipped weakly at his beer. He was very pale. "I'll be all right in a minute. And there is something you can do. You can bring us one for the road, and then we must be getting to this dance."
Brian's Mad Conductor performance was just as legendary in real life, as was his manic laughter which, like a baddie in a pantomime, he boomed out with theatrical glee. After attending the publication party of Let Sleeping Vets Lie in London, Alf's son Jim remembers the streets echoing with Brian's deranged laughter as they walked back to their hotel in the early hours. He and Alf were entirely used to his tomfoolery, whereas anyone who didn't know him must have thought it very strange behaviour. In the books, James develops a close friendship with Tristan, despite his sometimes strange behaviour, agreeing that he is something of a rum lad, a typical Yorkshire term for someone who is a bit peculiar or mischievous, but who is very sound. His humour and zest for life had lightened my days. Tristan continues to work as an assistant at the Darrowby practice, and by the time of Let Sleeping Vets Lie, he is in his final year. He is quick to learn, seemingly able to absorb information without any effort on his part, so that eventually, by the time of Vet in Harness, Tristan graduates as a veterinary surgeon. James is glad of Tristan's help at the practice. The local farmers had always liked Tristan when he did the occasional visit as a student, and the young vet soon proves himself adept at the job. Positive comments start to come in thick and fast, many of which emphasise Tristan's commitment to his work. He makes some queer noises, but he does try. I think he'd kill himself before he'd give up. As James discovers, it's clear that Tristan has developed a unique way of dealing with their clients, often putting on a kind of theatrical performance that elicits admiration from even the most hard-bitten types. On one call-out, James joins Tristan as he carves a cow belonging to Mr. Dowson, a hard and apparently emotionless character. He arrives just as Tristan is inserting his arm into a large red cow, while the farmer is holding the tail.
He braced himself and reached as far forward as he could. And just then the cow's flanks bulged as she strained hard against him. This is never very nice. The powerful contractions of the uterus squeeze the arm relentlessly between calf and pelvis, and you have to grit your teeth till it passes off. Tristan, however, went a little further. "Ooh! Ah! Ouch!" he cried. Then, as the animal still kept up the pressure, he went into a gasping groan. When she finally relaxed, he stood there quite motionless for a few seconds, his head hanging down as though the experience had drained him of all his strength. The farmer drew on his pipe and regarded him impassively. Throughout the years I had known Mr. Dowson, I had never seen any particular emotion portrayed in those hard eyes and craggy features. In fact, it had always seemed to me that I could have dropped down dead in front of him, and he wouldn't even blink. My colleague continued his struggle, and the cow, entering into the spirit of the game, fought back with a will. Some animals will stand quietly and submit to all kinds of internal interference, but this was a strainer. Every movement of the arm within her was answered by a violent expulsive effort. I'd been through it 100 times, and I could almost feel the grinding pressure on the wrist, the helpless numbing of the fingers. Tristan showed what he thought about it all by a series of heart-rending sounds. His repertoire was truly astounding, and he ranged from long, harrowing moans through shrill squeals to an almost tearful whimpering. At first, Mr. Dowson appeared oblivious to the whole business, puffing smoke, glancing occasionally through the byre door, scratching at the bristle on his chin. But as the minutes passed, his eyes were dragged more and more to the suffering creature before him, until his whole attention was riveted on the young man. And in truth, he was worth watching, because Tristan added to his vocal performance an extraordinary display of facial contortions. He sucked in his cheeks, rolled his eyes, twisted his lips, did everything, in fact, but wiggle his ears, and there was no doubt he was getting through to Mr. Dowson. As the noises and grimaces became more extravagant, the farmer showed signs of growing uneasiness. He darted anxious glances at my colleague, and occasionally his pipe trembled violently. Like me, he clearly thought some dreadful climax was at hand. As if trying to bring matters to a head, the cow started to build up to a supreme effort. She straddled her legs wide, grunted deeply, and went into a prolonged heave. As her back arched, Tristan opened his mouth wide in a soundless protest. Then little panting cries began to escape him. This, I thought, was his most effective ploy yet. A long-drawn "ah, ah, ah," creeping gradually up the scale and building increasing tension in his audience. My toes were curling with apprehension when, with superb timing, he released a sudden piercing scream. That was when Mr. Dowson cracked. His pipe had almost wobbled from his mouth, and now he stuffed it into his pocket and rushed to Tristan's side. "Is 't all right, young man?" he inquired, hoarsely. My colleague, his face a mask of anguish, did not reply. The farmer tried again. "Will I get you a cup of tea?" For a moment Tristan made no response. Then, eyes closed, he nodded dumbly. Mr. Dowson scampered eagerly from the byre, and within minutes returned with a steaming mug. After that, I had to shake my head to dispel the feeling of unreality. It couldn't be true. This vision of the hard-bitten farmer feeding the tea to this young man in sips, cradling the lolling head in a horny hand. Tristan was still inside the cow, still apparently semi-conscious with pain, but submitting helplessly to the farmer's ministrations. With a sudden lunge, he produced one of the calf's legs, and as he flopped against the cow's rump, he was rewarded with another long gulp of tea. After the first leg, the rest wasn't so bad, and the second leg and the calf itself soon followed. As the little creature landed, wriggling on the floor, Tristan collapsed to his knees beside it, and extended a trembling hand towards a pile of hay, prepared to give the new arrival a rub-down. Mr. Dowson would have none of it. "George," he bellowed to one of his men in the yard, "get in here and wisp this calf." Then solicitously to Tristan, "You maun come into the house, lad, and have a drop of brandy. You're about all in." The dream continued in the farm kitchen, and I watched disbelievingly as my colleague fought his way back to health and strength with the aid of several stiff measures of Martel 3-star. I'd never had treatment like this, and a wave of envy swept over me as I wondered whether it was worth adopting Tristan's system. But I still have never found the courage to try it.
Once Tristan has graduated, however, he doesn't stay long at the Darrowby practice, because like many others during the war, he is army-bound, and leaves soon after James joins the RAF. James volunteered earlier than Tristan, when there was no need for vets in the military, but by the time Tristan signs up, they are crying out for medics to doctor horses, mules, and other animals in the Far East. It's no surprise, James muses, that Tristan landed on his feet. The timing suggested that the gods were looking after him as usual. In fact, I think the gods love people like Tristan, who sway effortlessly before the winds of fate and spring back with a smile, looking on life always with blithe optimism. Tristan ends the war as Captain Farnan of the Royal Army Veterinary Corps. He has also married and goes on to join the Ministry of Agriculture as an infertility investigations officer. He left a sad gap in our lives, but fortunately we still saw him and his wife regularly, writes James, and the two young men remain good friends, despite spending less time in others' company. Their paths, however, cross in The Law God Made Them All, after James calls in the services of a sterility advisory officer. As featured in Chapter 7, James attempts to use for the first time an artificial vagina, AV, to retrieve a semen sample from a bull, but instead ends up using the AV to fight off the incensed animal. The next day, on returning to the yard, James sees a familiar figure ahead, blowing out clouds of cigarette smoke. It turns out to be Tristan, who is the sterility officer come to his aid. James explains to him the whole sorry incident with the bull, and Tristan cannot quite believe how much danger James had put himself in. As James continues to tell Tristan what happened, Tristan begins to laugh so much, tears coursed down his cheeks and feeble little moans issued from his mouth. Tristan clearly is still as animated as ever, although he appears a little more businesslike when they return to see the bull together. Tristan confidently attends to the bull, but things start to go wrong when, unbeknown to him, the farmer has filled the AV with boiling water, causing the animal to emit a deafening bellow when Tristan plunges its penis into the contraption.
Tristan, slightly pop-eyed, managed to jam the AV over the penis as it hurtled past him. But as he did so, the velocity of the charge caused the animal to lose his footing, so that the bull slid on his back clean underneath the cow. The AV was jerked from Tristan's grasp and soared high into the air. Mr. Hartley followed it, open-mouthed, as it described a graceful parabola before landing on a pile of straw at the other end of the yard. As the bull scrambled to his feet, Tristan strolled unhurriedly towards the straw. The glass tube was still attached to the cylinder, and my friend held it up at eye level. "Ah, yes," he murmured. "A nice 3cc sample." The farmer came puffing up. "You've got what you wanted, have you?" "Yes, indeed," Tristan replied, airily. "Exactly what I wanted." The farmer shook his head wonderingly. "By hell, it's a complicated sort of business, isn't it?" "Oh, well," Tristan shrugged his shoulders. "It can be just a little at times. It can be. Anyway, I'll get my microscope from the car and examine the sample. It didn't take long, and soon afterwards we were all having a cup of tea in the kitchen. My colleague put down his cup and reached for a scone. "That's a fine, fertile bull you have there, Mr. Hartley." That's champion." The farmer rubbed his hands. "I paid a fair bit of brass for him, and it's grand to know he's up to scratch." He looked across at the young man with undisguised admiration. "You've done a grand job, and I'm right grateful to you." As I sipped my tea, the thought occurred to me that despite the passage of years, things hadn't changed. Just as that glass tube had landed on a soft bed of straw, Tristan always landed on his feet.
Brian Sinclair similarly worked for the Royal Army Veterinary Corps in India, and then, like Tristan, worked for the Ministry of Agriculture in Inverness, Scotland, until 1949, after which he returned to Leeds, Yorkshire. By then he had a wife, Sheila, having realised during the war that she was the girl for him when at a pub in Kilburn she laughed so hard at one of his jokes that dandelion and burdock came spurting out of her nose. Sheila and Brian went on to have 3 daughters and remained good friends with Joan and Alf in later years. Brian was always very happy to be featured in the Herriot books, and even consulted with Alf on the first book, providing some useful additions to the storylines, as well as suggestions for some of the colourful dialogue Siegfried would mete out to him when he was particularly enraged. Tristan was not the only student to work at Skeldale House. A variety of other young men, still all men in those days, helped out during their vacations, the profession attracting a broad range of characters. They vary in capability, but James generally finds working with them a rewarding process, as he describes in Let Sleeping Vets Lie.
I always liked having a student with us. These young men had to see at least 6 months' practice on their way through college, and most of their vacations were spent going round with a vet. We, of course, had our own resident student in Tristan, but he was in a different category. He didn't have to be taught anything. He seemed to know things, to absorb knowledge without apparent effort, or indeed without showing interest. If you took Tristan to a case, he usually spent his time on the farm sitting in the car reading his Daily Mirror and smoking woodbines. There were all types among the others. Some from the country, some from the towns, some dull-witted, some bright. But as I say, I liked having them. For one thing, these visiting students were good company in the car. A big part of a country vet's life consists of solitary driving, and it was a relief to be able to talk to somebody. It was wonderful, too, to have a gate opener. Some of the outlying farms were approached through long, gated roads. One which always struck terror into me had 8 gates. And it is hard to convey the feeling of sheer luxury when someone else leaped out and opened them. And there was another little pleasure, asking the students questions. My own days of studying and examinations were still fresh in my memory, and on top of that, I had the vast experience of nearly 3 years of practice. It gave me a feeling of power to drop casual little queries about the cases we saw, and watch the lads squirm as I had so recently squirmed myself. I suppose that even in those early days I was forming a pattern for later life. Unknown to myself, I was falling into the way of asking a series of my own pet questions, as all examiners are liable to do, and many years later I overheard one youngster asking another, "Has he grilled you on the causes of fits in calves yet?" "Don't worry, he will." That made me feel suddenly old, but there was compensation on another occasion when a newly qualified ex-student rushed up to me and offered to buy me all the beer I could drink. "You know what the examiner asked me in the final oral? The causes of fits in calves! By God, I paralysed him. He had to beg me to stop talking." And students were useful in other ways. They ran and got things out of the car boot. They pulled a rope at calvings. They were skilled assistants at operations. They were a repository for my worries and doubts. It isn't too much to say that during the brief visits, they revolutionised my life.
In the same chapter, James eagerly awaits his next protégé, a student recommended by the Ministry of Agriculture as a first-class student, who is arriving by train at Darrowby Station. On meeting, however, It's soon clear this young man is very different to anyone they've had before at the practice.
My name is Carmody. Ah, yes, good. How are you? We shook hands, and I took in the fine check suit and tweedy hat, the shining brogues and pigskin case. This was a very superior student. In fact, a highly impressive young man. About a couple of years younger than myself, but with a mature air in the set of his broad shoulders and the assurance on his strong, high-coloured face.
Unlike other students, Richard Carmody is not particularly impressed when James shows him round the surgery, although he shows a glimmer of approval when taking in the garden and the fell views beyond. The next morning, James takes Carmody to visit a lame calf, the young student now dressed in a smart hacking jacket and flannels. After the call, Carmody coolly tells James he thinks his diagnosis is wrong. Taken aback, James makes a mental note to keep Carmody well away from Siegfried, who would unhesitatingly hurl him out of the car at such an affront. Then, following a visit to a cow with slow fever, acetonemia, James casually questions Carmody on the causes of the condition. Carmody confidently rattles off all the latest scientific theories, leaving James a little dumbfounded.
I slumped lower in my seat and decided not to ask Carmody any more questions. And as the stone walls flipped past the windows, I began to face up to the gradually filtering perception that this was a superior being next to me. It was depressing to ponder on the fact that not only was he big, good-looking, completely sure of himself, but brilliant as well. Also, I thought bitterly, he had every appearance of being rich.
Carmody remains remarkably assured throughout the morning until the two men head to their last call before lunch, where, having just opened the farm gate, the young vet's composure is put to the test.
Apparently from nowhere, an evil-looking little black cur dog glided silently out, sunk its teeth with dedicated venom into Carmody's left buttock, and slunk away. Not even the most monolithic dignity can survive being bitten deeply and without warning in the backside. Carmody screamed, leaped in the air, clutching his rear, then swarmed to the top of the gate with the agility of a monkey.
By the afternoon, Carmody has recovered some of his poise and asks James, with a touch of arrogance, whether he can perform some injections. James then tasks him with a variety of difficult and dirty jobs, chasing a litter of pigs around a pen so they splatter filth all over him, treating an unwilling old cart horse with Istin drenching liquid, most of which ends up on his expensive clothes, and finally taking some blood samples from a large white sow. James takes pleasure in seeing all of this, surprised to detect a vein of sadism in his makeup.
Extracting a few cc's of blood from the ear vein of a struggling pig is a job which makes most vets shudder, and it was clearly a dirty trick to ask a student to do it. But the memory of his coldly confident request at the beginning of the afternoon seemed to have stilled my conscience.
The two young vets then visit a bullock that has a tumour on its jaw, which, when a halter rope is placed over his head, bolts, like a black thunderbolt, across a field, with Carmody hanging on for dear life.
He took a last few soaring, swooping steps, then he was down on his face. But he didn't let go. The bullock, going better than ever, had turned towards us now, dragging the inert form apparently without effort, and I winced as I saw it was headed straight for a long row of cowpats. It was when Carmody was skidding face down through the third heap of muck that I suddenly began to like him, and when he finally did have to release his hold and lay for a moment motionless on the grass, I hurried over to help him up. He thanked me briefly, then looked calmly across the field at a sight which is familiar to every veterinary surgeon: his patient thundering out of sight across the far horizon. The student was almost unrecognisable. His clothes and face were plastered with filth, except where the saffron streaks of the Istin showed up like war paint. He smelt abominably. He had been bitten in the backside. Nothing had really gone right for him all day, yet he was curiously undefeated. I smiled to myself. It was no good judging this bloke by ordinary standards. I could recognise the seeds of greatness when I saw them.
Carmody stays with the Darrowby practice for 2 weeks, after which, not unsurprisingly, he qualifies with top marks before gaining a PhD and further degrees and qualifications. The character of Carmody was in fact based on the assistant Oliver Murphy, who worked at 23 Kirkgate in 1956 for 4 months. Like Carmody, he was serious, with a great academic mind. But Alf found him pleasant to work with, and local farmers admired his dogged perseverance under trying circumstances. He returned one day caked in mud, having chased wild bullocks around a yard, even hanging upside down from a beam in a rodeo-style attempt to catch one. Another 2 assistants would feature in the books, although in reality over 30 assistants worked at the Thirsk practice, all of them providing a rich array of stories for the James Herriot books. Alf gave his students a lot of support, and they in turn learnt a huge amount and provided invaluable help during busy periods, particularly during tuberculin testing. The assistant John Crooks features in the last 2 books. Having worked with the practice during university vacations, he is almost part of the family when he joins them as an assistant. He soon proves himself a capable veterinary surgeon and stays with the practice for 3 years, a period on which James looks back fondly.
As John settled into practice, I found a miraculous easing of my life. It was rather wonderful to have an assistant, especially a good one like him. I had always liked him, but when I got a call to a calving heifer at 3 o'clock in the morning and was able to pass it on to him and turn over and go back to sleep, I could feel the likening deepening into a warm affection.
John eventually marries a local teacher, Heather, and the 2 live at the Darrowby practice before setting up a practice at Beverley. Before he departed, writes James, he paid us the charming compliment of filling a bottle with the air from Scaledale House, to be released in his new surgery with the object of transferring some of our atmosphere. The real John Crooks, the only assistant in the Herriot books to retain his real name, did exactly this when he left the practice. He too was a self-assured and immensely likeable man, and he and his wife Heather, her real name also, remained good friends with Alf and his family. After setting up a practice in Beverley, Yorkshire, he rose to become president of the British Veterinary Association in 1983, but he never forgot the support and invaluable advice he received from Alf and Donald, and looked back on his days in Thirsk as some of the happiest of his life. A few days after John leaves, the new assistant, Callum Buchanan, arrives. Tall and sporting a walrus moustache, he walks down the platform of Darrowby Station with a giant lurcher by his side. Also draped over his shoulder is a large, hairy animal, which James is surprised to discover is his pet badger, Marilyn. At Scaledale House, Siegfried looks aghast as the young graduate wolfs down an entire fruit cake. Siegfried pushes James into an empty office. "What the hell have we got here, James? An assistant with a blasted badger around his neck, and a dog as big as a donkey?" While clearly an unusual fellow, Callum has glowing references from his university and soon shows how capable he is as a veterinary surgeon, performing a caesarean on a heifer on his very first call-out, and then meticulously cleaning his instruments afterwards. Before long, people are requesting the services of the vet whip badger.
"Can I speak to the vet whip badger?" As I handed the phone to our new assistant, it struck me that this request was becoming common, and it did me good to hear it. It meant that Callum was being accepted by the farmers. I didn't mind at all if some of them wanted him instead of me. What I dreaded hearing was, "Don't send that young bugger," which I had heard about from some of my neighbouring vets when they employed new assistants. We had been so lucky with John Crooks, who had been an outstanding asset to our practice, and it seemed to be asking too much of fate for a second top-class man to come along. All the new graduates were better educated than I had been, but there were other reasons why a few didn't make the grade. Some of them just couldn't face the long, rough and tumble of general practice with its antisocial hours. Others lacked the ability to get on with the clients, and one or two were academically bright, but unpractical. Callum, to my vast relief, seemed to be slotting into the job effortlessly, but, just as John and Tristan had been different from each other, so was he from them. Very different. His ever-present badger fascinated people. His tall, walrus-moustached appearance, eager friendliness, and unusual outlook on life made him interesting to both farm and small animal clients. But, most important of all, he knew his stuff. He was a fine vet.
Callum is also a keen ornithologist and naturalist, and even convinces James to join him on a trip to look for deer, the two rising before dawn and riding 2 shire horses into the woods, as if in some kind of Narnia fantasy. As Siegfried predicts, however, Callum continually adds to his menagerie of pets, soon bringing into the house 2 Doberman dogs, Maggie and Anna, alongside a variety of other wild creatures.
It was around the time when Callum's third badger arrived that an uncanny sense of the inevitable began to settle on me. The new badger was called Bill, and Callum didn't say much about his unheralded advent. He did mention it in an offhand way to me, but prudently failed to take Siegfried into his confidence. I think he realised that there wasn't much point in upsetting my partner further. It seemed only reasonable to assume that Siegfried was getting a little punch-drunk with the assorted creatures milling around and wouldn't even notice. I was discussing the day's work with my colleagues in the doorway of the dispensary when Siegfried ducked down. "What the hell was that?" he exclaimed as a large, feathery body whizzed past, just missing our heads. "Oh, it's Callum's owl," I said. Siegfried stared at me. "That owl? I thought it was supposed to be ill." He turned to our assistant. "Callum, what's that owl doing here? You brought it in days ago and it looks fit enough now, so take it back where it came from. I like birds, as you know, but not rocketing round in our surgery like bloody eagles. Could frighten the life out of the clients." The young man nodded. Yes. She's almost recovered. I expect to take her back to the wood very soon." He pocketed his list of visits and left. I didn't say anything, but it seemed certain to me that once Callum had got his hands on an owl of his very own, he wasn't going to part with it in a hurry. I foresaw some uncomfortable incidents. "And listen to those fox cabs," Siegfried went on. "What a racket they're making." The yapping, snarling, and barking echoed along the passage from the back of the house. There was no doubt they were noisy little things. "What does Callum want them in here for?" "I'm not sure. He did say something, but I can't quite recall." "Well," Siegfried grunted, "I just hope he'll remove them as soon as the problem is over." Later that day, Siegfried and I were setting a dog's fractured radius when Callum walked into the operating room. Marilyn, as usual, was on his shoulder, but today she had company. Seated comfortably in the crook of the young man's arms was a little monkey. Siegfried looked up from his work. He stopped winding the plaster of Paris bandage, and his mouth fell open. "Oh my God, no! This is too much! Not a bloody monkey now! It's like living in a bloody zoo!" "Yes," replied Callum with a pleased smile. "His name is Mortimer." "Never mind his name," Siegfried growled. "What the hell is he doing here?" "Oh, don't worry. This isn't a pet, in a way. He's a patient." Siegfried's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean? In what way? Is he ill?" "Well, not exactly. Diana Thurston has asked me to look after him while she's away on holiday." "And you said yes, of course. No hesitation. That's just what we need here. Bloody monkeys roaming the place on top of everything else." Callum looked at him gravely. "Well, you know, I was in a difficult position. Colonel Thurston is a very nice man and one of our biggest clients. Large farm, hunting horses and up-teen dogs. I couldn't very well refuse." My partner recommenced his winding. The plaster was setting, and I could see he wanted time to think. "Well, I see your point," he said after a few moments. "It wouldn't have looked so good." He glanced up at Callum. But it's definitely just while Diana's on holiday? Oh, absolutely. I promise you. The young man nodded vigorously. She's devoted to the little chap, and she'll pick him up as soon as she returns. Oh, well, I suppose it'll be all right. Siegfried shot a hunted look at the monkey, which, open-mouthed, teeth bared and chattering, was apparently laughing at him. We lifted the sleeping dog from the table and carried him to one of the recovery kennels. My partner seemed indisposed to speak, and I didn't break the silence. I had no desire to discuss Callum's latest acquisition, because I happened to know that Diana Thurston wasn't just going to Scarborough for a fortnight. She was off to Australia for 6 months. I was called out that evening and went to the surgery for extra drugs. As I walked along the passage, I could hear a babel of animal sounds from the end of the house, and, on opening the door to the back room, I found Callum among his friends. The 3 badgers were nosing around the food bowls. The owl flapped lazily onto a high shelf. Storm, vast and amiable, waved his tail in welcome, while the Dobermans regarded me contemplatively. Mortimer the monkey, clearly already under Callum's spell, leaped from a table into the young man's arms and grinned at me. In a corner, the fox cubs kept up their strange yapping and growling, and I noticed 2 cages containing a couple of rabbits and a hare, apparently new arrivals. Looking round the room, I realized that Siegfried had been right from the very beginning. The menagerie was now firmly installed. And as I opened the door to leave, I wondered just how big it was going to grow.
Callum was modelled on Brian Nettleton, an assistant who joined the Thirsk practice in 1957. He proved to be one of the most capable veterinary surgeons to work there and was immensely popular with the clients. His large stature matched his personality, and he too carried around a badger which always accompanied him when he frequented the local pubs. He had a great affinity with animals of all types, and as featured in Every Living Thing, he would cook up large vats of hideous-smelling tripe for his badgers, while owls swooped up and down the corridor and foxes ran around the garden. A lover of nature, he was less bound by routine and frequently disappeared off into the wilds. It was Alf's son Jim who joined him on the early morning trips, and Brian always knew exactly where they could see animals in their own habitat. He was also very musical and played the piano accordion. He once bought Alf's daughter a squeeze box in a jumble sale, teaching her slightly risque songs thereafter. The vet whip badger, adored by Alf's family, the local farmers, and the regulars in the Drovers Arms, was as unforgettable in life as he was on the page. Chapter 5. Romance and Family Life.
A voice answered, "Come in," and I opened the door into a huge, stone-flagged kitchen with hams and sides of bacon hanging from hooks in the ceiling. A dark girl in a check blouse and green linen slacks was kneading dough in a bowl. She looked up and smiled. "Sorry I couldn't let you in. I've got my hands full." She held up her arms, floury white to the elbow. "That's all right. My name is Herriot. I've come to see a calf. It's lame, I understand." "Yes, we think he's broken his leg. Probably got his foot in a hole when he was running about. If you don't mind waiting a minute, I'll come with you. My father and the men are in the fields. I'm Helen Alderson, by the way." She washed and dried her arms and pulled on a pair of short Wellingtons. "Take over this bread, will you, Meg?" she said to an old woman who came through from an inner room. "I have to show Mr. Herriot the calf." Outside she turned to me and laughed. "We've got a bit of a walk, I'm afraid. He's in one of the top buildings. Look, you can just see it up there." She pointed to a squat stone barn high on the fellside. I knew all about these top buildings. They were scattered all over the high country, and I got a lot of healthy exercise going round them. They were used for storing hay and other things, and as shelters for the animals on the hill pastures. I looked at the girl for a few seconds. "Oh, that's all right. I don't mind. I don't mind in the least."
James has driven to the Alderson farm of Heston Grange to see to a calf. There he is met by the farmer's daughter, Helen Alderson, who immediately catches his attention and he is more than happy to spend a few more minutes in her company as they walk up a hill. In a barn, he finds a trembling calf, which he confirms has a fractured radius and ulna. He applies a wet bandage to its leg, waits for it to dry, and the calf immediately trots away and happily reunites with his mother. Pleased with his success, the two leave the barn and take in the view below.
We sat down on the warm grass of the hillside. A soft breeze pulled at the heads of the moorland flowers. Somewhere a curlew cried. Darrowby and Skeldale House and veterinary practice seemed 1,000 miles away. "You're lucky to live here," I said, "but I don't think you need me to tell you that. No, I love this country. There's nowhere else quite like it." She paused and looked slowly round her. "I'm glad it appeals to you too. A lot of people find it too bare and wild. It almost seems to frighten them." I laughed. "Yes, I know. But as far as I'm concerned, I can't help feeling sorry for all the thousands of vets who don't work in the Yorkshire Dales." I began to talk about my work. Then, almost without knowing, I was going back over my student days, telling her of the good times, the friends I had made, and our hopes and aspirations. I surprised myself with my flow of talk. I wasn't much of a chatterbox usually, and I felt I must be boring my companion. But she sat quietly looking over the valley, her arms around her green-clad legs, nodding at times as though she understood, and she laughed in all the right places. I wondered too, at the silly feeling that I would like to forget all about the rest of the day's duty and stay up here on this sunny hillside. It came to me that it had been a long time since I had sat down and talked to a girl of my own age. I'd almost forgotten what it was like. I didn't hurry back down the path and through the scented pinewood, but it seemed no time at all before we were walking across the wooden bridge and over the field to the farm. I turned with my hand on the car door. "Well, I'll see you in a month." It sounded like an awful long time. The girl smiled. "Thank you for what you've done." As I started the engine, she waved and went into the house. "Helen Alderson," Siegfried said later over lunch. "Of course I know her. Lovely girl." Tristan across the table made no comment, but he laid down his knife and fork, raised his eyes reverently to the ceiling and gave a long, low whistle. Then he started to eat again. Siegfried went on. "Oh yes, I know her very well, and I admire her. Her mother died a few years ago. She runs the whole place, cooks and looks after her father and a younger brother and sister." He spooned some mashed potatoes onto his plate. "Any men friends?" "Oh, half the young bloods in the district are chasing her, but she doesn't seem to be going steady with any of them. Choosy sort, I think."
James's first encounter with Helen has gone well. They can talk easily to each other. She is clearly a very capable young woman, and they both count themselves lucky to live and work in the Dales. Back at Skeldale House, James scans the daybook regularly in the hope he can visit the farm again, but is sorry to see the Aldersons seem to have lamentably healthy stock. Instead, he makes do with joining the Darrowby Music Society, having seen Helen going into its meetings. There, with heart thudding, he summons up the courage to ask her out. She agrees, and a date is set for Saturday evening. James is desperate to impress Helen when they meet, and he plans to take her to a dinner dance at the Grand Reniston Hotel in Broughton. Dressed in a tight-fitting and hopelessly outdated dinner jacket and suit, James turns up at the Alderson farm to pick Helen up. He is shown to the kitchen by Helen's grinning younger brother, who clearly finds the situation funny, as does Helen's little sister, who has a fixed smirk on her face as she sits at the table doing her homework. Mr. Alderson beckons James to sit with him by the fire as he reads The Farmer and Stockbreeder.
After about a year, I heard footsteps on the stairs. Then Helen came into the room. She was wearing a blue dress, the kind without shoulder straps that seemed to stay up by magic. Her dark hair shone under the single-pressure lamp which lit the kitchen, shadowing the soft curves of her neck and shoulders. Over one white arm, she held a camel-hair coat. I felt stunned. She was like a rare jewel in the rough setting of stone flags and whitewashed walls. She gave me her quiet, friendly smile and walked towards me. "Hello," I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long." I muttered something in reply and helped her on with her coat. She went over and kissed her father, who didn't look up, but waved his hand vaguely. There was another outburst of giggling from the table. We went out. In the car I felt unusually tense, and for the first mile or two had to depend on some inane remarks about the weather to keep a conversation going. I was beginning to relax when I drove over a little humpback bridge into a dip in the road. Then the car suddenly stopped. The engine coughed gently, and then we were sitting silent and motionless in the darkness. And there was something else. My feet and ankles were freezing cold. "My God!" I shouted. "We've run into a bit of flooded road. The water's right into the car." I looked round at Helen. "I'm terribly sorry about this. Your feet must be soaked." But Helen was laughing. She had her feet tucked up on the seat, her knees under her chin. "Yes, I am a bit wet, but it's no good sitting about like this. Hadn't we better start pushing?" Wading out into the black, icy waters was a nightmare, but there was no escape. Mercifully, it was a little car, and between us we managed to push it beyond the flooded patch. Then by torchlight I dried the plugs and got the engine going again. Helen shivered as we squelched back into the car. "I'm afraid I have to go back and change my shoes and stockings. And so will you. There's another road back through Fensley. You take the first turn on the left." Back at the farm, Mr. Alderson was still reading The Farmer and Stockbreeder, and kept his finger on the list of pig prices while he gave me a baleful glance over his spectacles. When he learned that I had come to borrow a pair of his shoes and socks, he threw the paper down in exasperation and rose, groaning, from his chair. He shuffled out of the room, and I could hear him muttering to himself as he mounted the stairs. Helen followed him, and I was left alone with the two young children. They studied my sodden trousers with undisguised delight. I had wrung most of the surplus water out of them, but the final result was remarkable. Mrs. Hall's knife-edged crease reached to just below the knee. But then there was chaos. The trousers flared out at that point in a crumpled, shapeless mass, and as I stood by the fire to dry them, a gentle steam rose about me. The children stared at me, wide-eyed and happy. This was a big night for them. Mr. Alderson reappeared at length and dropped some shoes and rough socks at my feet. I pulled on the socks quickly, but shrank back when I saw the shoes. They were a pair of dancing slippers from the early days of the century, and their cracked patent leather was topped by wide, black silk bows. I opened my mouth to protest, but Mr. Alderson had dug himself deep into his chair and had found his place again among the pig prices. I had the feeling that if I asked for another pair of shoes, Mr. Alderson would attack me with the poker. I put the slippers on. We had to take a roundabout road to avoid the floods, but I kept my foot down, and within half an hour we had left the steep sides of the dale behind us, and were heading out onto the rolling plain. I began to feel better. We were making good time, and the little car, shuddering and creaking, was going well. I was just thinking that we wouldn't be all that late, when the steering wheel began to drag to one side. I had a puncture most days, and recognised the symptoms immediately. I had become an expert at changing wheels, and with a word of apology to Ellen, was out of the car like a flash. With my rapid manipulation of the rusty jack and brace, the wheel was off within 3 minutes. The surface of the crumpled tyre was quite smooth except for the lighter, frayed parts where the canvas showed through. Working like a demon, I screwed on the spare, cringing inwardly as I saw that this tyre was in exactly the same condition as the other. I steadfastly refused to think of what I would do if its frail fibres should give up the struggle. By day, the Reniston dominated Broughton like a vast medieval fortress, bright flags fluttering arrogantly from its 4 turrets. But tonight it was like a dark cliff with a glowing cavern at street level, where the Bentleys discharged their expensive cargoes. I didn't take my vehicle to the front entrance, but tucked it away quietly at the back of the car park. A magnificent commissionaire opened the door for us, and we trod noiselessly over the rich carpeting of the entrance hall. We parted there to get rid of our coats, and in the men's cloakroom I scrubbed frantically at my oily hands. It didn't do much good. Changing that wheel had given my fingernails a border of deep black which defied ordinary soap and water, and Helen was waiting for me. I looked up in the mirror at the white-jacketed attendant hovering behind me with a towel. The man, clearly fascinated by my ensemble, was staring down at the wide-bowed Pirot shoes and the rumpled trouser bottoms. As he handed over the towel, he smiled broadly, as if in gratitude for this little bit of extra colour in his life. I met Helen in the reception hall, and we went over to the desk. "What time does the dinner dance start?" I asked. The girl at the desk looked surprised. "I'm sorry, sir, there's no dance tonight. We only have them once a fortnight." I turned to Helen in dismay, but she smiled encouragingly. "It doesn't matter," she said. "I don't really care what we do. We can have dinner, anyway," I said. I tried to speak cheerfully, but a little black cloud seemed to be forming just above my head. Was anything going to go right tonight?
The evening limps on, and there's confusion when a waiter asks if they are staying, and James doesn't realise he means overnight at the hotel. When they are finally led to their table, James is convinced the whole evening has been a disaster, is thoroughly miserable, and is hot as hell in his ghastly suit.
Everything was in French, and in my numbed state the words were largely meaningless. But somehow I ordered the meal, and, as we ate, I tried desperately to keep a conversation going. But long deserts of silence began to stretch between us. It seemed that only Helen and I were quiet among all the surrounding laughter and chatter. Worst of all was the little voice which kept telling me that Helen had never really wanted to come out with me anyway. She had done it out of politeness and was getting through a boring evening as best she could. The journey home was a fitting climax. We stared straight ahead as the headlights picked out the winding road back into the Dales. We made stumbling remarks, then the strange silence took over again. By the time we drew up outside the farm, my head had begun to ache. We shook hands, and Helen thanked me for a lovely evening. There was a tremor in her voice, and in the moonlight her face was anxious and withdrawn. I said good night, got into the car, and drove away.
Alf White's first date with the real Helen Alderson, Joan Danbury, was similarly disastrous. They weren't on their own, though. A cattle dealer friend of Alf and Brian Sinclair, Malcolm Johnson, knew a few ladies in Thirsk, including Joan. He asked her one day whether she and any friends would like to come along to a dance at a nearby village of Sandhutton. She had never met Alf or Brian, but Malcolm assured her they were good fun, and Joan agreed that she and two friends would join them. They drove in one of the practice cars, a battered little Ford with holes in the footwell, which promptly ground to a halt in a flooded road, forcing them all to return to 23 Kirkgate once they'd got the car started again. They eventually got to the dance, then returned to the practice house where they chatted further, and Brian entertained them all with his usual funny stories and tomfoolery. Like Helen, Joan, who had dark hair and deep blue eyes, had many admirers, but she wasn't a farmer's daughter. She was a secretary at a corn merchant's in Thirsk, and her father a government official then working in York. She had grown up in Thirsk, her family moving to the town from the Cotswolds in Gloucestershire when she was 8 years old. She had had a few boyfriends before meeting Alf, but she instantly took a liking to the young vet, and when he asked to see her again, she agreed. While Alf had a solid profession, well revered among the rural communities, he certainly wasn't as wealthy as some of the richer farmers Joan had dated, but she was attracted to Alf, enjoyed his company, and they shared a similar sense of humour. Alf had had the odd girlfriend at school and veterinary college, and he and Brian had taken a few young women out to dances locally, but none would captivate him as much as Joan. In It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, Helen, thankfully, has not been put off by their disastrous first date, although a subsequent cinema trip also proves less than romantic. James is accosted by a farmer. They are ogled at by the local blacksmith's daughter, and the cinema shows an ancient western instead of the film they came to see. Helen, however, is able to see the funny side of the situation, an important trait when spending time with James. When Gobber Newhouse, sozzled after a session in the pub, plonks himself near them and proceeds to clonk James round the back of the head accidentally, Helen breaks into laughter.
I'd never seen a girl laugh like this. It was as though it was something she had wanted to do for a long time. She abandoned herself utterly to it, lying back with her head on the back of the seat, legs stretched out in front of her, arms dangling by her side. She took her time and waited until she had got it all out of her system before she turned to me. She put her hand on my arm. "Look," she said faintly, "next time, why don't we just go for a walk?"
While the date hadn't gone exactly to plan, James is at least relieved there will be a next time, and they continue to spend more time together. They walk for miles in the hills. Helen occasionally comes on evening calls with James, or they go to dances in the village institutes locally. As James puts it, there wasn't anything spectacular to do in Darrowby, but there was a complete lack of strain, a feeling of being self-sufficient in a warm existence of our own that made everything meaningful and worthwhile. James is clearly besotted, and on the insistence of Siegfried to throw aside his usual cautious ways, he proposes to Helen, who agrees, and an early date for a wedding is set. Alf and Joan's wedding, held on a cold winter's morning on the 5th of November 1941 at St Mary Magdalene Church in Thirsk, was a similarly small affair. The bride and groom had little money to lavish on a bigger wedding, and many couples chose to have more modest nuptials during the wartime years. In addition, neither set of parents attended. Joan's father, Horace, was ill, and there were some difficulties with Alf's parents, who were concerned that Alf was marrying too early, before he was financially secure. Alf's mother, Hannah, who ran a successful wedding dress business, had also hoped for a grander wedding and perhaps a daughter-in-law from a better background. Alf, nonetheless, stood firm in his determination to marry Joan, and his father was eventually won over by her, but his mother's continuing disapproval would cause Alf uneasiness in later years. Alf had always felt a great deal of affection and respect for his mother. She was very much the driving force in the family, with great ambitions for her son, but their relationship was a complex one. 5 people attended the wedding, including Donald Sinclair, who was the best man, exclaiming "Amen" at regular intervals, just as Siegfried does in It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet. They were married by Canon Young, whom Alf remembers shivering with the cold, glad when it was all over and they could head outside into the frosty sunshine.
I can't remember much about the wedding. It was a quiet do, and my main recollection is of desiring to get it all over with as soon as possible. I have only one vivid memory, of Siegfried, just behind me in the church, booming "Amen" at regular intervals throughout the ceremony, the only time I have ever heard a best man do this. It was an incredible relief when Helen and I were ready to drive away, and when we were passing Scaledale House, Helen grasped my hand. "Look," she cried excitedly. "Look over there." Underneath Siegfried's brass plate, which always hung slightly askew on the iron railings, was a brand new one. It was of the modern Bakelite type, with a black background and bold white letters, which read J. Herriot, M.R.C.V.S., Veterinary Surgeon, and it was screwed very straight and level on the metal.
The newlyweds drive out of Darrowby, James swelling with pride not only to have Helen, his wife, by his side, but knowing also that the nameplate means he is now a bona fide partner at the practice alongside Siegfried. After driving and walking in the hills for a few hours, both of them in a bit of a daze, they head to the Wheatsheaf Inn, where they spend the first night of their honeymoon, after being fed a delicious meal of soup, stew, and gooseberry pie and cream. The wedding has come at a busy time for the practice, and James has agreed that he and Helen will spend a working honeymoon undertaking tuberculin testing. Helen causes surprise when she wears slacks, trousers, on the morning after their wedding, just as Joan often did, which was still very much a novelty in rural Yorkshire in the late 1930s.
I particularly enjoyed, too, our very first morning when I took Helen to do the test at Allen's. As I got out of the car, I could see Mrs. Allen peeping round the curtains in the kitchen window. She was soon out in the yard, and her eyes popped when I brought my bride over to her. Helen was one of the pioneers of slacks in the Dales, and she was wearing a bright purple pair this morning, which would in modern parlance knock your eyes out. The farmer's wife was partly shocked, partly fascinated, but she soon found that Helen was of the same stock as herself, and within seconds the two women were chattering busily. I judged from Mrs. Allen's vigorous head-nodding and her ever-widening smile that Helen was putting her out of her pain by explaining all the circumstances. It took a long time, and finally Mr. Allen had to break into the conversation. "If we're going, we'll have to go," he said gruffly, and we set off to start the second day of the test. We began on a sunny hillside, where a group of young animals had been penned. Jack and Robbie plunged in among the beasts, while Mr. Allen took off his cap and courteously dusted the top of the wall. "Your missus can sit here," he said. I paused as I was about to start the measuring. My missus. It was the first time anybody had said that to me. I looked over at Helen as she sat cross-legged on the rough stones, her notebook on her knee, pencil at the ready, and as she pushed back the shining dark hair from her forehead, she caught my eye and smiled. And as I smiled back at her, I became aware suddenly of the vast, swelling glory of the dales around us, and of the dale's scent of clover and warm grass, more intoxicating than any wine. And it seemed that my first 2 years at Darrowby had been leading up to this moment, that the first big step of my life was being completed, right here, with Helen smiling at me, and the memory, fresh in my mind, of my new plate hanging in front of Scaledale House. I might have stood there indefinitely, in a sort of trance, but Mr. Allen cleared his throat in a marked manner, and I turned back to the job in hand. "Right," I said, placing my calipers against the beast's neck. "Number 38, 7 millimeters, and circumscribed," I called out to Helen. "Number 38, 7C. 38, 7C," my wife repeated as she bent over her book and started to write.
Alf and Joan White also spent the first 2 days of their honeymoon tuberculin testing, partly to keep up with the busy workload at the practice, but also because they had little spare money to spend on a holiday. They nonetheless had a wonderful time, staying at the old Wheatsheaf Inn at Caperby, where, Alf remembers, they ate like royalty. The owner, Mrs. Kilburn, and her niece Gladys, producing an array of Yorkshire fare, from home-cured ham and Wensleydale cheese to roast beef and Yorkshire puddings. By the time of Let Sleeping Vets Lie, James has settled into life as a married man, relishing in particular the utter bliss of returning to a warm bed after a bitterly cold farm visit in the middle of the night.
As I crawled into bed and put my arm around Helen, it occurred to me, not for the first time, that there are few pleasures in the world to compare with snuggling up to a nice woman when you are half frozen. There weren't any electric blankets in the 30s, which was a pity because nobody needed the things more than country vets. It is surprising how deeply bone-marrow cold a man can get when he is dragged from his bed in the small hours and made to strip off in farm buildings when his metabolism is at a low ebb. Often the worst part was coming back to bed. I often lay exhausted for over an hour, longing for sleep but kept awake until my icy limbs and feet had thawed out. But since my marriage, such things were but a dark memory. Helen stirred in her sleep. She had got used to her husband leaving her in the night and returning like a blast from the North Pole, and instinctively moved nearer to me. With a sigh of thankfulness, I felt the blissful warmth envelop me, and almost immediately the events of the last 2 hours began to recede into unreality.
Alf and Joan spent the early years of married life living on the top 2 floors of 23 Kirkgate. The basic kitchen on the very top floor, where water had to be carried in jugs from the ground floor, and on the floor below was their bed-sitting room. Despite the primitive conditions, Joan enjoyed looking after the house and became an excellent cook, causing Alf, for the first time in his life, to put on extra weight, despite the physicality of the job. By July 1942, the happy news came that they were expecting their first child, although just a few months later, in November that year, Alf was called up for training in the RAF. Throughout this time, Alf and Joan exchanged letters on a daily basis. Clearly anxious about his wife's condition, Alf even experienced bizarre stomach pains as the birth approached, which impelled him to travel to Thirsk to see Joan without getting authorization to do so. James is similarly vexed at being separated from Helen, and in vets might fly, on his third absence without leave, arrives just after Helen has given birth to their son, Jimmy.
I took my first look at my son. Little Jimmy was brick red in colour, and his face had a bloated, dissipated look. As I hung over him, he twisted his tiny fists under his chin and appeared to be undergoing some mighty internal struggle. His face swelled and darkened as he contorted his features. Then from deep among the puffy flesh, his eyes fixed me with a baleful glare, and he stuck his tongue out of the corner of his mouth. "My God!" I exclaimed. The nurse looked at me startled. "What's the matter?" "Well, he's a funny-looking little thing, isn't he?" "What?" She stared at me furiously. "Mr. Herriot, how can you say such a thing? He's a beautiful baby." I peered into the cot again. Jimmy greeted me with a lopsided leer, turned purple, and blew a few bubbles. "Are you sure he's all right?" I said. There was a tired giggle from the bed, but Nurse Brown was not amused. "All right. What exactly do you mean?" She drew herself up stiffly. I shuffled my feet. "Well, is there anything wrong with him?" I thought she was going to strike me. "Anything? How dare you? Whatever are you talking about? I've never had such nonsense." She turned appealingly towards the bed, but Helen, a wry smile on her face, had closed her eyes. I drew the enraged little woman to one side. "Look, nurse, have you, by any chance, got any others on the premises?" "Any other what?" she asked icily. "Babies, new babies. I want to compare Jimmy with another one." Her eyes widened. "Compare him? Mr. Herriot, I'm not going to listen to you any longer. I've lost patience with you." "I'm asking you, nurse," I repeated. "Have you got any more around?" There was a long pause as she looked at me as though I was something new and incredible. "Well, there's Mrs. Dewburn in the next room. Little Sidney was born about the same time as Jimmy." "Can I have a look at him?" I gazed at her appealingly. She hesitated, then a pitying smile crept over her face. "Oh, you... Just a minute, then." She went into the other room, and I heard a mumble of voices. She reappeared and beckoned to me. Mrs. Dewburn was the butcher's wife, and I knew her well. The face on the pillow was hot and tired like Helen's. "Hey, Mr. Herriot, I didn't expect to see you. I thought you were in the army." "RAF, actually, Mrs. Dewburn. I'm on, leave at the moment." I looked in the cot. Sidney was dark red and bloated too, and he, also, seemed to be wrestling with himself. The inner battle showed in a series of grotesque facial contortions, culminating in a toothless snarl. I stepped back involuntarily. "What a beautiful child," I said. "Yes, isn't he lovely?" said his mother fondly. "He is indeed. Gorgeous." I took another disbelieving glance into the cot. "Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Dewburn. It was kind of you to let me see him." "Not at all, Mr. Herriot. It's nice of you to take an interest." Outside the door, I took a long breath and wiped my brow. The relief was tremendous. Sidney was even funnier than Jimmy. When I returned to Helen's room, Nurse Brown was sitting on the bed, and the two women were clearly laughing at me. And of course, looking back, I must have appeared silly. Sidney Dewburn and my son are now two big, strong, remarkably good-looking young men, so my fears were groundless. The little nurse looked at me quizzically. I think she had forgiven me. "I suppose you think all your calves and foals are beautiful right from the moment they are born." "Well, yes," I replied. "I have to admit it. I think they are."
In reality, Alf was similarly shocked to see his son for the first time when he visited Joan at the Sunnyside nursing home in Thirsk. It was Nurse Bell, not Nurse Brown, who had to show him another little baby, just to calm his fears about the appearance of little Jimmy, only then to waft the new father out of his wife's room. Joan and Jimmy stayed at Sunnyside for 14 days. which was the norm in those days for women who had given birth. Confined to bed, Joan always maintained this was the best holiday of her life. In The Lord God Made Them All, Jimmy is now 4 and regularly joins his father on his rounds. James clearly loves spending time with his young son, and Jimmy is an enthusiastic helper, showing early on his interest in pursuing his father's profession.
"Hello, hello!" I bellowed. "Hello, hello!" little Jimmy piped just behind me. I turned and looked at my son. He was 4 years old now, and had been coming on my rounds with me for over a year. It was clear that he considered himself a veteran of the farmyards, an old hand versed in all aspects of agricultural lore. This shouting was a common habit of mine. When a vet arrived on a farm, it was often surprisingly difficult to find the farmer. He might be a dot on a tractor half a mile across the fields. On rare occasions, he might be in the house, but I always hoped to find him among the buildings and relied on a few brisk shouts to locate him. Certain farms in our practice were for no apparent reason distinctive in that you could never find anybody around. The house door would be locked, and we would scour the barns, cow houses, and fold yards while our cries echoed back at us from the unheeding walls. Siegfried and I used to call them the no-finding places, and they were responsible for a lot of wasted time. Jimmy had caught on to the problem quite early, and there was no doubt he enjoyed the opportunity to exercise his lungs a bit. I watched him now as he strutted importantly over the cobbles, giving tongue every few seconds. He was also making an unnecessary amount of noise by clattering on the rough stones with his new boots. Those boots were his pride, the final recognition of his status as veterinary assistant. When I first began to take him round with me, his first reaction was the simple joy of a child at being able to see animals of all kinds, particularly the young ones, the lambs, foals, piglets, calves, and the thrill of discovery when he came upon a huddle of kittens in the straw, or found a bitch with pups in a loose box. Before long, however, he began to enlarge his horizons. He wanted to get into the action. The contents of my car boot were soon as familiar to him as his toy box at home, and he delighted in handing out the tins of stomach powder, the electuaries and red blisters, the white lotion, and the still-revered long cartons of universal cattle medicine. Finally, he began to forestall me by rushing back to the car for calcium and flutter valve as soon as he saw a recumbent cow. He had become a diagnostician as well. I think the thing he enjoyed most was accompanying me on an evening call, if Helen would allow him to postpone his bedtime. He was in heaven driving into the country in the darkness, training my torch on a cow's teat while I stitched it. The farmers were kind, as they always are with young people. Even the most uncommunicative would grunt, "I see you've got to Prentice with you," as we got out of the car.
During the long drives to farms, little Jimmy also takes the opportunity to assail his father with a constant barrage of questions, along the lines of, "What is the fastest train, the Blue Peter or the Flying Scotsman?" which James does his best to answer. In reality, Jim White also joined his father Alf on farm visits from an early age and proved equally curious and also coveted the thick hobnailed boots that farmers wore. By opening gates and carrying equipment, Jim was a useful helper, and the time he spent with his father driving around on rounds from the age of 2 until he started secondary school undoubtedly resulted in him also becoming a veterinary surgeon. Alf was pleased he showed an early interest in veterinary practice. It was, after all, a way of life that fascinated him, and he was always encouraging and patient with his son. However, he never pressured Jim into following his career, and in fact always warned him that he'd never be a wealthy man as a rural vet, and advised him only to pursue the profession if he was really sure it was what he wanted. Jimmy could be a little mischievous at times, and such is the case one afternoon in The Lord God Made Them All, when James is in the consulting room looking at Mr. Garrett's sheepdog. Jim White well remembers this incident, which occurred when he was around 6 or 7. Jim was never a very naughty child, but he did get into the occasional scrape, often when ranging around with his gang of friends, scrumping for apples, or swimming in rivers. But in this story he is on his own, Just as his father is preparing to inject an anaesthetic, he glimpses his son up to no good in the garden.
It was when I was filling the syringe that a knee came into view at the corner of the window. I felt a pang of annoyance. Jimmy surely couldn't be climbing up the wistaria. It was dangerous, and I had expressly forbidden it. The branches of the beautiful creeper curled all over the back of the house, and though they were as thick as a man's legs near ground level, they became quite slender as they made their way up past the bathroom window to the tiles of the roof.
James, nonetheless, must focus on what he is doing, finding and removing a thorn or some kind of foreign body from the pad of the sheepdog's foot with the use of a scalpel. At first, he thinks he's probably mistaken about Jimmy, but then realises the little blighter is on the wisteria. But there's nothing he can do other than give him a quick glare.
I was drawing the scalpel across at right angles to my first cut when from the corner of my eye I spotted 2 feet dangling just below the top of the window. I tried to concentrate on my job, but the feet swung and kicked repeatedly, obviously for my benefit. At last they disappeared, which could only mean that their owner was ascending to the dangerous regions. I dug down a little deeper and swabbed with cotton wool. Ah yes, I could see something now, but it was very deep, probably the tip of a thorn which had broken off well below the surface. I felt the thrill of the hunter as I reached for forceps, and just then the head showed itself again, upside down this time. My God! He was hanging by his feet from the branches, and the face was positively leering. In deference to my client, I had been trying to ignore the byplay from outside, but this was too much. I leaped at the glass and shook my fist violently. My fury must have startled the performer, because the face vanished instantly, and I could hear faint sounds of feet scrambling upwards. That was not much comfort either. Those top branches might not support a boy's weight. I forced myself back to my task. "Sorry, Mr. Garrett," I said. "Will you hold the leg up again, please?" He replied with a thin smile, and I pushed my forceps into the depths. They grated on something hard. I gripped, pulled gently, and... oh, lovely. Lovely. Out came the pointed, glistening head of a thorn. I had done it. It was one of the tiny triumphs which lighten vets' lives, and I was beaming at my client and patting his dog's head when I heard the crack from above. It was followed by a long howl of terror, then a small form hurtled past the window and thudded with horrid force into the garden. I threw down the forceps and shot out of the room, along the passage and through the side door into the garden. Jimmy was already sitting up among the wallflowers, and I was too relieved to be angry. "Have you hurt yourself?" I gasped, and he shook his head. I lifted him to his feet, and he seemed to be able to stand all right. I felt him over carefully. There appeared to be no damage. I led him back into the house. "Go along and see Mummy," I said, and returned to the consulting room. I must have been deathly pale when I entered, because Mr. Garrett looked startled. "Is he all right?" he asked. Yes, I think so. But I do apologise for rushing out like that. It was really too bad of me to... Mr. Garrett laid his hand on my shoulder. "Say no more, Mr. Herriot. I have children of my own." And then he spoke the words which have become engraven on my heart. "You need nerves of steel to be a parent."
On the 9th of May, 1947, Alf and Joan's second child, Rosie, was born, much to their delight. The afternoon before, Alf and Joan had been at the cinema in Harrogate, where Joan began to experience the early pains of labour. They headed back to Thirsk, and by 6 a.m. the following morning, Joan announced Rosie was definitely on her way. Shaking with panic, as Alf put it, he whisked her into the Sunnyside nursing home, and after a few more hours of floor pacing and repeated attempts to read the newspaper upside down, Dr. Addison phoned to announce, "A sister for Jimmy." In The Lord God Made Them All, James muses on the blessing of a new life while walking with his dog Sam.
After I'd seen my patient, I took a walk on the high tops along a favourite path of beaten earth on the hill's edge, with Sam trotting at my heels. I looked away over the rolling patchwork of the plain, sleeping in the sun's haze, and at the young bracken on the hillside springing straight and green from last year's dead brown stalks. Everywhere new life was calling out its exultant message, and it was so apt with my new little daughter lying down there in Darby. We had decided to call her Rosemary. It is such a pretty name, and I still love it, but it didn't last long. It became Rosie at a very early stage, and, though I did make one or two ineffectual stands, it has remained so to this day. She is now Dr. Rosie in our community.
Rosie, like Jimmy before, also delighted in accompanying her father on farm visits and became extremely adept in helping out. Alf was similarly happy to take little Rosie on his rounds, experiencing for the second time, as James writes, the intense pleasure of showing them the farm animals and seeing their growing wonder at the things of the countryside, the childish chatter which never palled, the fun and the laughter which lightened my days. Rosie and Jimmy both learn that there can be dangers involved in veterinary work. Jim becomes wary of sows, whereas Rosie is lucky she escapes unharmed when a large cow comes careering towards her.
I leaned from the pen. Rosie, will you bring me my scissors, the cotton wool, and that bottle of peroxide? The farmer watched wonderingly as the tiny figure trotted to the car and came back with the three things. By God, little lass knows her way around. Oh, yes, I said, smiling. I'm not saying she knows where everything is in the car, but she's an expert on the things I use regularly. Rosie handed me my requirements, and I reached over the door. Then she retreated to her place at the end of the passage. I began my work on the abscess. Since the tissue was necrotic, the cow couldn't feel anything as I snipped and swabbed, but that didn't stop the hind leg from pistoning out every few seconds. Some animals cannot tolerate any kind of interference, and this was one of them. I finished at last with a nice wide clean area onto which I trickled the hydrogen peroxide. I had a lot of faith in this old remedy as a penetrative antiseptic when there was a lot of pus about, and I watched contentedly as it bubbled on the skin surface. The cow, however, did not seem to enjoy the sensation because she made a sudden leap into the air, tore the rope from the farmer's hands, brushed me to one side, and made for the door. The door was closed, but it was a flimsy thing, and she went straight through it with a splintering crash. As the hairy black monster shot into the passage, I desperately willed her to turn left, but to my horror she went right, and after a wild scraping of her feet on the cobbles, began to thunder down towards the dead end where my little daughter was standing. It was one of the worst moments of my life. As I dashed towards the broken door, I heard a small voice say, "Mama." There was no scream of terror, just that one quiet word. When I left the pen, Rosie was standing with her back against the end wall of the passage, and the cow was stationary, looking at her from a distance of 2 feet. The animal turned when she heard my footsteps, then whipped round in a tight circle and galloped past me into the yard. I was shaking when I lifted Rosie into my arms. She could easily have been killed, and a jumble of thoughts whirled in my brain. Why had she said Mama? I had never heard her use the word before. She always called Helen Mummy, or Mum. Why had she been apparently unafraid? I didn't know the answers. All I felt was an overwhelming thankfulness. To this day, I feel the same whenever I see that passage.
The incident with Rosie was a real one, but at the age of 3, she was too small to remember it, but well remembers her father telling it to her and the family in later years. When driving around with her father, Rosie loved also to sing in the back of the car, and if Jim was there, he would whistle, harmonizing with his sister's tunes. And just as Jimmy liked to quiz his father with a myriad random questions, Rosie liked to have her father quiz her on her interest in wild flowers and the natural world, no doubt inspired by the hedgerows and wild beauty of North Yorkshire that they sped past.
Rosie solemnly opened the 3 gates on the way back. Then she looked at me expectantly. I knew what it was. She wanted to play one of her games. She loved being quizzed, just as Jimmy had loved to quiz me. I took my cue and began. Give me the names of 6 blue flowers. She coloured quickly in satisfaction, because of course she knew. Field scabious, harebell, forget-me-not, bluebell, speedwell, meadow cranesbill. Clever girl, I said. Now let's see. How about the names of 6 birds? Again the blush and the quick reply. Magpie, curlew, thrush, plover, yellowhammer, rook. Very good indeed. Now name me 6 red flowers. And so it went on, day after day, with infinite variations. I only half realised at the time how lucky I was. I had a demanding, round-the-clock job, and yet I had the company of my children at the same time. So many men work so hard to keep the home going that they lose touch with the families who are at the heart of it, but it never happened to me. Both Jimmy and Rosie, until they went to school, spent most of their time with me round the farms. With Rosie, as her school days approached, her attitude, always solicitous, became distinctly maternal. She really couldn't see how I was going to get by without her, and by the time she was 5, she was definitely worried. "Daddy," she would say, seriously, "how are you going to manage when I'm at school? All those gates to open and having to get everything out of the boot by yourself. It's going to be awful for you." I used to try to reassure her, patting her head as she looked up at me in the car. "I know, Rosie, I know. I'm going to miss you, but I'll get along somehow." Her response was always the same, a relieved smile, and then the comforting words, "But never mind, Daddy. I'll be with you every Saturday and Sunday. You'll be all right then."
Having seen Alf at work and the pleasure he took from veterinary practice, it's no surprise that both children wanted to be veterinary surgeons when they grew up. Alf had no qualms about Jim following in his footsteps, but he had concerns about Rosie doing the same, as he writes in Every Living Thing.
Our practice was 90% large animal work, and although I loved the work, I was always being kicked, knocked about, and splashed with various kinds of filth. With all its charms and rewards, it was a dirty and often dangerous job. On several occasions, I was called out to help in neighbouring practices where the vet had sustained a broken limb, and I had myself been lame for weeks when a huge cart horse whacked my thigh with his iron-shod hoof.
As a result, Alf talked Rosie out of veterinary practice, but during the writing of Every Living Thing, published in 1992, he wonders whether he did the right thing, considering the high percentage of women who now do the job. He acknowledges that much has changed in the profession, not least that small animals have now taken up more than half of vets' work, and there's far less wrestling with large farm animals. Alf instead persuaded Rosie to become a doctor of humans, a career in which she flourished, studying medicine at the University of Cambridge before working as a partner in a successful GP practice in Thirsk. In The Lord God Made Them All, James and 6-year-old Rosie are visiting a farm where they chat to Grandma Clark, a local woman in her late 80s who had lived a long life of toil, but from whom goodness seemed to flow.
"How old are you now, Rosie?" she asked as she presented the chocolate. "Thank you. I'm 6, my daughter replied. Grandma looked down at the smiling face, at the sturdy tanned legs in their blue shorts and sandals. "Well, you're a grand little lass." For a moment she rested her work-roughened hand against the little girl's cheek. Then she returned to her chair. They didn't make much of a fuss, those old Yorkshire folk, but to me the gesture was like a benediction. The old lady picked up her knitting again. "And how's that lad of yours? How's Jimmy?" "Oh, he's fine, thank you. 10 years old now. He's out with some of his pals this morning." 10, eh? 10 and 6. 10 and 6. For a few seconds, her thoughts seemed far away as she plied her needles. Then she looked at me again. "Maybe you don't know it, Mr. Herriot, but this is the best time of your life." "Do you think so?" "Aye, there's no doubt about it. When your children are young and growing up around you, that's when it's best. It's the same for everybody, Only a lot of folk don't know it. And a lot find out when it's too late. It doesn't last long, you know. I believe I've always realized that, Mrs. Clark, without thinking about it very much. Reckon you have, young man. She gave me a sideways smile. You always seem to have one or t'other of your bairns with you on your calls. As I drove away from the farm, the old lady's words stayed in my mind. They are still in my mind, all these years later, when Helen and I are soon to celebrate our ruby wedding of 40 years of marriage. Life has been good to us, and is still good to us. We are lucky. We have had so many good times. But I think we both agree that Grandma Clark was right about the very best time of all.
Chapter 6. People of the Dales.
Hello, hello, hello. Who's this we've got then? New chap, eh? Now we're going to learn summit. He still had his hands inside his braces and was grinning wider than ever. My name is Herriot, I said. Is it now? Finn cocked his head and surveyed me. Then he turned to 3 young men standing by. Hasn't he a nice smile, lads? He's a real happy Harry. He turned and began to lead the way across the yard. Come on then, and we'll see what you're made of. I hope you know a bit about calves, because I've got some here that are right dowly.
Finn Calvert, owner of a fine dairy herd in the Dales, extends a typical greeting to the young James Herriot. It's clear that James must prove himself to the hard-working farmers around Darrowby, especially as Siegfried before him has already earned their respect. While Finn Calvert is suspicious of James and pokes a little fun at him, other farmers, the gruff, silent types, are less talkative on their first meeting and will only thaw a little when they know they can trust the young vet with their animals. Early on in If Only They Could Talk, James sums up how daunting it is to turn up to a case and to witness the disappointment on a farmer's face when he realizes James, and not the much-revered Siegfried, will be attending to their animals. Despite this, James soon becomes familiar with the many qualities and quirks of the Dales people, many of whom are unfailingly generous with their hospitality, even to James, the foreigner.
But I had to admit they were fair. I got no effusive welcomes, and when I started to tell them what I thought about the case, they listened with open scepticism. But I found that if I got my jacket off and really worked at the job, they began to thaw a little. And they were hospitable. Even though they were disappointed at having me, they asked me into their homes. Come in and have a bit of dinner, was a phrase I heard nearly every day. Sometimes I was glad to accept, and I ate some memorable meals with them. Often, too, they would slip 6 eggs or a pound of butter into the car as I was leaving. This hospitality was traditional in the Dales, and I knew they would probably do the same for any visitor. But it showed the core of friendliness which lay under the often unsmiling surface of these people, and it helped. I was beginning to learn about the farmers and what I found I liked. They had a toughness and a philosophical attitude which was new to me. Misfortunes, which would make a city dweller want to bang his head against a wall, were shrugged off with, "Ah, well, these things happen."
Alfred White was similarly under the microscope when he first joined the Thirsk practice working alongside Donald Sinclair. The arrival of a new vet does not go unnoticed in rural practice, and Alf certainly felt he was being watched and assessed by local farmers. Not only were many of them inscrutable in their manner, making it difficult for the young vet to understand what they were thinking, but they also spoke in a broad Yorkshire dialect, using words that would have been entirely alien to the Glaswegian vet. Understanding what a farmer meant by a cow being a bit dowly was just the start of the process. Gradually, however, Alf got to grips with this new world and language, and soon became accepted and well-liked in the community. Just as the locals were interested in him, Alf was similarly fascinated by the array of people he met, and would write about them with great affection in his books. Alf also delighted in their humour and peculiar way with words, as Dales farmer Dick Rudd illustrates in It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet.
Dick believed in veterinary advice for everything, so I was a frequent visitor at Birch Tree Farm. After every visit, there was an unvarying ritual. I was asked into the house for a cup of tea, and the whole family downed tools and sat down to watch me drink it. On weekdays, the eldest girl was out at work, and the boys were at school, but on Sundays, the ceremony reached its full splendour, with myself sipping the tea, and all 9 Ruds sitting around in what I can only call an admiring circle. My every remark was greeted with nods and smiles all round. There is no doubt it was good for my ego to have an entire family literally hanging on my words, but at the same time it made me feel curiously humble. I suppose it was because of Dick's character. Not that he was unique in any way, there were thousands of small farmers just like him, but he seemed to embody the best qualities of the dalesman. The indestructibility, the tough philosophy, the unthinking generosity and hospitality. And there were the things that were Dick's own, the integrity which could be read always in his steady eyes, and the humour which was never very far away. Dick was no wit, but he was always trying to say ordinary things in a funny way. If I asked him to get hold of a cow's nose for me, he would say solemnly, "I'll endeavour to do so." Or I remember when I was trying to lift a square of plywood which was penning a calf in a corner, he said, "Just a minute till I raise portcullis." When he broke into a smile, a kind of radiance flooded his pinched features.
The resilience of the Dales people was not just confined to the men. Mrs. Dalby in Let Sleeping Vets Lie showed just how tough a widow could be under the most difficult of circumstances. Having recently lost her husband, Billy Dalby, to cancer, she is left with 3 young sons and a farm to run, which neighbouring farmers assume will fail without a man to run it. However, they underestimate Mrs. Dalby's strength of character, which is soon tested when she almost loses her entire herd of cattle to husk, also known as lungworm or parasitic bronchitis, a disease caused by the presence of parasites in the lungs. Vaccines now protect animals from the disease. In the face of near disaster, Mrs. Dalby battles on, and 20 years later, as James muses in the same book, she and the family are thriving, even buying a neighbouring farm and land. Throughout it all, she never complains of the struggle and grinding toil, and is unfailingly hospitable to James.
The general opinion was that Mrs. Dalby should sell up and get out. You needed a man to run this place, and anyway, Prospect House was a bad farm. Neighbouring farmers would stick out their lower lips and shake their heads when they looked at the boggy pastures on the low side of the house, with the tufts of spiky grass sticking from the sour soil, or at the rocky outcrops and scattered stones on the hillside fields. No, it was a poor place, and a woman would never make a go of it. Everybody thought the same thing, except Mrs. Dalby herself. There wasn't much of her. In fact, she must have been one of the smallest women I have ever seen, around 5 feet high, but there was a core of steel in her. She had her own mind and her own way of doing things. I remember when Billy was still alive, I had been injecting some sheep up there, and Mrs. Dalby called me into the house. "You'll have a cup of tea, Mr. Herriot." She said it in a gracious way, not casually, her head slightly on one side and a dignified little smile on her face. And when I went into the kitchen, I knew what I would find, the inevitable tray. It was always a tray with Mrs. Dalby. The hospitable Dales people are continually asking me in for some kind of refreshment, a bit of dinner, perhaps, but if it wasn't midday, there was usually a mug of tea and a scone or a hunk of thick-crusted apple pie. But Mrs. Dalby invariably set out a special tray. And there it was today, with a clean cloth and the best china cup and saucer, and side plates with sliced buttered scones and iced cakes and malt bread and biscuits. It was on its own table away from the big kitchen table. "Do sit down, Mr. Herriot," she said in her precise manner. "I hope that tea isn't too strong for you." Her speech was what the farmers would call very proper, but it went with her personality, which to me embodied a determination to do everything as correctly as possible. "Looks perfect to me, Mrs. Dalby." I sat down, feeling somewhat exposed in the middle of the kitchen, with Billy smiling comfortably from an old armchair by the fire and his wife standing by my side. She never sat down with us, but stood there, very erect, hands clasped in front of her, head inclined, ceremoniously attending to my every wish. "Let me fill your cup, Mr. Herriot," or "Won't you try some of this custard tart?"
More often than not, farmers and the local people of the Dales are welcoming to James and Siegfried, knowing that they depend on the two vets for the welfare of their animals. Small farmers, Mr. and Mrs. Horner, express their gratitude, like Mrs. Dalby and many like her, in the form of food. After a difficult but successful carving, Mr. Horner ushers James into the kitchen, where he is presented with a treat much prized by the locals: fatty bacon, along with a pungent pickle known as piccalilli. James, however, has a pathological loathing of fat, and combined with a powerfully strong piccalilli, the meal becomes something of a trial for him.
"Will you sit down along of my husband and have a bit of breakfast?" she asked. There is nothing like an early calving to whet the appetite, and I nodded readily. "That's very kind of you. I'd love to." It is always a good feeling after a successful delivery, and I sighed contentedly as I sank into a chair and watched the old lady set out bread, butter, and jam in front of me. I sipped my tea, and as I exchanged a word with the farmer, I didn't see what she was doing next. Then my toes curled into a tight ball as I found 2 huge slices of pure white fat lying on my plate. Shrinking back in my seat, I saw Mrs. Horner sawing at a great hunk of cold boiled bacon. But it wasn't ordinary bacon. It was 100% fat, without a strip of lean anywhere. Even in my shocked state, I could see it was a work of art. Cooked to a turn, beautifully encrusted with golden crumbs and resting on a spotless serving dish. But fat! She dropped 2 similar slices on her husband's plate and looked at me expectantly. My position was desperate. I could not possibly offend this sweet old person, but on the other hand, I knew beyond all doubt that there was no way I could eat what lay in front of me. Maybe I could have managed a tiny piece if it had been hot and fried crisp, but cold, boiled and clammy, never. And there was an enormous quantity. 2 slices about 6 inches by 4, and at least half an inch thick, with the golden border of crumbs down one side. The thing was impossible. Mrs. Horner sat down opposite me. She was wearing a flowered mob cap over her white hair, and for a moment she reached out, bent her head to one side, and turned the dish with the slab of bacon a little to the left to show it off better. Then she turned to me and smiled. It was a kind, proud smile. There have been times in my life when, confronted by black and hopeless circumstances, I had discovered in myself undreamed of resources of courage and resolution. I took a deep breath, seized knife and fork, and made a bold incision in one of the slices. But as I began to transport the greasy white segment to my mouth, I began to shudder, and my hand stayed frozen in space. It was at that moment I spotted the jar of piccalilli. Feverishly, I scooped a mound of it onto my plate. It seemed to contain just about everything: onions, apples, cucumber, and other assorted vegetables jostling each other in a powerful mustard vinegar sauce. It was the work of a moment to smother my loaded fork with the mass. Then I popped it into my mouth, gave a couple of quick chews, and swallowed. It was a start, and I hadn't tasted a thing except the piccalilli. "Nice bit of bacon," Mr. Horner murmured. "Delicious," I replied, munching desperately at the second forkful. "Absolutely delicious." "And you like my piccalilli too?" The old lady beamed at me. "I can tell by the way you're slapping it on." She gave a peal of delighted laughter. "Yes, indeed." I looked at her with streaming eyes. "Some of the best I've ever tasted." Looking back, I realized it was one of the bravest things I have ever done. I stuck to my task unwaveringly, dipping again and again into the jar, keeping my mind a blank, refusing grimly to think of the horrible thing that was happening to me. There was only one bad moment, when the piccalilli, which packed a tremendous punch and was never meant to be consumed in large mouthfuls, completely took my breath away, and I went into a long coughing spasm. But at last I came to the end. A final heroic crunch and swallow, a long gulp at my tea, and the plate was empty. The thing was accomplished. And there was no doubt it had been worth it. I had been a tremendous success with the old folks. Mr. Horner slapped my shoulder. "By God, it's good to see a young feller enjoying his food. When I were a lad, I used to put it away sharpish like that, but I can't do it now." Chuckling to himself, he continued with his breakfast. His wife showed me the door. "Aye, it was a real compliment to me." She looked at the table and giggled. "You've nearly finished the jar." "Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Horner," I said, smiling through my tears and trying to ignore the churning in my stomach. But I just couldn't resist it. Contrary to my expectations, I didn't drop down dead soon afterwards. But for a week I was oppressed by a feeling of nausea, which I am prepared to believe was purely psychosomatic. At any rate, since that little episode I have never knowingly eaten fat again. My hatred was transformed into something like an obsession from then on. And I haven't been all that crazy about Piccalilli either.
While generosity abounds in the Dales, so too does thriftiness. Farmers are often careful with their money, and those unable or reluctant to part with their cash resent having to pay vet bills, only calling a veterinary surgeon in as a very last resort when all other homespun remedies have failed. The odd farmer also delights in crafty schemes to save or make themselves a bit of money, as is the case with Mr. Cranford and others like him who blatantly bend the rules when it comes to insurance claims.
Cranford was a hard man, a man who had cast his life in a mould of iron austerity, a sharp bargainer, a win-at-all-costs character, and, in a region where thrift was general, he was noted for meanness. He farmed some of the best land in the Lower Dale. His shorthorns won prizes regularly at the shows, but he was nobody's friend. Mr. Bateson, his neighbour to the north, summed it up. "That feller 'ud skin a flea for its hide." Mr. Dixon, his neighbour to the south, put it differently. "If he gets hod on a pound note, by God, it's a prisoner." This morning's meeting had had its origin the previous day. A phone call mid-afternoon from Mr. Cranford. "I've had a cow struck by lightning. She's laid dead in the field." I was surprised. "Lightning? Are you sure? We haven't had a storm today."
"Maybe you haven't, but we have here."
All right. I'll come and have a look at her." Driving to the farm, I couldn't work up much enthusiasm for the impending interview. This lightning business could be a bit of a headache. All farmers were insured against lightning stroke. It was usually part of their fire policy, and after a severe thunderstorm, it was common enough for the vets' phones to start ringing with requests to examine dead beasts. The insurance companies were reasonable about it. If they received a certificate from the vet that he believed lightning to be the cause of death, they would usually pay up without fuss. In cases of doubt, they would ask for a post-mortem or a second opinion from another practitioner. The difficulty was that there are no diagnostic post-mortem features to go on. Occasionally a bruising of the tissues under the skin, but very little else. The happiest situation was when the beast was found with the telltale scorch marks, running from an ear down the leg to earth into the ground. Often the animal would be found under a tree, which itself had obviously been blasted and torn by lightning. Diagnosis was easy then. 99% of the farmers were looking only for a square deal, and if their vet found some other clear cause of death, they would accept his verdict philosophically. But the odd one could be very difficult. I had heard Siegfried tell of one old chap who had called him out to verify a lightning death. The long scorch marks on the carcass were absolutely classic, and Siegfried, viewing them, had been almost lyrical. "Beautiful, Charlie, beautiful. I've never seen more typical marks. But there's just one thing." He put an arm round the old man's shoulder. "What a great pity you let the candle grease fall on the skin." The old man looked closer and thumped a fist into his palm. "Dang it, you're right, mister. I've mucked job up. And I took pains over it and all. Been on for dang near an hour." He walked away, muttering. He showed no embarrassment, only disgust at his own technological shortcomings.
While Mr. Cranford grows increasingly frustrated with James when he refuses to collude with the farmer's bogus insurance claims, There is the odd family who positively despise James, Siegfried, and any vet. Principal of these are the Sidlows, who are unwavering in their contempt of vets. In their view, veterinary surgeons are parasites of the agricultural community who know nothing about animals and are out to rob farmers of their hard-earned money. This viewpoint is only confirmed when in Every Living Thing, James has the audacity to turn up in a new-looking car.
You call yourself a vet, but you're naught but a robber. Mrs. Sidlow, her fierce little dark eyes crackling with fury, spat out the words, and as I looked at her, taking in the lank, black hair framing the haggard face with its pointed chin, I thought, not for the first time, how very much she resembled a witch. It was easy to imagine her throwing a leg over a broomstick and zooming off for a quick flip across the moon. "All the country's talking about you and your big bills," she continued. "I don't know how you get away with it. It's daylight robbery, robbing the poor farmers, and then you come out here, bold as brass in your flash car." That was what had started it. Since my old vehicle was dropping to bits, I had splashed out on a second-hand Austin 10. It had done 20,000 miles, but had been well maintained, and looked like new with its black bodywork shining in the sun, and the very sight of it had sparked off Mrs. Sidlow. The purchase of a new car was invariably greeted with a bit of leg pulling by most of the farmers. "Job must be paying well," they would say with a grin. But it was all friendly, with never a hint of the venom which seemed to be part of the Sidlow menage. The Sidlows hated vets. Not just me, but all of them. And that was quite a few, because they had tried every practice for miles around and had found them all wanting. The trouble was that Mr. Sidlow himself was quite simply the only man in the district who knew anything about doctoring sick animals. His wife and all his grown-up family knew this as an article of faith, and whenever illness struck any of his cattle, it was natural that father took over. It was only when he had exhausted his supply of secret remedies that the vet was called in. I personally had seen only dying animals on that farm, and had been unable to bring them back to life, so the Sidlows were invariably confirmed in their opinion of me, along with the rest of my profession. Today, I had been viewing with the old feeling of hopelessness an emaciated little beast huddled in a dark corner of the fold yard, taking its last few breaths after a week of pneumonia, while the family stood around breathing hostility, shooting the usual side glances at me from their glowering faces. I had been trailing wearily back to my car on the way out when Mrs. Sidlow had spotted me from the kitchen window and catapulted into the yard. "Ah, it's all right for you," she went on. "We have to work hard to make a living on this spot, and then such as you come and take our money away from us without doing anything for it. I know what it is. Your idea is to get rich quick." Only my long training that the customer is always right stopped me from barking back. Instead, I forced a smile. "Mrs. Sidlow," I said, "I assure you that I am anything but rich. In fact, if you could see my bank balance, you would see what I mean." "You're telling me you haven't much money?" "That's right." She waved towards the Austin and gave me another searing glare. "So this fancy car's just a lot of show and nout?" I had no answer. She had me both ways. Either I was a fat cat or a stuck-up poseur. As I drove away up the rising road, I looked back at the farm with its substantial house and wide sprawl of buildings. There were 500 lush acres down there, lying in the low country at the foot of the dale. The Sidlows were big, prosperous farmers, with none of the worries of the hillmen who struggled to exist on the bleak small holdings higher up, and it was difficult to understand why my imagined affluence should be such an affront to them.
Another distinctly unfriendly client is the local scrap merchant and second-hand car dealer Walt Barnett. A hard-edged character, he keeps some livestock and horses, but calls James in to take a look at his ailing cat, Fred. James is surprised to discover there's a sentimental side to the cheerless Walt Barnett, proving that even he has a heart, and that animals can sometimes bring out the best in people.
When Walt Barnett asked me to see his cat, I was surprised. He had employed other veterinary surgeons ever since Siegfried had mortally offended him by charging him £10 for castrating a horse, and that had been a long time ago. I was surprised, too, that a man like him should concern himself with the ailments of a cat. A lot of people said Walt Barnett was the richest man in Derby, rolling in brass which he made from his many and diverse enterprises. He was mainly a scrap merchant, but he had a haulage business too, and he was a dealer in second-hand cars, furniture, anything, in fact, that came his way. I knew he kept some livestock and horses around his big house outside the town, but there was money in these things, and money was the ruling passion of his life. There was no profit in cat-keeping. Another thing which puzzled me as I drove to his office was that owning a pet indicated some warmth of character, a vein of sentiment, however small. It just didn't fit in with his nature. I picked my way through the litter of the scrapyard to the wooden shed in the corner from which the Empire was run. Walt Barnett was sitting behind a cheap desk, and he was exactly as I remembered him. The massive body stretching the seams of his shiny navy blue suit, the cigarette dangling from his lips, even the brown trilby hat perched on the back of his head. Unchanged, too, was the beefy red face with its arrogant expression and hostile eyes. "Over there," he said, glowering at me and poking a finger at a black and white cat sitting among the papers on the desk. It was a typical greeting. I hadn't expected him to say "good morning" or anything like that, and he never smiled. I reached across the desk and tickled the animal's cheek, and was rewarded with a rich purring and an arching of the back against my hand. He was a big Tom, long-haired and attractive, with white breast and white paws, and though I have always had a predilection for tabbies, I took an immediate liking to this cat. He exuded friendliness. "Nice cat," I said. "What's the trouble?"
James eventually discovers that somebody had cruelly put an elastic band first around the cat's legs and then his neck. As James explains, the police are aware that this cruelty occurs, but they rarely catch the culprits in the act. A year later, Fred falls ill, not by poisoning as Walt Barnett first suspects, but from an outbreak of the highly contagious virus, cat distemper. Fred sadly dies from the condition, much to the distress of his owner.
Fred was still, and as I approached, I saw with a dull feeling of inevitability that he was not breathing. I put my stethoscope over his heart for a few moments and then looked up. "I'm afraid he's dead, Mr. Barnett." The big man did not change expression. He reached slowly across and rubbed his forefinger against the dark fur in that familiar gesture. Then he put his elbows on the desk and covered his face with his hands. I did not know what to say, but watched helplessly as his shoulders began to shake and tears welled between the thick fingers. He stayed like that for some time, then he spoke. "He was my friend," he said. I still could find no words, and the silence was heavy in the room, until he suddenly pulled his hands from his face. He glared at me defiantly. "Aye, I know what you're thinking. This is that big tough bugger, Walt Barnett, crying his eyes out over a cat. What a joke! I reckon you'll have a bloody good laugh later on." Evidently he was sure that what he considered a display of weakness would lower my opinion of him. And yet he was so wrong. I have liked him better ever since.
James and Siegfried come across many other local people who are just as sentimental about their animals, even if they're bred to feed their families or as farm livestock. With the size of farms on the increase, Siegfried, in It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, reads out an article claiming that the larger the farm, the less affection there is for the animals. The two vets agree that, sadly, this is likely to be the case.
As I sat at breakfast, I looked out at the autumn mist dissolving in the early sunshine. It was going to be another fine day, but there was a chill in the old house this morning, a shiveriness as though a cold hand had reached out to remind us that summer had gone and the hard months lay just ahead. It says here Siegfried said, adjusting his copy of the Derby and Halton Times with care against the coffee pot, "that farmers have no feeling for their animals." I buttered a piece of toast and looked across at him. "Cruel, you mean?" "Well, not exactly. But this chap maintains that to a farmer, livestock are purely commercial. There's no sentiment in his attitude towards them, no affection. Well, it wouldn't do if they were all like poor Kit Bilton, would it? They'd all go mad." Kit was a lorry driver who, like so many of the working men of Derby, kept a pig at the bottom of his garden for family consumption. The snag was that when killing time came, Kit wept for 3 days. I happened to go into his house on one of these occasions, and found his wife and daughter hard at it cutting up the meat for pies and brawn, while Kit huddled miserably by the kitchen fire, his eyes swimming with tears. He was a huge man who could throw a 12-stone sack of meal onto his wagon with a jerk of his arms, but he seized my hand in his and sobbed at me. "I can't bear it, Mr. Herriot. He were like a Christian, was that pig. Just like a Christian." "No, I agree." Siegfried leaned over and sawed off a slice of Mrs. Hall's home-baked bread. "But Kit isn't a real farmer. This article is about people who own large numbers of animals. The question is it possible for such men to become emotionally involved? Can the dairy farmer milking maybe 50 cows become really fond of any of them? Or are they just milk-producing units?" "It's an interesting point," I said, "and I think you've put your finger on it with the numbers. You know, there are a lot of our farmers up in the high country who have only a few stock. They have names for their cows: Daisy, Mabel. I even came across one called Kipperlugs the other day. I do think these small farmers have an affection for their animals, but I don't see how the big men can possibly have."
One small farmer who is undoubtedly sentimental about his animals is Mr. Dakin. In Vets Might Fly, James is sent to stitch up the udder of Blossom the cow, who lives in a cobbled byre with 6 other cows, all of whom have names. Blossom is very old, and her drooping udder needs repeated stitching. It's clear she's reached the end of her productive life, and Mr. Dakin reluctantly agrees to send her for slaughter. Dodson the drover is called in, and James is there when he takes Blossom away. He and Mr. Dakin then attend to one of the other cows, which needs its afterbirth removing. When they have finished, James and Mr. Dakin are suddenly alerted to another sound.
From somewhere on the hillside I could hear the clip-clop of a cow's feet. There were 2 ways to the farm, and the sound came from a narrow track which joined the main road half a mile beyond the other entrance. As we listened, a cow rounded a rocky outcrop and came towards us. It was Blossom, moving at a brisk trot, great udder swinging, eyes fixed purposefully on the open door behind us. "What the hangment?" Mr. Dakin burst out, but the old cow brushed past us and marched without hesitation into the stall which she had occupied for all those years. She sniffed inquiringly at the empty hay-rack and looked round at her owner. Mr. Dakin stared back at her. The eyes in the weathered face were expressionless, but the smoke rose from his pipe in a series of rapid puffs.
Mr. Dodson the drover comes running after Blossom, but Mr. Dakin blocks his approach. He then fastens a chain around Blossom's neck and fills her rack with hay.
"What's to do, Mr. Dakin?" the drover cried in bewilderment. "They're waiting for me at Mat." The farmer tapped out his pipe on the half-door and began to fill it with black shag from a battered tin. "I'm sorry to waste your time, Jack, but you'll have to go without her." "Without her? But—" "Ah, you'll think I'm daft, but that's how it is. T'old lass has come home, and she's stopping home." He directed a look of flat finality at the drover. Dodson nodded a couple of times, then shuffled from the byre. Mr. Dakin followed and called after him. "I'll pay you for your time, Jack. Put it down on me bill." He returned, applied a match to his pipe, and drew deeply. "Mr. Herriot," he said as the smoke rose around his ears, "do you ever feel when summat happens that it was meant to happen, and that it was for best?" "Yes, I do, Mr. Dakin. I often feel that." "Ah, well, that's how I felt when Blossom came down that hill." He reached out and scratched the root of the cow's tail. She's always been a favourite, and by God, I'm glad she's back. But how about those teats? I'm willing to keep stitching them up, but... Nay, lad, I've had an idea. It just came to me when you were tucking away that cleansing, and I thought I was all late. An idea? Aye. The old man nodded and tamped down the tobacco with his thumb. I can put 2 or 3 calves onto her instead of milking her. The old stable is empty. She can live in there, where there's nobody to stand on her odd tits. I laughed. You're right, Mr. Dakin. She'd be safe in the stable, and she'd suckle 3 calves easily. She could pay her way. Well, as I said, it's matterless. After all them years, she doesn't owe me a thing. A gentle smile spread over the seamed face. Main thing is, she's come home.
The tale of Blossom was inspired by a couple of incidents related to Alf, including one concerning a cow belonging to local Pauline Parlour, which ended up back at her family farm, and another by the dairy farmer and friend of Alf, Arthur Dand. Arthur had an aged cow which he reluctantly agreed to send for slaughter. When the slaughterman began to take her away in his truck, the sight and sound of his cow giving a sad bellow was too much for Arthur, and he raced after the truck, retrieved his cow, and brought her back home. As he said to Jim, "She may be no use to me any more, but she's going to spend the rest of her days right here." When an animal had reached the end of its life, it was either sent to a slaughterhouse or, if it was deemed unfit for human consumption, to a knacker's yard, where the knackerman would slaughter and strip the carcass, selling the meat for pet food. Bones would also be sent to knife manufacturers for handles or rendered down to make fertilizer, hides sent to local tanneries, and oils might be used for soap, or even by local football clubs to soften their boots, or the cricket club to rub into their bats. In If Only They Could Talk, Jeff Mallock presides over the Darrowby Knacker's Yard. He lives there, amid the rotting carcasses and stinking filth, with his wife, Mrs. Mallock, and their 8 children, all of whom seem to be in the peak of health.
In Darrowby, the name Mallock had a ring of doom. It was the graveyard of livestock, of farmers' ambitions, of veterinary surgeons' hopes. If ever an animal was very ill, somebody was bound to say, "I reckon she'll be off to Mallock's afore long," or "Jeff Mallock'll have her in finish." And the premises fitted perfectly into the picture. A group of drab, red brick buildings standing a few fields back from the road, with a stumpy chimney from which rolled endlessly a dolorous black smoke. It didn't pay to approach Mallock's too closely unless you had a strong stomach, so the place was avoided by the townspeople. But if you ventured up the lane and peeped through the sliding metal doors, you could look in on a nightmare world. Dead animals lay everywhere. Most of them were dismembered and great chunks of meat hung on hooks, but here and there you could see a bloated sheep or a greenish swollen pig which not even Jeff could bring himself to open. Skulls and dry bones were piled to the roof in places, and brown mounds of meat meal stood in the corners. The smell was bad at any time, but when Jeff was boiling up the carcasses, it was indescribable. The Mallock family bungalow stood in the middle of the buildings, and strangers could be pardoned if they expected a collection of wizened gnomes to dwell there. But Jeff was a pink-faced, cherubic man in his 40s, his wife plump, smiling and comely. Their family ranged from a positively beautiful girl of 19 down to a robust 5-year-old boy. There were 8 young Mallocks, and they had spent their lifetimes playing among tuberculous lungs and a vast spectrum of bacteria, from salmonella to anthrax. They were the healthiest children in the district. It was said in the pubs that Jeff was one of the richest men in the town, but the locals, as they supped their beer, had to admit that he earned his money. At any hour of the day or night, he would rattle out into the country in his ramshackle lorry, wince on a carcass, bring it back to the yard and cut it up. A dog food dealer came twice a week from Broughton with a van and bought the fresh meat. The rest of the stuff Jeff shovelled into his boiler to make the meat meal, which was in great demand for mixing in pig and poultry rations. The bones went for making fertilizer, the hides to the tanner, and the nameless odds and ends were collected by a wild-eyed individual known only as the Ket Feller. Sometimes, for a bit of variety, Jeff would make long slabs of strange-smelling soap, which found a brisk sale for scrubbing shop floors. Yes, people said, there was no doubt Jeff did all right. But by God, he earned it.
The story no doubt resonates with Alf's own visit to Knacker's Yards. He visited his first one as a student, while working at a practice in Dumfries, Scotland, and the experience remained imprinted in his mind. On entering, the putrefying stink of dead and decomposing animals immediately overwhelmed him, causing him to vomit up his breakfast on the floor. All the while, a slaughterman looked upon him while he sat on a carcass, munching a sandwich and drinking tea out of a cup smeared with fat and bloodstains. While the Mallocks are a particularly hardy family, James also comes across another robust character in the form of Roddy Travers. James spots him walking along the moorland roads, pushing a pram containing his dog and his only belongings. Clearly living rough, he moves around the Yorkshire countryside and earns his keep by doing odd jobs on farms, helping out with ditching, hedging, looking after stock and dry stone walling. Instead of hedges or fences, countless miles of dry stone walls enclose the fields and border the roads throughout the fells of the Yorkshire Dales. They are built without mortar, using an ancient and very skilled technique of fitting boulders and angular stones together, and in the wild weather of the moorland are in regular need of repair.
I suppose it isn't unusual to see a man pushing a pram in a town, but on a lonely moorland road, the sight merits a second glance, especially when the pram contains a large dog. That was what I saw in the hills above Darrowby one morning, and I slowed down as I drove past. I had noticed the strange combination before, on several occasions over the last few weeks, and it was clear that man and dog had recently moved into the district. As the car drew abreast of him, the man turned, smiled, and raised his hand. It was a smile of rare sweetness in a very brown face. A 40-year-old face, I thought, above a brown neck which bore neither collar nor tie, and a faded striped shirt lying open over a bare chest despite the coldness of the day. I couldn't help wondering who or what he was. The outfit of scuffed suede golf jacket, corduroy trousers, and sturdy boots didn't give much clue. Some people might have put him down as an ordinary tramp, but there was a business-like, energetic look about him, which didn't fit the term. I wound the window down, and the thin wind of a Yorkshire March bit at my cheeks. "Nippy this morning?" I said. The man seemed surprised. "Aye," he replied after a moment. "Aye, reckon it is." I looked at the pram, ancient and rusty, and at the big animal sitting upright inside it. He was a lurcher, a cross-bred greyhound, and he gazed back at me with unruffled dignity. "Nice dog," I said. "Aye, that's Jake." The man smiled again, showing good, regular teeth. "He's a grand un." I waved and drove on. In the mirror I could see the compact figure stepping out briskly, head up, shoulders squared, and rising like a statue from the middle of the pram, the huge brindled form of Jake. I didn't have to wait long to meet the unlikely pair again. I was examining a cart horse's teeth in a farmyard when on the hillside beyond the stable I saw a figure kneeling by a dry stone wall, and by his side a pram and a big dog sitting patiently on the grass. "Hey, just a minute." I pointed at the hill. "Who is that?" The farmer laughed. "That's Roddy Travers. Do you ken him?" No, I don't. I had a word with him on the road the other day, that's all." "Aye, on the road," he nodded knowingly. "That's where you'd see Roddy right enough." "But what is he? Where does he come from?" "He comes from somewhere in Yorkshire, but I don't rightly know where, and I don't think anybody else does. But I'll tell you this, he can turn his hand to anything." "Yes," I said, watching the man expertly laying the flat slabs of stone as he repaired a gap in the wall. "There's not many can do what he's doing now." "That's true. Walling is a skilled job and it's dying out. But Roddy's a dab hand at it. But he can do out, edging, ditching, looking after stock. It's all the same to him. I lifted the tooth rasp and began to rub a few sharp corners off the horse's molars. And how long will he stay here? Oh, when he's finished that wall, he'll be off. I could do with him stopping around for a bit, but he never stays in one place for long. But he hasn't got a home anywhere. Nay, nay, the farmer laughed again. Roddy's gotten out. All he has in the world is in that there pram.
The character of Roddy Travers was based on a roving handyman known to everyone in the district, Freddie Manners. He did everything from gardening and sharpening knives to general farm work, and was one of many such types who travelled around doing odd jobs for people. He also had a big greyhound dog called Joe, which Donald bought from him, and was one of the pack dogs that greeted Alf when he first arrived at the practice in Thirsk. The Dales are filled with a wide assortment of folk, and not all of them are gruff, rugged types, as James discovers when he meets Roland Partridge. Despite being a son of a local farmer, he lives as an artist, having eschewed the gritty life of farming and dispensing with the broad Yorkshire accent for a more creative and modest existence in Darrowby.
You could hardly expect to find a more unlikely character in Darrowby than Roland Partridge. The thought came to me for the 100th time as I saw him peering through the window which looked onto Trengate, just a little way up the other side of the street from our surgery. He was tapping the glass and beckoning to me, and the eyes behind the thick spectacles were wide with concern. I waited, and when he opened the door, I stepped straight from the street into his living room, because these were tiny dwellings with only a kitchen in the rear and a single small bedroom overlooking the street above. But when I went in, I had the familiar feeling of surprise, because most of the other occupants of the row were farm workers and their furnishings were orthodox, but this place was a studio. An easel stood in the light from the window, and the walls were covered from floor to ceiling with paintings. Unframed canvases were stacked everywhere, and the few ornate chairs and the table with its load of painted china and other bric-a-brac added to the artistic atmosphere. The simple explanation was, of course, that Mr. Partridge was in fact an artist. But the unlikely aspect came into it when you learned that this middle-aged, velvet-jacketed aesthete was the son of a small farmer, a man whose forebears had been steeped in the soil for generations. "I happened to see you passing there, Mr. Herriot," he said. "Are you terribly busy?" "Not too busy, Mr. Partridge. Can I help you?" He nodded gravely. "I wondered whether you could spare a moment to look at Percy. I'd be most grateful." "Of course," I replied. "Where is he?" He was ushering me towards the kitchen, when there was a bang on the outer door, and Bert Hardesty the postman burst in. Bert was a rough-hewn character, and he dumped a parcel unceremoniously on the table. "There you are, Rolly," he shouted, and turned to go. Mr. Partridge gazed with unruffled dignity at the retreating back. "I thank you very much indeed, Bertram, and good day to you." Here was another thing. The postman and the artist were both Darrowby born and bred, had the same social background, had gone to the same school, yet their voices were quite different. Roland Partridge, in fact, spoke with the precise, well-modulated syllables of a barrister at law. We went into the kitchen. This was where he cooked for himself in his bachelor state. When his father died, many years ago, he had sold the farm immediately. Apparently his whole nature was appalled by the earthy farming scene, and he could not get out quickly enough. At any rate, he had got sufficient money from the sale to indulge his interests, and he had taken up painting, and lived ever since in this humble cottage, resolutely doing his own thing. This had all happened long before I came to Darrowby, and the dangling lank hair was silver now. I always had the feeling that he was happy in his way, because I couldn't imagine that small, rather exquisite figure plodding around a muddy farmyard.
Mr. Partridge's dog, Percy, has a large tumour on one of his testicles, which grows so large that he is subjected to ridicule by some of the locals, until Mr. Partridge eventually allows James to remove it. A while later, he brings Percy into the surgery again, and James is disappointed to see the tumour has spread. He decides to try a new hormonal treatment, stilbestrol, which seems to stop the tumour growing, although either the drug or the dog's tumour gives Percy the attributes of a bitch on heat, and half the dogs in the neighbourhood start to hang around Mr. Partridge's house. Thankfully, the growth disappears and never returns, as is also the case with the local dogs. And over the years, James is happy to see Mr. Partridge and Percy pass his window in good health, their dignity very much restored. Unlike Mr. Partridge, some clients can be far less articulate when they come into the practice, and it can be a struggle to understand what the problem is. Some locals turn up at Skeldale House on the way back from the pub and are too sozzled to make any sense. Others are incredibly vague about their animals' ailments or agonise over whether they want a vet to visit, their anxiety centred upon the impending bill. And if an animal has a problem with anything vaguely sexual or a natural function, then some clients are too embarrassed to give any real detail, especially if it's a man and a woman is in the vicinity. Mr. Pinkerton, who comes into the practice with his dog, has that very problem.
Mr. Pinkerton, a smallholder, was sitting in the office next to Miss Harbottle's desk. By his side sat his farm collie. "Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Pinkerton?" I asked as I closed the door behind me. The farmer hesitated. "It's me dog. He isn't right." "What do you mean? Is he ill?" I bent down and stroked the shaggy head, and as the dog leaped up in delight, his tail began to beat a booming tom-tom rhythm against the side of the desk. Nay, he's right enough in himself." The man was clearly ill at ease. "Well, what's the trouble? He looks a picture of health to me." "Aye, but I'm a bit worried. You see, it's his..." He glanced furtively towards Miss Harbottle. "It's his pencil." "What'd you say?" A faint flush mounted in Mr. Pinkerton's thin cheeks. Again he shot a terrified glance at Miss Harbottle. "It's his... pencil. There's something matter with his pencil." He indicated by the merest twitch of his forefinger somewhere in the direction of the animal's belly. I looked. "I'm sorry, but I can't see anything unusual." "Ah, but there is." The farmer's face twisted in an agony of embarrassment, and he pushed his face close to mine. "There's summit there," he said in a hoarse whisper. "Summit coming from his pencil." I got down on my knees and had a closer look, and suddenly all became clear. "Is that what you mean?" I pointed to a tiny blob of semen on the end of the prepuce. He nodded dumbly, his face a study of woe. I laughed. "Well, you can stop worrying. That's nothing abnormal. You might call it an overflow. He's just a young dog, isn't he?" "Aye, not but 18 months. "Well, that's it. He's just too full of the joys. Plenty of good food and maybe not a lot of work to do, eh?" "Aye, he gets good grub, not but the best. And you're right, I haven't much work for him." "Well, there you are." I held out a hand. "Just cut down his diet and see he gets more exercise, and this thing will sort itself out."
Most of James's clients consider him a capable vet. But there are a few farmers who, despite his best efforts, have a low opinion of him, principally because every time he visits them, something always seems to go wrong. Alf himself experienced what seemed to be jinxed places, which he called bogey farms, where animals promptly died or inexplicable events happened. Such is the case in every living thing, when a series of minor accidents afflicts James whenever he visits the Hardwicks.
My client's opinion of me varied widely, and although there were the odd one or two who thought I was brilliant, a large majority looked on me as a steady, reliable vet, while a few regarded me as of strictly limited ability. But I really think that only one family nourished the private conviction that I was not quite right in the head. They were the Hardwicks, and it was a pity because they were some of my favourite people.
After a quick visit to the Hardwicks farm to check on some calves he'd treated, James returns to his car and discovers that his dog, Dinah, has pushed down the doorknobs, accidentally locking the car from the inside. Apologising, James has to ask one of the Hardwick brothers to drive him to Darrowby so he can retrieve the spare key. Subsequent trips involve him inadvertently picking up Mrs. Hardwick's reading glasses and then turning up at the farm when he is meant to be at another one down the road. When he is next called to the Hardwicks to examine a cow that can't get up, his embarrassment is now acute.
"She's got a dislocated hip, Seb," I said. "There's nothing broken, but the head of the femur is right out of its socket." "Are you sure?" The farmer looked at me doubtfully. "Absolutely positive. Here, feel this prominence. In fact, you can just about see it sticking up there." Seb didn't bother to take his hands out of his pockets. "Well, I don't know. I thought she'd maybe just strained herself. Maybe you could give me somewhat to rub on her. That might put her right." "No, I assure you, there's no doubt in my mind." "All right, then. What do we do?" "Well, we'll have to try to pull the joint back into place. It's not easy, but since it's only just happened, I'd say there was a good chance of success." The farmer sniffed. "Very well, then. On you go." "I'm sorry," I said, smiling, "but it's quite a big job, and I can't do it by myself. In fact, you and I can't do it. We'll need some help." "Help? I haven't got no help. Josh is right over in the far field." "Well, I'm really sorry about that, but you'll have to get him back. And I hate to say it, but we'll also need one of your neighbours to lend a hand. And he'd better be a big, strong chap, too." "Bloody hell!" Seb stared at me. "What's all this for?" "I know it seems a big fuss to you, but although she's only a young beast, she's big and strong, and in order to get the joint back in place, we have to overcome the muscular resistance. It needs a right good pull, I can tell you. I've done a lot of these jobs, and I know." He nodded. "Ah, well, I'll go and see if Charlie Lawson can come over. You'll wait here, then?" "No, I'll have to go back to the surgery for the chloroform muzzle." "Chloroform? What the hell next?" "I told you about the muscular resistance. We need to put her to sleep to overcome that." "Now, look here, Mr. Herriot." The farmer lifted a portentous forefinger. "Are you sure we have to go through all this carry-on? Don't you think we could just rub summit on? A bit of embrocation, maybe?" "I'm sorry, Seb. It's all necessary." He turned and strode out of the cowhouse, muttering, while I hurried across to my car. On the journey to Darrowby and back, two thoughts were uppermost in my mind. This was one of the tricky jobs in veterinary practice, but, when successful, it was spectacular. A hopelessly lame animal would rise and walk away, good as new. And I did feel I badly needed something to resuscitate my reputation on this farm. When I returned with the muzzle, Josh and Charlie Lawson were waiting in the yard with Seb. "Now, Mr. Herriot." "Now then, Mr. Herriot." But they looked at me sceptically, and I could tell the other brother had been voicing his doubts. "It's good of you gentlemen to rally round," I said cheerfully. "I hope you're all feeling strong. It's a tough job, this." Charlie Lawson grinned and rubbed his hands. "Aye, we'll do our best." "OK, now." I looked down at the heifer. "We'd better move her nearer the door. You'll get a stronger pull that way. Then we'll get the chloroform muzzle on and rope the leg. You'll haul away while I put pressure on the joint. But first, let's roll her over." As the farmers pushed against the animal's side, I tried to tuck the lame leg underneath her. As she rolled over, there was a loud click, and after a rapid look around her, she rose to her feet and walked out through the door. The four of us watched her as she ambled across the yard and through a gate into the field. She was perfectly sound. Not the slightest trace of lameness. "Well, I've never seen that happen before," I gasped. "The rolling movement and the pressure on the joint must have clicked it back. Would you believe it?" The three farmers gave me a level stare. It was clear that they didn't believe it. Retreating to my car, I heard Seb confiding to the other two. "Might as well have rubbed summit on it." And as I drove away, past the heifer grazing contentedly on the green hillside, Siegfried's words at the beginning of our partnership came back to me. "Our profession offers unparalleled opportunities for making a chump of yourself." How true that was. How true it would always be. But why did it have to happen this time at the Hardwicks?
Chapter 7. Cattle.
They didn't say anything about this in the books, I thought, as the snow blew in through the gaping doorway and settled on my naked back. I lay face down on the cobbled floor in a pool of nameless muck, my arm deep inside the straining cow, my feet scrabbling for a toehold between the stones. I was stripped to the waist, and the snow mingled with the dirt and the dried blood on my body. I could see nothing outside the circle of flickering light thrown by the smoky oil lamp which the farmer held over me. No, there wasn't a word in the books about searching for your ropes and instruments in the shadows, about trying to keep clean in a half-bucket of tepid water, about the cobbles digging into your chest, nor about the slow numbing of the arms, the creeping paralysis of the muscles as the fingers tried to work against the cow's powerful, expulsive efforts. There was no mention anywhere of the gradual exhaustion, the feeling of futility and the little far-off voice of panic.
If Only They Could Talk begins with a gruelling carving, James having crawled out of his bed at 2 a.m. before heading across a snowy moorland, only to spend the next few hours with his arm inside a straining cow. This was the reality of veterinary practice in rural Yorkshire, where cattle farming predominated, and the likes of James Herriot were frequently called out to attend to calvings and the host of complications that can ensue when a cow gives birth. Stripped to the waist in a cold cow byre, veterinary surgeons had to work hard to find feet, bring heads round, and do all they could to deliver a healthy calf. James and Siegfried are called in all year round to attend to cattle, and a veterinary practice in rural Yorkshire relies upon its regular income, one of the reasons why Alf White had a great affection for the bovine race in general. Some cattle were raised for beef, but vets saw more of the dairy cows which needed to calve at least once a year so they could continue to produce milk. Prior to arriving in Yorkshire, Alf had had some practical experience of working with cows, having spent his university vacations in Dumfries in the southwest of Scotland. There he looked after Galloway cattle, and on occasion was given the opportunity to remove the afterbirth from a cow chained up in a rickety old hen house. When he gently tugged at the hanging mass, the cow bellowed, broke through its chain, smashed through the window, taking one side of the hen house with her, and the remainder collapsing on top of the men standing there. They all survived intact, although the incident at least prepared Alf for the physical rigours of bovine care in later years. Returning to If Only They Could Talk, and James, still with his arm in the cow, must summon every ounce of strength he has to deliver the calf, while the dour farmers look on, more concerned about the welfare of their prized cow than that of the young veterinary surgeon.
My mind went back to that picture in the obstetrics book. A cow, standing in the middle of a gleaming floor while a sleek veterinary surgeon in a spotless parturition overall inserted his arm to a polite distance. He was relaxed and smiling. The farmer and his helpers were smiling. Even the cow was smiling. There was no dirt or blood or sweat anywhere. That man in the picture had just finished an excellent lunch and had moved next door to do a bit of carving just for the sheer pleasure of it, as a kind of dessert. He hadn't crawled shivering from his bed at 2 o'clock in the morning and bumped over 12 miles of frozen snow, staring sleepily ahead till the lonely farm showed in the headlights. He hadn't climbed half a mile of white fellside to the doorless barn where his patient lay. I tried to wiggle my way an extra inch inside the cow. The calf's head was back, and I was painfully pushing a thin, looped rope towards the lower jaw with my fingertips. All the time my arm was being squeezed between the calf and the bony pelvis. With every straining effort from the cow, the pressure became almost unbearable. Then she would relax, and I would push the rope another inch. I wondered how long I would be able to keep this up. If I didn't snare that jaw soon, I would never get the calf away. I groaned, set my teeth, and reached forward again. Another little flurry of snow blew in, and I could almost hear the flakes sizzling on my sweating back. There was sweat on my forehead too, and it trickled into my eyes as I pushed. There is always a time at a bad calving when you begin to wonder if you will ever win the battle. I had reached this stage. Little speeches began to flit through my brain. Perhaps it would be better to slaughter this cow. Her pelvis is so small and narrow, I can't see a calf coming through. Or, she's a good fat animal and really of the beef type, so don't you think it would pay you better to get the butcher? Or perhaps, and this is a very bad presentation, in a roomy cow it would be simple enough to bring the head round, but in this case it is just about impossible. Of course, I could have delivered the calf by embryotomy, by passing a wire over the neck and sawing off the head. So many of these occasions ended with the floor strewn with heads, legs, heaps of intestines. There were thick textbooks devoted to the countless ways you could cut up a calf. But none of it was any good here, because this calf was alive. At my furthest stretch, I had got my finger as far as the commissure of the mouth, and had been startled by a twitch of the little creature's tongue. It was unexpected, because calves in this position are usually dead, asphyxiated by the acute flexion of the neck and the pressure of the dam's powerful contractions. But this one had a spark of life in it, and if it came out it would have to be in one piece. I went over to my bucket of water, cold now and bloody, and silently soaked my arms. Then I lay down again, feeling the cobbles harder than ever against my chest. I worked my toes between the stones, shook the sweat from my eyes, and for the 100th time thrust an arm that felt like spaghetti into the cow, alongside the little dry legs of the calf, like sandpaper taining against my flesh, then to the bend of the neck, and so too to the ear, and then agonizingly along the side of the face towards the lower jaw, which had become my major goal in life. It was incredible that I had been doing this for nearly 2 hours, fighting as my strength ebbed to push a little noose round that jaw. I had tried everything else, repelling a leg, gentle traction with a blunt hook in the eye socket, but I was back to the noose.
James must struggle on with the carving in the presence of the farmer, Mr. Dinsdale, a long, sad, silent man of few words, along with his equally silent son. Both of them watched the vet's efforts with deepening gloom. Worst of all, however, is the presence of Uncle, Mr. Dinsdale's brother, a farmer who keeps up a non-stop stream of comments while eulogizing about his wonderful vet, Mr. Broomfield. As Uncle blethers on about Mr. Broomfield's Herculean strength, James, now exhausted, considers tipping the bucket of water over Uncle's head, then running down the hill and driving away, from Yorkshire, from Uncle, from the Dinsdales, from this cow.
Instead, I clenched my teeth, braced my legs, and pushed with everything I had. And with a sensation of disbelief, I felt my noose slip over the sharp little incisor teeth and into the calf's mouth. Gingerly, muttering a prayer, I pulled on the thin rope with my left hand and felt the slip knot tighten. I had hold of that lower jaw. At last I could start doing something. Now hold this rope, Mr. Dinsdale, and just keep a gentle tension on it. I'm going to repel the calf, and if you pull steadily at the same time, the head ought to come round. "What if the rope comes off?" asked Uncle, hopefully. I didn't answer. I put my hand in against the calf's shoulder and began to push against the cow's contractions. I felt the small body moving away from me. "Now a steady pull, Mr. Dinsdale, without jerking." And to myself, "Oh God, don't let it slip off." The head was coming round. I could feel the neck straightening against my arm. Then the ear touched my elbow. I let go the shoulder and grabbed the little muzzle. Keeping the teeth away from the vaginal wall with my hand, I guided the head till it was resting where it should be, on the forelimbs. Quickly I extended the noose till it reached behind the ears. "Now pull on the head as she strains." "Nay, you should pull on the legs now," cried Uncle. "Pull on the bloody head rope, I tell you," I bellowed at the top of my voice, and felt immediately better as Uncle retired, offended, to his bail. With traction the head was brought out, and the rest of the body followed easily. The little animal lay motionless on the cobbles, eyes glassy and unseeing, tongue blue and grossly swollen. "It'll be dead, bound to be," grunted Uncle, returning to the attack. I cleared the mucus from the mouth, blew hard down the throat, and began artificial respiration. After a few pressures on the ribs, the calf gave a gasp and her eyelids flickered. Then it started to inhale and one leg jerked.
Uncle begrudgingly accepts that the calf is alive. I'd have thought it'd be sure to be dead after you'd messed about all that time. James positions the calf by its mother, who licks it methodically, and within a minute it is trying to sit up. James grins at what always feels like a miracle of life, although he is exhausted, with every muscle aching and his mouth parched from thirst.
A long, sad figure hovered near. "How about a drink?" asked Mr. Dinsdale. I could feel my grimy face cracking into an incredulous smile. A vision of hot tea, well laced with whisky, swam before me. "That's very kind of you, Mr. Dinsdale. I'd love a drink. It's been a hard 2 hours. "Nay," said Mr. Dinsdale, looking at me steadily. "I meant for the cow."
Carving a cow often made for a dramatic event, especially in the pre-war days, when caesareans were not generally an option for veterinary surgeons. In essence, the calf needed to come out the way nature intended, and if there were complications, the fate of the calf and its mother, not to mention the reputation of the vet, could hang in the balance. James is more than aware of this when, in It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, he attends to the carving of the Aldersons' pet Jersey cow, Candy. Not only does James want to make a good impression on Mr. Alderson, as these were early days, and he was his prospective father-in-law, but James also knows just how special a cow this is to the family.
She was the house cow, a pretty little Jersey, and Mr. Alderson's particular pet. She was the sole member of her breed in the herd, but whereas the milk from the Shorthorns went into the churns to be collected by the big dairy, Candy's rich yellow offering found its way onto the family porridge every morning, or appeared heaped up on trifles and fruit pies, or was made into butter, a golden, creamy butter to make you dream.
James examines Candy, hoping the problem is something simple. It's not a good sign, however, when he hears Candy has been labouring for hours with nothing to show for it. He feels inside, but can only find an empty vagina and a small ridged opening, beyond which he can feel the feet and head of a calf.
My spirits plummeted. Torsion of the uterus. There was going to be no easy victory for me here. I sat back on my heels and turned to the farmer. "She's got a twisted calf bed. There's a live calf in there all right, but there's no way out for it. I can barely get my hand through." "Aye, I thought it was something peculiar." Mr. Alderson rubbed his chin and looked at me doubtfully. "What can we do about it then?" "We'll have to try to correct the twist by rolling the cow over while I keep hold of the calf. It's a good job there's plenty of us here." "And that'll put everything right, will it?" I swallowed. I didn't like these jobs. Sometimes rolling worked, and sometimes it didn't. And in those days, we hadn't quite got round to performing caesareans on cows. If I was unsuccessful, I had the prospect of telling Mr. Alderson to send Candy to the butcher. I banished the thought quickly.
With 2 men holding the front and hind legs and Mr. Alderson holding Candy's head, James pushes his hand inside, grabs the calf's foot, and they roll the cow onto her side. After James's arm is almost crushed, they roll her back on the other side, James lying face down and holding grimly on. Nothing happens, and they try once more, and then, finally, everything magically unravels. Candy gives a determined push, and out pops the calf, wet and wriggling. As Alf writes, "After every delivery, there is a feeling of relief, but in this case, it was overwhelming." With Candy the cow saved, James decides this is a good moment to approach Mr. Alderson about his intended proposal to his daughter. Such life or death events, with all the emotions that go with them, are commonplace for veterinary surgeons, as it was for Alf in practice. Sometimes there was simply no viable way to extract a live calf, and it was the job of the vet always to make firm and sometimes difficult decisions quickly. Jim remembers his father telling him about a time when his old college friend, Eddie Strayton, came to work at the Thirsk practice, and they were called to a calving. They both came to the decision that attempting to extract a large calf out of the cow in question would likely kill the mother. They advised the farmer that the best option was to slaughter the cow, so he at least would receive a good price for her carcass. Another man who had been observing the proceedings, however, suggested he have a go. He then inserted his arm into the cow's vagina and, using a knife, produced the decomposing calf bit by bit. Alf and Eddie, now utterly dejected, left feeling that they had failed, their reputation and careers in tatters. Their decision, however, would be vindicated when they later discovered the cow died almost instantly afterwards, and that the farmer in question had wished he'd listened to the two young veterinary surgeons. By the time of The Lord God Made Them All, set in the years just after the war, caesareans are beginning to be done on cows, or at least taught to students in veterinary colleges. In fact, veterinary medicine and procedures had advanced considerably since Alf had been at college, and he knew that some of the students who worked at the practice had a little more knowledge about the latest methods. The assistant, Norman Beaumont, who features in The Lord